Good morning, Chatty House.
Oh, that's why that looked weird.
Oh, there's Kyle.
Hey, there we are. What's up, Chatty Gang? Rust Dog, happy birthday. He got the belt. That's what you get. For your birthday,
Hooray,
you
Rust
get the belt.
Dog.
Nice job.
Rust Dog's a winner.
I'm a winner.
I am a winner.
Oh.
I did see Ramsey at the game last night, which I see Ramsey at most games, but either way. Quote tweet.
There we go. Hi, everybody. What's up, Drew Down? What's up, Michigan? Zabo, Rust Dog, West Sac, Hector. Hello, welcome. Warren, we are up in here indeed. Primo J, what's Gucci? I don't say that. Sorry, I don't know why that keeps coming out of my mouth. Pause. Loki, good morning. Miguel, what's up? Tyler Jennings. Ooh. Are we all gonna get matching shoes? Steven, Katrina's here. Soren, what's up? What up? What's up, Manny?
It's the most.
Chris, what's Gucci, man? I see. I keep. I don't like it. What's up, Jose? What's up, Wheezy? What's up, Scooter?
What's up, Johnny
Good morning,
G?
everybody. What's up, Johnny G? Good morning, y'all. Here we go. All right. All the salespeople just walked by with mimosa stuff.
Well, that's unfair, Kyle.
Hey, where? I want to play.
I want some.
Okay, hey, here comes ESPN Radio. James and I are gonna go get mimosas.
That's
We're
right.
not gonna do that to you. Good morning, everybody. A happy Thursday to you. It's the best day of the week. It's payday Thursday. FYI. Shout out. Salute. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Sacramento Kings got a win last night over the Toronto Raptors. 122-107. The final. Look, I'm not gonna nitpick today. I thought they'd get off to a slow start. They did. It took a little longer. I told you 8 minutes into the second quarter. I need 8 minutes into the second quarter. I need him to figure this thing out. It took him until about 11 minutes, 1 minute into the fourth.
Kyle, it was the first game after a long road trip.
You know, I heard that. I heard that was the case. Yeah, man. No, I don't have it in me at this point of the year. Any win is good. This is not indicative. If this is a problem all year, where if they play down to opponents and they run into a couple of losses because of it, then okay, we can talk about it then. But they pulled away from a bad team. They won by 15. They dominated the fourth quarter in every facet. They never let Toronto pull away where the Kings needed to make like some dramatic comeback.
Yep.
I was overall with Sacramento pretty satisfied with how last night went.
Well, I think when you hear light the beam chants with 5 minutes left, and when you see the white flag waved at the 3 minute mark,
yeah,
all of that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Let's put a pin in this. We have some breaking news, courtesy of Chris Biederman and the Sacramento Bee. I got some breaking soccer news.
Oh,
Wilton Rancheria has taken over as the majority stakeholders in Sac Republic. And according to the Sacramento Bee, the plan for a stadium and entertainment district in the rail yards has been finalized with hopes of it opening in 2027. In regards to MLS, this entertainment district and new stadium in the rail yards is not contingent on Major League Soccer. They are building a 12,000 seat stadium that with their investors and with the stadium, they believe they will be a turnkey option for MLS the next time MLS looks to expand. and the way they're building the stadium with a 12,000 seat capacity, there is a chance for it to grow to be expanded to 20,000+ seats.
That's amazing.
Incredible. That is that's outstanding news for soccer here in Sacramento.
Yeah, and of course, Wilton Rancheria is our friend Sky River.
Shout out to Sky River,
which we will be at on Monday, doing a live show from 10 to noon.
Look at us go.
Join us and show your appreciation for these folks jumping in and becoming the whale.
This is going to be the elusive whale.
The elusive whale.
We've been talking about the whale since 2017.
No.
More than that?
Yeah, because there was supposed to be whales for the Kings. So
oh, you know what? Great chat. 2012.
2010. 2010.
Oh, no.
It was
going to come back further.
We will find a whale.
So salute to Chris Biederman and the Sac B for they had that news this morning. And that's so exciting, man. To have a legitimate soccer venue and the potential for a 20,000 seat soccer venue.
I really wish that they
would
entertainment
district
just build a 20,000 seat right now, so you have an outdoor concert venue downtown Sacramento.
Yeah,
I mean, just absolutely spectacular. Look at what's happening downtown. This is huge. Look at, and man, you're gonna have the A's across the river, the Kings right there by the Capitol, right there. Like there would be a triangle here of sports. Absolutely incredible what's happening in Sacramento.
And this was the whole thing with during the Here We Stay movement, right? It wasn't about, it was about keeping the Kings. That was obviously priorities number 1, 2, and 3. But then there were priorities down the list of this could transform downtown.
Oh, yeah.
This could turn the downtown area, not just a stadium, not just what turned into Doco, but into a destination for a professional soccer team.
Of course.
Potentially down the line, a professional baseball team. This is all really, really great developments. Again, Wilton Rancheria has taken over as the majority stakeholders in Sac Republic. There is a plan that is finalized. This is not a, like, hey, they would like to do this. There's a finalized plan for a stadium and entertainment district in the rail yards with hopes of opening in 2027. 12,000 seat capacity with potential to expand to 20,000 if MLS decides to expand here.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. This is so big for the city of Sacramento.
Yep.
And I hope that this opens the door for MLS to come back to Sacramento.
Yeah.
Sort of
especially with
missed opportunity.
Yeah, and that's what they're hoping. So again, I feel I want to make sure I phrase this correctly. That's happening. The stadium and entertainment district are happening regardless of what MLS decides to do.
Of course.
This now gives Sacramento the option to present to MLS investors a brand new state-of-the-art stadium that can be expanded to 20,000 seats, ready to go right here.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I want to know, like, because we have all this Sac State push to go to bump up into, what is it, the Pac-12 or whatever it is.
Yeah, Pac-12.
Like, would they be able to maybe have this as their soccer stadium? You know, because we've already seen Golden One step up and say, hey, look, men and women's basketball can play here.
Yep.
You've seen that they're going to build like a monster football stadium there. And
the renderings look incredible.
Yeah, the rendering, everything looks incredible. Yeah. So wondering, hey, is this like a catalyst? Is Sacramento finally hitting the big time? That's what it feels like, doesn't it?
So I started at Sac State in September of 2008. And I always heard the entire time I was there about like, oh, they want to invest in sports and this and that. And they want to be a sports school. And then I'd go to a basketball game and it's like, I've been to high school arenas or high school gyms that are bigger than this. Like I've been to high school football fields in the Midwest that are as nice as Sac State Stadium was when I was going there. Again, this is 15 years ago now.
Yeah.
But we kept hearing about it and hearing about it and hearing about Sacramento and the expansion of sports in Sacramento. And it's like, oh, now it's happening. This is cool.
Yes.
This is a lot of fun. So hopefully everything here comes to fruition at Sac State down at the rail yards. And this thing just kind of continues to build and grow out here in Sacramento. Very, very cool stuff with Republic and their new stadium, hopefully opening in 2027.
It's a good time to have a sports talk show. Kyle, in Sacramento.
Yeah, it sure is.
We got
I'm
things to
gonna
talk
have
about.
to get dialed into Sac Republic soccer.
I know.
I guess.
I love soccer.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I just don't. I'm the worst. I am. You know how people like NBA Twitter. The thing to call someone as an insult is casual. You're a casual, as if like 99.9% of the people on the internet don't classify as casual.
Yeah.
I am as casual of a soccer fan as there is. I am. If someone wants to be like casual, fine. That's me. I will. If you were like, hey, I would like to watch whatever soccer match is happening, I'd be in. I'm not going to know who's playing. Yep. I'm not going to know the storylines, but I'm going to enjoy watching the sport. That's where I currently land soccer wise. So now I'm going to have to get tapped into Sac Republic. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Fired up, man. Fired up. And again, salute to the Sacramento Bee for having that story. If you would like to read more, visit sacbee.com. All right. The Kings, 122-107 win. We were talking about the slow start, pulling away. Keegan hit a 3 with 6:19 to go that made it 109-102. And that's when it felt that entire game, because it's kind of back and forth, and felt like, man, if the Kings get ahead a little, the avalanche is gonna flow. Like they just couldn't get it past like 4. But in that fourth quarter, felt like, okay, at some point they're gonna hit a couple of shots, they're gonna get up by 2 or 3 possessions, and the Raptors are gonna cave. And that's basically what happened. Keegan hit that 3, it started a 12-0 run, and that was ball game.
Yeah, when I watch Toronto play, and specifically when they play the Kings, I never feel like what Chris Boucher is doing is reasonable or
outrageous.
Is possible that it will continue.
It's outrageous.
And then for some reason, our guy, what's the head guy? Is it Igor? The head coach for the Raptors.
I'm not totally sure. Go on.
Yeah.
We have the technology to find this information.
Anyway, I felt like he just went away from Chris Boucher.
Darko.
Just because Darko. My bad. Darko. Yeah.
This is completely BS.
Yeah, it is completely BS. He went away from him, and it's like, hey, man, that might be like the only guy who's really, really locked in. Although I thought Davion Mitchell was excellent.
Davion wanted to win that game so bad.
Yeah, his takes to the hoop.
Yeah.
Just powering through.
I respect the hell out of it. This is not Davion shade in any way, shape, or form. Davion wanted to win so bad.
Oh, yeah.
He was picking up Malik full court. He went over and he guarded DeMar DeRozan when DeRozan was hitting all those jumpers on the baseline.
Yep.
He was trying to take the ball to the rack. He's shooting threes. Davion was doing everything he could.
Look at De'Aaron Fox's shooting night. I mean, part of that's Davion Mitchell. Like, he was really, really, really good. And he had a couple of threes late. Like, he was just super motivated. I ran into him before the game. Got to catch up for a minute. I was there with Mark Jones. Me and Mark Jones were hanging out with Davion courtside. And, like, he's in a good spot. I kept saying this about Davion. He needs to be in, like, on an East Coast style basketball team where it's more ball dominant, where it's okay to dribble more than like 2 or 3 times, where the thought process, where the game is more methodical. He's a great defender. He's a really good attacker of the basket. Reminds me of Ty Lawson when he gets downhill, and he's just so strong, but he just was in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately in Sacramento. And so, I mean, this is a former number 9 overall pick. Like, he's got talent.
And with this specific version of the Raptors, it's kind of what you just were talking about that he needed to be able to do. He needs to be able to go figure out who he is in the NBA without the fear of getting pulled after 8 minutes.
Well, yeah, without playing on a team that has, you know, playoff aspirations.
Yeah, 8 of 11 from the field last night, 2 of 3 from 3, 6 assists, 3 boards to go along with 20 points, just 1 turnover.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't bad last night.
So for me, like, again, this is where Kyle Lowry went to find himself as a young player and really develop. This is where they found Fred VanVleet, the same style of player. And it's a good spot. It's a good spot. It's a great city. One of the best cities in the NBA. Absolutely amazing city.
I was bummed Garrett Temple didn't get in the game.
You know, I was bummed. I didn't see Garrett.
Maybe he didn't travel.
I missed him in pregame. I didn't even look to see if he was there during the game. But in pregame, usually, I wander around and I see everybody.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen Garrett. Garrett's
Yeah.
one of my all-time favorite guys to cover.
Yeah, Chris Boucher, 7 of 11, 3 of 6 from 3, 4 boards and assists, 17 points. Ridiculous.
Yeah. I thought RJ Barrett, Keegan Murray battle.
It was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think both of our matchups to watch yesterday.
Yeah.
Like
Barrett and Murray, and then Fox and Davion.
Yeah, we hit the nail on the head there.
Okay, that's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I'm gonna nitpick.
Okay.
Because this is something that I think could be something that we talk about throughout the year. When Keegan Murray is rolling, I think the Kings need to do more to get him the basketball. And this is not this is not saying last night's win was bad or anything like that. I'm just trying to look for things to that'll be a factor down the road.
Mm-hmm.
And Keegan last night had 12 in the first quarter on 5 of 7 shooting. He finished the game. The rest of the way, he scored 10 points on 4 of 10. So he had 7 shots in the first quarter and then 10 shots the rest of the game. The bigger problem is that he's cooking in the first. Hits a layup with 4:39 to go in the quarter that gives him 10 points on 6 shots. And then he didn't get another shot until 1:34 left in the first quarter, and he went 6 consecutive possessions without having the ball passed to him. He got the ball on a defensive rebound and threw it up to, I think it was Malik, and then Malik took it himself and put a shot on the rim.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where I would like to see an adjustment. We always talk about like Fox got to go get buckets, and Domas got to be more aggressive, and Malik's got to find his shot, and DeRozan and taking over games. Sometimes I'd like to see Keegan Murray kind of take over a game. I know it's not going to happen every night. I know it might only happen 4 or 5 times all year, but there are times that he gets hot and they'll ride that wave for a couple, 3, 4 possessions. And then it goes back to, Keegan's the 4th option. And I would like to let Keegan get a heat check up.
Yeah.
Let Keegan go see if he can go get 35 or 40, because I think he could, especially against a team like the Raptors, where it was just very clear they didn't have the size to handle him.
No.
So I would love to see in situations like last night where Keegan's knocking down threes, he's getting to the rack, he's doing all the extra work to get offensive rebounds, he's playing great defense. Go give him the ball. Let him cook.
I'm with you. I'm always like, when someone gets rolling, that, you need to play the hot hand, right? But at the same time, here's the problem that I see is that the Kings have so many offensive weapons, and while I want to see Keegan take more shots and be more active, I also know that Domantas Sabonis had 2 total shots in the first half, and he had 6 total shots for the game. And he finishes with 17 points and 13 assists and 11 rebounds, gets a triple-double. But how does a guy that's that good offensively only have 6 shots in a game? And like we've talked about this so many times, the only way for these guys to get all the shots they want is for them to play faster.
Mm-hmm.
Just straight up. They need to play faster. And I still think that they're getting close, but I like that they have options, and that there is going to be a night where Keegan can go do whatever it is he's going to do, or there's going to be a quarter where DeMar DeRozan can just flat out go insane.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying, and I do think that they should feed him more often. I also look at, he had 17 shots last night. That's way more than, normal. And for me, it's great. The other thing I'll point out, Keegan's figured out, if he wants more shots, the best way to do that is go get offensive rebounds.
Yep.
And so last night he had 7 offensive boards. That's his 4th double-double of the season. He all of a sudden he's averaging 8.3 rebounds per game. Like, this is exactly, he keeps morphing. Like, what we're watching from Keegan Murray is so intriguing to watch. Every single night it feels like he's showing you something different on the offensive end, something different on the defensive end. And I'm so intrigued to watch him grow as a player, because I don't know what the final outcome is. And typically, with Davion Mitchell, you kind of know what the final outcome is going to be. Like, with so many young players, you kind of know. With Keegan, it's just like they just keep changing who he can be.
Yep.
And I'm here for it. Like,
Mhm.
because sometimes that's what you need. You need a guy who is really, really the jack of all trades, master of none. I think Keegan can be a master of like 5 different trades.
Yeah.
And each night is going to be different, whether he's defending a 2, whether he's defending a 4, whether he's on like a crazy 3.
Mhm.
It's just really fun to watch the process of him growing. And yeah, I want him to be a focal point here and there. But then I also, like, watching some of these guys cook and get into their element in certain points of the game
Mhm.
is just wild to watch.
Yeah, the thing you mentioned, like Davion. The reason you could see a player like Davion's ceiling so quickly is because it was really apparent what he wasn't good at.
Yeah.
Like what is that? That's kind of just how you assess a player, whether you know it or not. What is that player good at? What is that player not good at? I don't have the thing yet that I'm like, oh, that's just a thing Keegan doesn't have in his bag.
Mm.
And maybe it's ball handling. Maybe he's just never like create off the dribble, put the ball in his hands, and he's going to be the guy orchestrating the offense. And that's fine. Like, that's not a bad thing. That's just okay. That's just the thing he can do. I just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
And to your point, it's like, man, he's rebounding. I think he doesn't distribute a ton, but again, he's not asked to really.
Mm-hmm.
He can play in the mid range. He can get to the rack. He can obviously shoot it from outside. Like you said, the exact ceiling, I'm just not quite there yet, because I felt really good about, hey, you know what? Davion's a little undersized and he's never going to shoot it 38+% from 3. So he's probably just kind of like a defensive specialist.
Yeah.
It's kind of probably for the most part what he is. With Keegan, I don't know, man. I know people always bring up Kawhi. Like, maybe it's just that. Maybe he just winds up turning into Kawhi, because Kawhi's not a player that I go, man, because I said handles, right? Mm-hmm. Kawhi's not a player that you're like, man, he's going to cross somebody up. But no, he can handle the ball well enough to get to his spot.
Yep.
And maybe that's what Keegan turns into over the next 2 or 3 seasons. And if it does, and this is why I saw somebody in the chatty house, and I meant to freaking get to it when they said it, but a couple of days ago, somebody said, what's the obsession with Keegan? Why do we always talk about Keegan? I think it might have been Leasing. Like, why do we always? And it's like, because of this.
Yeah. Because
if Keegan grows into if he reaches some insane ceiling, like let's just say Kawhi, because I think that's the ceiling, right?
Mm-hmm.
You feel pretty good about that?
Yeah, I think, like, in all honesty, I see somewhere between Chris Middleton and Kawhi Leonard.
Sure. And that's a outstanding freaking player.
That's a really good place to be.
Yeah. I know Kawhi is known for the injury stuff, but Kawhi was a finals MVP on 2 separate teams. Like, he's amazing.
Yeah, he was for a good 6-7 years the best 2-way player in the NBA without any question.
And was on track to be the best 2-way player of all time.
Yeah,
like it's just his trajectory was insane. So this is a compliment to say that. And if he reaches that, something between a Chris Middleton and a Kawhi Leonard, it changes the calculus. Somebody in the chatty house, I keep missing messages. Sorry, guys. Somebody in the chatty house said, if that's Keegan, it changes. Here it is. George Muller said it makes the next player the front office has to go get much easier to determine. And I'm totally with him.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this a couple of times. You're going to have a moment where one of these players either isn't there to take up more of these shots, or you see the fade of one of the players.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we all expect that, watching DeMar DeRozan put up 8 consecutive 20-point games to start his Kings career is wild.
I'm punting on the idea that he's going to be anything less than this anytime soon.
No, he I was on the way down, I was talking to my dad, and I said that, okay, so I always go back to this because in the movie Sonic Skate, I'm sure a lot of Kings fans have seen Sonic Skate, right? Where they steal the Sonics from and move them to Oklahoma City. There's I believe he's a columnist or he's a poet. He starts talking about watching Ray Allen on a nightly basis, right? And how there are so few things in the world that you can go on any night of the week and sit down and watch someone who is the best at what they do in the world at one thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Ray Allen, the best shooter in the world at that point. Without any question, Ray Allen was the best shooter in the world. And you're having that ability to go watch somebody is nuts. And so I've always looked at that when I watch players, and watching DeMarcus Cousins play on a nightly basis while I didn't always agree with the antics and I didn't always agree with, sort of his handling with the media and all this stuff,
Mhm.
someone who is so gifted at something is wild to watch. Watching Rudy Gay is one of the most beautiful basketball players you've ever.
Mhm.
Like so smooth. Now, you wanted more, you wanted him to want it more, but at the same time, just an incredibly gifted player. And I think I've had that appreciation for Domantas Sabonis over the last couple of years, where watching a guy who literally just shows up ready to destroy everybody every single night
Mhm.
is crazy to see. And then it doesn't matter how long DeMar DeRozan was in the league. I had never had the privilege of watching him on a nightly basis
Mhm.
because I don't cover the Bulls. I don't cover, the Raptors
Yeah,
or
man.
the Spurs.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And then you watch what he does, and it's just like, how is that possible? Like, I've seen so many things on a basketball court. How is it possible that a 35-year-old man with a guy draped all over him drops his shoulder just a little bit,
Mhm.
dips his shoulder,
Savvy vet push off
up, shot?
bucket.
There was a point in the fourth quarter where they went to him like 4 consecutive times
Mhm.
in the left block
Mhm.
area, or like 17, 18 feet.
Yep.
Boom, 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 boom.
Cash.
Just watching it.
Cash.
And the bench, you can see the bench is sitting there like, I can't believe what we're watching.
Yeah.
And that's his own teammates. They're sitting there like, it's right in front of him. Like, okay, this is something that is special that you don't get to see.
Mhm.
And so you gain a new appreciation for players like this. And I'm already there. Like, how do you walk into a game and just like, we all know, everyone in the entire building knows he's going to get to 20 points.
Yep.
And he doesn't. It's effortless.
And on those possessions, it wasn't even difficult. He went to that spot, they'd go entry pass to him. The other defender can't leave whoever was up there, whether it was Keegan or Kevin Huerter, I don't know. They can't leave that player.
Yep.
So they take kind of a step and a little fake swipe, and DeRozan gets into his face-up game. Like you said, he generates a little bit of space, and he rises and fires. And it just doesn't matter. Like, the defense was good.
Yeah.
The defense, what do you do?
And you had 3 opportunities to have the same exact play, and there's nothing you could do any one of the times.
Nope.
Like, they tried different
misses.
things. Yeah. Yeah, just absolutely wild.
Yeah, like I said, and I still he lands in that category of player that I'm like, bad shot, cash.
Yeah. And so to get back to I always thought that there would be a moment where we see DeMar kind of take a step back and you see Keegan rise up.
Mhm.
Well, Keegan is going to have to fight for his meal at the table.
Mhm.
That's straight up.
And maybe that's good. Like, maybe that instills some aggressiveness in him.
Yeah.
We already see him getting downhill, I think, with a little more urgency this year.
Mhm.
It's not like getting downhill and exploring the space. It's, I have a path to drive. I'm going to go dunk the basketball. You brought that up the other day. Definitely saw it last night. And this is all great. I'm interested to see how the thing with DeRozan, and the thing really with every player over the age of 34, how they progress throughout the year.
Yeah, that's true. Especially he's averaging 37 minutes a night.
Yeah, right. What does that look like in March and April? And frankly, if you're Mike Brown, and I know Mike Brown talked about this after game 1, like adjusting those minutes and finding the sweet spot for how many minutes those guys are playing, because you don't want to see them run out of gas.
Yeah.
You don't want to get to April and it's like, man, DeMar DeRozan averaged 25 a night this year, and then he goes into the playoffs and turns into a pumpkin because, oh man, he used
ran
up all
out of
his
gas.
Yeah, which happens.
Yeah.
And so interested to see how that kind of continues here. All right. You mentioned earlier we have our live show November 11th. That's Veterans Day. If you got the day off, we'd love to have you come out to Sky River Casino and spend it with us. We're going to be at 32 Brew Street from 10 a.m. to noon. James and I will be doing a live show. Right after that, D'Lo and KC are going to take over. They're going to do a live show. And then the Kings are playing, and I don't know that there's a better place in Sacramento to watch the Kings than 32 Brew Street.
Yeah.
Out at Sky River Casino. Tons of TVs. They have the sound on. The vibes are good. The beer is great. The food is good. Highly recommend coming out and coming to hang out with us. And by the way, the vibes and the beer and food will be there all day. It's not just we'll be. I plan on having a good time.
Okay.
Starting at noon, 12:01. I plan on. So I hope everybody is out there. Again, 10 a.m. the show starts. We're going to be doing a canned food drive, so bring some canned food. We're going to be doing Socktober overtime. So go ahead and bring your new in the package socks, and we will work with the Gathering Inn to get those distributed to the unhoused in the greater Sacramento area. Come out, talk sports, do it for a good cause. We're going to have a great time at Sky River Casino on November 11th. All right, we got plenty more to get to from this Kings game. Lots of fun action around the NBA last night. It's an NBA Heavy Thursday here on the Insiders. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center. It is Kyle and James. We are the Insiders, and we're here to talk to you about our friends at Jiffy Lube. It's November. The holidays are coming up. You're going to be driving around shopping, grocery shopping, present shopping, maybe traveling to see family. You don't want to find out that you need a car service during that travel. It can ruin the whole trip.
Yes.
Don't ruin your holidays. Get into Jiffy Lube today because that time of year, again, holiday shopping and driving with family and friends. Jiffy Lube is your holiday driving headquarters. Fast oil changes, wiper blades, light bulbs, and many more services.
Yeah, Jiffy Lube's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1984. They're very thankful for all of their customers. They're open every single morning from 7:30, Monday through Saturday. Get in there early, get your car service, make sure that you don't break down on the way to grandma's house.
Yeah, definitely don't want to do that. And I espoused the necessity of wiper blades yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Get that done before the rain starts.
Yeah.
Don't want to find out you need new wiper blades.
Check your kids.
It's raining.
You know, if you got kids, go out and check their wiper blades. I guarantee
Absolutely.
you they've never checked them. They have no idea what they look like.
That is plastic on glass.
Yes.
So get ready for the holiday driving season today. Visit jiffylube.com to find a location near you and valuable oil change coupons. That's jiffylube.com. And clear. Woo!
We did it. We did it, Mom.
Another perfect read. Jamie Marling.
Hello. Hello.
Well, fucking had it first.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
I tried
Yeah,
that the Republic story. James had that so fucking long ago.
I did.
We just couldn't get anyone to cooperate with us.
And I forgot about it, to be honest with you, until I showed up today and Kyle's like, hey, we got news. And I'm like, oh.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
We'll get to 6 quick thoughts in a second from last night's Kings game.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to be an overachiever and read ahead, James_Ham NBA on Twitter. That's how you know Damian Barling is a radio professional.
Oh.
And has been for a long time because he's so old. He walked in here and we were chatting about some business stuff, and he went, "All right, have a good show," and walked out with 4 seconds left in our break. Didn't look at the time, didn't know that was, we don't have a countdown clock.
He just knows.
He just knows in the back of his head, okay, it's about time for the break to end.
Yeah.
And walked out with 4 seconds left in the break. That was incredible stuff.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to pull the curtain back and let everybody know what we just witnessed. All right. We also witnessed a Sacramento Kings win last night, 122-107 over the Toronto Raptors. The Kings now 5-3 on the year.
5-3.
5-3 on the year. The Raptors fall to 2-7, and we have James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Hey, real quick, before we get to number 1, breaking Olympics news.
Oh?
Ray Gunn, the competitive breakdancer from Australia, has retired from competitive breakdancing. Pouring one out for the homie right now.
Yeah. Wow.
Quick thought number 1 from last night's Kings victory. James.
Keegan Murray gets aggressive.
Yes.
I mean, for me, watching Keegan, like 12 points in the first quarter, and I thought it was like he was dueling with RJ Barrett. And
yeah,
like, here's the deal. If Keegan Murray is holding up and going mano-a-mano against RJ Barrett, who at this point is the best player for the Raptors, and the Kings still have like 3 All-Stars and some other dudes that are really good, you're probably in good shape. And
yeah, man.
Really, really impressive. Kyle wanted him to get more. I get it. I love the four double-doubles.
Let me clarify this.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, 4 double-doubles already for Keegan this year. Do you know how many he had last season?
No.
8. He's halfway there, 1/10 of the way into the season.
Wow.
Okay, anyways. My issue last night was not Keegan. I thought Keegan was awesome. I have no complaints about Keegan's game. My complaint is that he has 10 points in the first 7.5 minutes of the game and then goes 3 minutes without touching the ball. That's crazy. Get him the basketball. This is not Keegan go steal the basketball. It's, hey, Malik, instead of dribbling on 3 players and then driving in and throwing up a wild shot at the rim, maybe get it to Keegan.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
So that was my issue. I thought Keegan was great last night. Big fan. Number 2.
DeRozan gets his 8th straight 20-plus point performance. Finishes with 27. He is now he's at the franchise record, not the Sacramento era. The franchise record with 8 consecutive 20-plus point game performances to start his Kings career, surpassing 7 by Chris Webber and 6 from Oscar Robertson.
8 straight with 20 points is impressive regardless.
He's just a walking bucket, man. Just like, hey, look, that guy's going to score.
Like, at some point this year, you figure he's going to have a game where he goes like 3 for 15. It just kind of happens.
Yeah.
But, man, it's really clear there's not like a, hey, here's how to stop DeMar DeRozan.
No, totally. But even
that's why he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Even in that 3 for 15 that you're talking about, I expect him to go 14 of 16 from the free throw line and get to 20.
Still get to 20.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to last year's game log for him. A little bit different situation, given that the Bulls are not close to as good as the Kings are. He had 16 points in the 5th game of the year, and then 17 in the 7th game of the year. I was trying to find how many times he went under 20 last year. It's not a lot.
Yeah, he went over 20 59 times.
Yeah, so we've got what, -3?
So 20 times on the season. And of those, 1, 2, 3,
4 of them were
4,
19.
4 were 19, 2 were 18, 2 were 17.
Yeah, it's not very often that he get. And you see why. You can play great defense, he's still going to make tough shots. He is a tough shot maker, free throw drawer, a good scorer.
Well, that, and I think the Kings offense where everybody can share and everybody can have a moment, but also where everybody draws attention is just perfect for him. Like the way the ball moves, everything else. Like I really think he's going to have a very, very good first season in Sacramento.
Yep. It seems like it's trending that way. And hopefully it continues because, man, we all knew that the Kings would be better with DeMar DeRozan, but they look unstoppable offensively when he's cooking like he is to start the year. Number 3.
Sabonis triple-double with no misses and no turnovers. I think we heard the stat last night. I think it's the first time in NBA history that a player finished with a triple-double with no missed baskets. He was 6 of 6 from the field, no missed free throws, 5 of 5 from the field, and 0 turnovers. That was a stat last night that popped up. That's just bizarre. First of all, for him to shoot 6 shots is crazy, but to still score 17 with 6 shots, still get a triple. I mean, he had the assist number like in the first minute of the second quarter of the second half.
Let's remove the turnover part of this statistic for a minute. Josh Dubow from the AP tweeted this because this is also very impressive. Take away the turnover stat. So since 1982-83, Domantas Sabonis is the 8th player to have a triple-double while missing 0 shots from the field or the line. Josh Giddey did it against Portland last year.
Mm-hmm.
Jokic has done it twice. Robert Williams, TJ McConnell, Evan Turner, and Russell Westbrook. You could have given me, this is the point of this. You could have given me the rest of my life to get those 8 names right. You could have said your goal in life is to figure out who this is. And maybe I run into it on accident just by naming all of the NBA players I can think of. But Josh Giddey never would have crossed my mind.
Ever.
Jokic I would have nailed. I would have gotten Jokic first try.
Well, that and Westbrook is the all-time leader in triple-doubles, so you know that there's...
But a game where he didn't miss a shot?
Yeah, but...
No chance I would have thought of that.
But I think career-wise, he has like 175
He has
triple-doubles.
A ton. Right, he has a ton. But he had 2 full seasons where that's just what he was gunning for. Wins didn't matter. So here's what would have happened with Russell Westbrook, though. I would have gone, well, Westbrook has a ton. He's got he doesn't have a game where he didn't miss a shot. I would have ruled him out early.
Yeah.
He would have been gone. Evan Turner, never. TJ McConnell, never.
I can't believe Evan Turner.
Robert, what? Time Lord?
The Time Lord.
We've got Time Lord in here? No chance. Robert Williams exists in my brain insofar as I'm going to go, oh, Robert Williams isn't playing tonight.
Yep.
I never would have gotten those 8 names.
It's crazy.
I would have gotten 2. Jokic. Twice.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
Insane. Shout out to Domas. Heck of a player. Having a heck of a start to the year. What if I just got on air today and was like, 6 shots, Domas? Really? That's what we're doing?
I asked him last night. I said, hey, man.
Just kidding.
I know you only took 2 shots in the first quarter. In the first half, you finished with 6. Like, are you like,
what's wrong?
How difficult is it to find your way with all of these scores?
Why did you struggle tonight?
Yeah, I again, like, I don't think he's worried about it. All he's worried about, he's definitely
not. He's definitely not worried about it.
He's worrying about he's worried about winning.
Mm-hmm.
He is super excited that Mike Brown at some point during the game said, if you guys win this game, you get tomorrow off. And then he said, the best part about tonight, we only played 33 minutes. He, like, on paper, he actually played closer to 34. But yeah, he's like, he didn't play 37, 39.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't need him to.
Yeah.
That was a big deal for him.
Didn't get his ass kicked for 40 minutes.
No one hit him in the head that I remember seeing last night.
There were no boxing matches.
It was a good night for Tomas.
Yeah, good for him. Number 4.
Yeah, Kevin Huerter played. And to be honest with you, I thought Kevin Huerter was a step slow defensively, but he finished with 11 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, only played 24 minutes. I talked to him before the game, and he was still like, he has a cold it's all upper, and he's struggling to breathe.
Sinus infection?
Yeah, like whatever it is that he's got, he's like, I'm getting closer. Yeah, exactly. So he ran by. I'm like, are you doing better? And he put out an elbow. We like elbow bumped. Like, you good? He's like, yeah. He's like, I'm still pretty sick. And I'm like, all right.
Mask up.
Yeah.
4 of 7 from the field, 1 of 4 from Kevin Huerter, or from 3 for Kevin Huerter. There was a stretch last night where it was like 3 or 4 possessions in a row. He either got cooked defensively or fouled somebody. And it felt like every time I looked up at the screen, it was Kevin Huerter going. Or Kevin Huerter hanging his like, oh my, Kevin, get in the game, man. The fact that he got 11 points with 1 made 3, I thought was notable. The Raptors were closing out hard on him, and he put the ball on the deck and got downhill. And that's something that I wanted to see more from him last year, and I'd like to see more from him this year. The 3-point shot is very obviously going to be kind of his bread and butter. But when teams overcommit, he's a good passer. And that float game a couple years ago was just really, really good. It was really dangerous. I'd like to see him get back to it.
I want to point out that I beat up Buddy Hield for a long time because Buddy Hield would go games without free throws. Like he would go 6 straight games without taking a free throw. Kevin Huerter last night went 2 for 2 from the line. Those are his first 2 free throws of the season. So he went 5 games without a free throw to start the season. He is now shooting 100% from the line.
I would like to know what happened to the Kings and free throw shooting. Was it just a collective effort to work on free throws in the offseason?
It's like all they did was like hang out and not play video games, just hang out and shoot free throws together.
Because I can't imagine that is a thing. The Kings are leading the NBA at 84.1% from the free throw line as a team. Last year, for reference, the league leader shot 83%. That was Utah. The Kings were last at 74.5%.
They were horrible. And Domantas Sabonis was horrible at free throw shooting. And De'Aaron Fox was not good. Fox right now is shooting 87%. Domas, last night, 5 for 5 from the line, is shooting 84.4% from the free throw line. Absolutely crazy.
I know they work on stuff that isn't free throws, but it really looks like they all collectively went into a gym and went, hey, all we're doing this offseason is free throws.
Yeah, there's only one player, main rotational player, shooting under 80% from the free throw line, and it's Malik Monk, who's shooting 78.9.
Wow.
Everyone else is shooting 80% or better.
It's amazing. Speaking of Buddy Hield, salute.
Oh, Buddy Hield is...
Salute to Buddy Hield. The dagger in Boston last night.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox, his shooting is so erratic from one game to the next. And in all honesty, I think he is not, like the hand doesn't feel good. And I think some nights it feels okay. And other nights he might bang it like one time trying to get a steal. And then it's not great.
Yeah. So is he, you might have asked him this, and I want to put a pin in the De'Aaron conversation because I want to kind of crack that open and talk about it a little further.
Okay.
Is it a celebration, quote unquote, after he makes a 3 to look down at his hand? Or is he looking down at his hand to make sure his fingers are all intact?
I don't know. I'm thinking it's probably the second because I even watched, he was 1 of 7 to start. And then he got a ball, like a hot potato ball, right at the end of the shot clock, and like from the baseline, leaped up, threw the ball up, nothing but net. And I thought to myself, he's thinking about his hand, because on that play, he couldn't think about it. Every other time, he's thinking about it. And it was like instinct. The instincts are there. And like, it's really tough for him to strip down.
Yeah, of course.
And just play on instincts. But like clearly the hand, it's a pinky finger. I think he has some sort of ligament damage in his pinky. Yeah,
I would love to know, because he hits a 3 and then every time down, it kind of looks like a celebration. He's holding up 3 fingers like this and he's looking down at his hand. And I don't know if it's like he's talking to his hand, kind of like, psyching himself up mentally, or if it's like, oh, my finger is hurt. Let me look and make sure it doesn't look worse.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's possible. And
I have no idea.
Like, there's no way for him to get this fixed during the season without him sitting, and we'll get into that later. But
we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Last one, number 6, counting.
The Malik Monk experience. I think we're all...
Boy, was it.
That was wild.
I think it was the 3rd quarter. He had a run of 2 or 3 possessions where he drove into traffic just kind of haphazardly, like he didn't know exactly what his plan was. There was one where he started to elevate and then decided maybe he didn't want to and just turned it over. It was a weird game. He ended up fine. It was just, there were a couple of moments where it looked like he just didn't really have a plan when he had the ball in his hand.
Yeah, and then he started to get going to start the fourth quarter. And to be
Mhm.
honest, it's the momentum shift happened because of him. He hit
Yep.
the big three. Like he got out in transition.
Mhm.
Even on they had a couple of breaks they botched, and it was like, what is happening? Like him
Yeah.
and De'Aaron, like they had a bad pass on one.
Yeah, he like threw a lob with 2 defenders under the basket.
Yeah,
Where are you throwing that?
yeah, he just felt off.
Yeah,
And
man,
I'm not sure what it was, but I like again.
Well, let's stick here for a second. Since we're done with 6 quick thoughts, again, if you want to read more, James_Ham NBA, and subscribe to the Kings Beat, where kingsbeat.com. First 3 quarters, Malik was 2 for 8 from the field, 0 for 2 from 3, picked up a tech,
Mm-hmm.
6 points, 4 rebounds and assists. I mentioned the kind of weird drives into traffic with no plan. But then in the fourth quarter, 2 for 4 from the field, he hit a big 3, hit a couple of free throws, finished with 7 points, had a rebound.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, kind of catalyzed the end of the game. This has been a strange start to the year for Malik Monk, and I can't really put my finger on why.
Well, I think it's a couple of things. Number one, we've talked about this before. He doesn't have the lob threat. Number
Yeah,
two,
the pick and roll game isn't there as consistently.
the pick and roll game is not there nearly as much.
Mhm.
And like you've seen Kevin start to get the pick and roll game with Domas going.
Mhm.
Like I don't know why they haven't been able to get it going with Malik, but I also don't know why they don't try like Trey Lyles in the pick and roll game or do
A
a
little pick and pop or
like,
something.
yeah, or a weird 2-man game with DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk. They've got to figure out different ways to get him
Mhm.
into that situation. Or like Keegan. Again, I think Keegan is a guy that can probably do pick and roll stuff.
Mhm.
And we haven't seen a lot of it throughout his career yet, but that's going to be like one of the next steps that they start integrating him into like the DHO game and stuff. But I just feel like Malik doesn't have the perfect roster for him. But I also think like, look, there's so many mouths to feed on this roster that it's tough for a guy like Malik who, again, last year I think he was closer to 13 shots a game. He's at 11 right now.
Mhm.
And I don't think he's played poorly. I just don't think that he's found his spot.
So I did some digging into our data.
Okay. Data mining.
I printed out the entire internet.
That's
I
right.
was poring over the data. His field goal percentage identical to last year on 1.4 fewer shots.
Okay.
He's taking 1.4 fewer shots per game. His 3-point percentage is down to 30.8%.
Mhm.
4.2 points lower than it was last season. I expect that to turn around at some point. He's a better shooter than 30.8%.
Well, the Kings as a whole are shooting. They're 26 in the league at 32.5%. They're not shooting the ball well at all from three.
I'm hoping there's I hope this is not a season-long trend, because that means there'll be an ascension to the mean at some point where they just go bananas for a couple of games and score like 160 points.
Oh, yeah.
I would really love to see that. But anyways, this season, he's at 13.1 points. I'm going to round. 13 points, 3 boards, 3 assists this season. In the 3 years prior to last year, when he really kind of had his big breakout, his averages in those 3 years combined: 13 points, 3 boards, 3 assists. He is, to start this year, from a pure just like box score production standpoint, the exact same player he was the 3 seasons prior to last year.
Interesting.
And that might just be a coincidence in a small sample size. And maybe it is. Maybe it's the lob threat. He's still trying to figure out exactly what this team needs from him now that they don't need him scoring as consistently as they did last year. I'm sure all of this is playing a role. And maybe last year being a contract year, maybe that played a role. But I do think it's interesting that we're going, oh man, slow start from Malik. Like, what's wrong with him? It's like, oh, he's just kind of been the dude he's, for the most part, always been.
Okay, what if I see your Malik Monk
Okay.
and I raise you one Kevin Huerter?
Okay, go on.
Kevin Huerter in his second season, 12.2 points. Let's just round. 12, 12, 12.
This
Then
is points per game.
Points
in his
per
career?
game.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 rebounds, 3 rebounds, 3 rebounds. Right around 3.5 assists. Now, I can also look at 3-point shooting: 38, 36.3, 38.9. Those are his second, third, and fourth years in the league. This season, he's at if we round up, he's at 12 points, 3 assists. I mean, at 3 rebounds, 1.8 assists, shooting 36.1% from the field. I'd also say this, like the weird thing about Kevin Huerter, like if we're watching Kevin Huerter right now versus Kevin Huerter last year, like I would say everyone who's watching Kevin Huerter play right now feels like he's playing way better than last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Huerter is shooting the exact same percentage from 3 as he did last year.
Yep.
He's averaging 1.3 more points per game, but that's because he's getting a little bit more. He's got 0.7 3-point attempts more than he did last year, and he's a little more. He's shooting better from the field.
77.8 from 2-point range.
Yeah,
after 57.1 last year.
That's down from his 90% that he was after like 3 games. He's fading.
He's in a slump.
he's in a slump. Yeah, so I mean, I think that is kind of what we're seeing, guys. That when they do, like, they will be who they are, especially if you add the pieces around them that turn them into more of a role player than a third option or a fourth option.
Yeah, I wanted to look because I think with Kevin specifically, I think so much of last year was defined for him in the preseason when it looked like he might get benched.
Mm-hmm.
And then the way he started the year, the way he ended the playoffs, and then he went into the preseason and it was like, oh, he might get benched. And then he started the year, check this out. His first 6 games last year, that's how many he's played this year. He's at 36.1%, which is where he finished last year. His first 6 games last year, he shot 24.2% from 3.
Oh, yeah, he was a hot mess to start the season.
Right, and I think that's kind of where the perception lies. It's like, man, he started out bad last year, and that just didn't have a good year. But this year, he's starting about how he finished. It's like, oh, hey, Kevin's back.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks very similar to what he has his entire career.
Yeah.
Which is a solid, really good,
quality NBA player.
Top like 5, 6, 7 of your like team, like that quality of player.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm interested to watch Malik Monk. I'm keeping a very close eye on this because in my head right now, I think he's going to be fine. But I do think it's really interesting that his start to the year is just what he was the 3 years prior to last year.
Yeah.
And that's something I'm going to be keeping an eye on for sure. Maybe it's a personnel thing. Maybe the Kings figure it out. We'll see. All right. Let's take a look around the NBA. Every NBA team played last night.
Again?
Yes.
It's like
how they're doing
on Monday too, right?
So yes, how they're doing it. So I believe every NBA team played last night. Kind of weird if everybody had Tuesday and then also Wednesday off.
Yeah.
But ton of action around the NBA. We'll dive into that. And of course, we will have more Kings coming up for you. Where did they rank in the athletic power rankings? They might be in the top 10. We'll tell you. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Second hour coming up right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, we're clear.
Yeah. Let's see. I thought this was interesting, Peyton. Keon in the closing lineup last night. I'm gonna also kind of point to the fact that number one, they didn't need the A team in the final 3 minutes. I think Malik Monk probably would have made his way back out on the court, but also I think Malik was totally erratic last night. And there are games where you can see him being erratic, and as a coach, you're like, okay, like, what am I going to do here? Am I going to leave him out there and potentially get him another tech and get him thrown out of the game? Like, every once in a while, he has a game like that where he's a little too amped and can't figure it out. And so, I also, Keon played out of his mind. And the whole Keon staring down RJ Barrett thing was sick. Yeah.
That was fun.
That was fun. There was also one other question that I wanted to pull up. Scooter said, oh, why aren't they just fixing? We didn't get to this. Are we going to get to that in the second hour?
What's that?
The Fox. Why you don't sit Fox?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll figure it out. Okay.
No, we'll get to De'Aaron for sure.
Scooter, we'll figure this one out. We'll get to this.
Yeah, we have a whole De'Aaron segment planned.
Yeah. Cool.
Wait, what?
What?
What'd I do now? Did I get NBA Central again?
I don't think so. About what?
What?
I don't see. I don't know.
What did I say? Oh, 24 teams played last night. That's what I said. Maybe it wasn't everybody. I said that's not confirmed.
What?
Not every team played last night.
Oh, got it.
But I said that. Pretty
Yeah.
sure I said maybe every team didn't play. But it would be weird to have 2 days off in a row.
Yeah.
What do
I
you
I
want
didn't
from me?
look. I mean, I was covering a game.
Hey, this is big time. This is so big time. Congratulations.
Yes. Yes, Michigan.
Huge.
Hey, I will tell you, Michigan. My son and I, we were
All good, bro.
like an 89 to 11% like deficit coming into Monday night, and he had Kelsey and like a 30-point lead, and we had Mahomes and DeAndre Hopkins, and me and my son were jumping up and down screaming when Mahomes hit Hopkins late in the game for the second touchdown, and we won. We came back, and I even sent Kyle like this is where my fantasy was, and then 2 minutes later Mahomes hits him and we won.
Damn.
Yeah.
That was sick. It's a good W.
Yeah, we had a good time. So we improved to 4-5, and strangely enough, we're very close to the playoffs again. Playoffs? Kyle and I are dominating the league here. The Swift, Kirk, and the Dickers we are a dominant force in the Odyssey League. Even right now, without any games, we're a 72-28 favorite coming into the week.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh wait, this is the league I am not very good in. Hang on, let me go to the other one. Yeah, so we're one of 2 7-2 teams.
Mm-hmm.
We've scored over 1,200 points. The next closest guy has 1176.
So we're up 33 points in total points.
More than that. Oh no,
24 and 9.
33. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Oh, here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. The best day of the week, it's a Thursday. In case you missed the news from earlier, news broke this morning via the Sacramento Bee. Wilton Rancheria has taken over as majority stakeholders in Sac Republic. The plan for a stadium and entertainment district in the rail yards is finalized.
Done.
Finalized. Hopeful to be open in 2027. Again, according to the Sacramento Bee. This is happening regardless of MLS. This has nothing to do with MLS. At least it's not contingent on MLS coming here. However, with the stadium built, it is a 12,000 seat stadium, and its design will allow it to be expanded to 20,000.
Mm-hmm.
They believe that with investors and with the stadium, they will be a turnkey city. Sacramento will be a turnkey city for MLS when they do expand.
There it is.
So that's where things stand. Exciting times if you're a sports fan here in Sacramento, which hopefully if you're listening to this station and this program, you are a sports fan.
Yeah. The
person listening to this who's like, just turn it on. I like sports.
The Republic have been waiting for this type of investor forever. And this has happened. I mean, like, we went through the Ron Burkle phase. There was like talk of somebody from Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's been a bunch of like potential buyers. This is the one who, I mean, I haven't looked at all the dynamics of it, but how much of this are they funding themselves?
I haven't looked either.
It sounds like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I haven't seen the math and what the city has to come up with, but clearly the city has Now the infrastructure built in the rail yards that it did not have before. So again, as someone who did an entire documentary on the Kings and like potential relocation, like measures Q&R and the convergence plan, all of these things, anything that dealt with the rail yard depended on like the chemical cleanup. Like it was basically a toxic waste dump. It depended on like putting in sewer and power and roads. All of that stuff has quietly been done over the last, decade and a half. They've even built like a major, like federal, like expansion to the courthouse, I believe.
Yeah.
All right there. So like this thing has been waiting for sort of its major tenant. And this is it. This is your major tenant. It's going to be incredible.
Very, very cool for Sacramento. Obviously, if there are any updates on that as we go along, we will have them for you here on ESPN 1320. I want to remind everybody before we get moving with our conversation, subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. That's this program in podcast form. So if you miss anything or if you want to go back and revisit anything, we upload each hour and the whole show every day at the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. Downloaded, subscribe on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, elsewhere in the NBA last night where not every team played basketball, despite what the rumors are, despite what you may be hearing, not every team played last night. That's why you come here for the best information. You're welcome, everybody. I'm just going to run through some scores.
Okay.
I have takeaways. If you have anything else, we'll dive in.
Okay.
Cool. And then we got somebody in the chatty house asked about De'Aaron Fox, and I want to have a larger De'Aaron Fox conversation with you here coming up. Also, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line if you would like to join the program. Again, the phone number is 916-909-1320. We don't have a call screener, so it may ring for a while, or it may be a second before we get to you, but we will do our best to get to anybody who wants to jump on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. All right, the Knicks beat the Hawks. Excuse me, the Hawks beat the Knicks 121-116. Hawks 121, Knicks 116. Karl Anthony Towns had 34 and 16. And for some reason, this was just something I overlooked. I looked at Minnesota and I said, I don't think those pieces are going to fit that great. I think they're going to start slow. But I thought Karl Anthony Towns was a really nice fit with the Knicks, and I thought they were going to hit the ground running. I know they have some depth issues, and they have a couple of guys who are injury prone, but out the gate, I thought they'd be in a pretty good spot. They are struggling out the gate.
Mm-hmm.
And my question to you is, how much time does a team need, do you think? Like, when do we get worried about the Knicks?
Okay, so I don't think you're going to worry about the Knicks unless we get to like game 60 and they haven't really started to figure things out. This is one of those teams that has so much talent.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you know this, but like a bunch of them played together in college. So, they still have that.
Xavier?
No.
Temple?
No. They all played together in Villanova, I believe.
Oh, Villanova.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
So they did trade one of those guys.
I'm surprised nobody talks about that.
I know. I don't know why they don't either. But the fact is that Mikal Bridges is also an addition there. Like, he wasn't there. And OG Anunoby got traded there like mid-season last year.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're bringing in Karl Anthony Towns. So if you're going to have a 5-man, basically these 5 guys are playing all the minutes. Like it's 41 minutes, 38, 38, 39, and 37.
Good God.
They're playing all of the minutes because it's Tom Thibodeau.
And they have to.
Yeah, they have to because they don't really have anyone on the bench because they spent all their money on these other players, which are great. But the problem that you have is that you're relying so heavily on these 5 guys to figure it out together. Where, again, look at the Kings. The Kings have 4 guys that have played together in the starting lineup and then 1 new guy. And then the 3 guys that come off the bench have all played together.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there isn't really that much of a difference from one season to the next. I don't think that we can't call this a true, like, run it back by the Kings because Harrison Barnes is gone. But it's a lot of the same pieces.
There is enough continuity.
Yeah, like 12% of your starting lineup of your rotation is different.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the Knicks, we're talking about like probably like 57% if you want to factor in some of OG and Anunoby playing and not.
Mhm.
Like there's a lot of change going on. And so it might take a little while for the Knicks.
Christmas.
Christmas.
Call me at Christmas.
I will call Kyle at Christmas. Kyle, this Christmas.
It would be really funny if you called me on Christmas Day and just started firing off your NBA takes. Like, okay, here's where I'm at.
Here's where we'll have a day. Just straight up, we'll do the risers, the fallers.
Yeah, we'll do that. December 30th is
There
our
it is.
first show after Christmas.
Okay.
Well, that's just what we'll do. All right, it's Christmas time.
That's right.
I'm making definitive declarations. The Warriors beat the Celtics 118-112 in a defensive battle for the most part.
Yeah.
Neemias Queta, really nice game for him.
The Queta
It was down the stretch. It was Neemias Queta v. Kevon Looney, as we all expected when that game began.
Yeah, totally bizarre what was happening in that game, but I was in the media room with Neemias Queta's agent, one of his someone who works for the agency that Queta is part of, and we were watching it and we're having a discussion about it. Nimi looks so good. He has done so much work on his body. And I'm so happy for him he's starting for the Celtics. He's starting because of injury, but he's starting and played 28 minutes and put up 14 and 8 with 2 blocks.
Mm-hmm.
And he only had 1 turnover.
And had a couple of big buckets for them late.
Yeah, he only had 2 personal fouls. Like, he is playing so well. And what he's done to transform his body, number one, shout out to the Sacramento Kings medical staff and training staff who did a remarkable job. The day that Queta walked in the door, I was like, oh my gosh, he is a huge man, but he is dragging his whole lower body.
Yeah.
Like his core was not strong enough to support all the weight that he had below.
Yeah. And
he has been able to transform his body to where now it's like, oh my, just look at him move.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
It's like, man, the Kings could use this guy.
Yeah, they could.
This version of him for sure.
Yeah, well, and he wasn't that far off. I'm not sure why the Kings did what they did with Neemias.
Very interesting.
Really, really strange decision. I mean, you stuck him in the G League and he was second in MVP and was an all G League player. Like, he did whatever development you were hoping to get, he did it. Yeah. And then you decided not to keep him.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really strange.
Yeah, really good game in Boston last night. The Golden State Warriors moved to 7-1.
Wow.
And Boston, just their second loss of the year at 7-2. No Jaylen Brown there.
Okay.
So that definitely matters. But I was skeptical with Golden State and I'm still like let's see, they played 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 guys last night.
That's crazy.
Yeah, DeAnthony Melton's out. So their rotation is down to 11 instead of 12. I don't know how sustainable that is long term, but it's really clear that my concern going into the year with them was, do they have all these guys and they don't know who to play because none of them were good enough? It's, hey, we need to turn a bunch of 9th and 10th guys into 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th guys. Or are they going to find roles for these guys and they're going to kind of play Buddy Hield, playing at a level higher than you would expect Buddy to play? And it turns out that's kind of been the case. They've just gotten really, really good performances from Moses Moody, Trace Jackson Davis, Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson's been good. Gary Payton II's been healthy.
I think the most impressive thing is what Steve Kerr's doing here, because you're mixing and matching. When you're playing 11 or 12 guys, that means that you're playing guys who have never played together, like nonstop, like the entire thing. With the 5 guys on the court, you can have like 16 different lineups in one game because you're playing 12 players. You can have a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Like the combinations of players and to have it work somehow is totally crazy.
Yeah.
So
heck of a year from Steve Kerr.
Good start. I'm
more impressed defensively with this team.
Yeah.
They were so bad on that end last year, and they're so much better there now. And Buddy Hield continues lighting it up. He went 4 of 7 from 3 last night. He had 16 points. He also hit the dagger. This season, he's shooting a light 50.7% from 3. On
9.1 attempts per game. Yeah, I'm just going to say this, and I hope people call me at Christmas.
Call me at Christmas.
Call me at Christmas, because this is a lot of smoke and mirrors right now.
It feels like it.
Yeah.
So we'll see with Golden State. They're, like I said, 7-1. Now they're at Cleveland and at OKC to finish up their road trip. But yeah, not bad to start the year. Number 3. The Dallas Mavericks beat the Chicago Bulls 119-99. The Mavs coming up next, Phoenix, Denver, Golden State.
Oh,
Going to learn a lot about exactly where the Mavs stand, but they've, for the most part, picked up where they left off last year. I think the Mavs are good. I think they're legit. I think they're contenders in the West.
I think they are too. I mean, they have the same record as the Kings. They're 5-3 on the season.
Mm-hmm.
I'm intrigued by them for sure. This is a team that, are they going to make it all the way to the NBA Finals again? I don't know. But I think it's interesting to see Luka Doncic is down to 28.6 per game.
Mm-hmm.
This is a dude who averaged over 34 a game last year,
Mm-hmm.
and I did not expect to see him take like a 6-point per game dip.
Mm-hmm.
But it could just be because it's early and maybe he's playing a few fewer minutes, but
yeah,
he's not shooting the ball well. He's not shooting the ball well from the field, and he's not shooting the ball well from three early on.
Yeah,
they're super dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. Win of the night for me goes to Denver.
Yeah.
Denver against the previously undefeated Oklahoma City Thunder with no Jamal Murray and no Aaron Gordon. Took down the Thunder, gave them their first loss of the year, 124-122. Nikola Jokic, 23 points, 20 rebounds, 16 assists. Just doing it all himself. It's insane. They were always very Jokic-centric, but they had a couple of different guys who they could rely. It's just all Jokic. He's doing everything right now. But the bigger standout on the box score to me,
mm-hmm.
and the bigger standout watching last night, Russell Westbrook, who started the game, goes 29 points, 6 boards, 6 assists. He goes 10 of 15 from the field and 3 of 4 from 3 to help carry the Nuggets early on. Shout out to Russell Westbrook.
Wild.
Shout out to the Nuggets. That's a big win for them.
So I'm just getting you rattled that off. He 29, 6, and 6. Did you see his plus minus?
No.
-14.
Which is why he wasn't closing the game.
Sorry, D-Lo.
Shout out to Russell Westbrook, and man, Nikola Jokic is just on a freaking tear.
And one other thing I want to point out in this game, which could become scary, Jalen Williams,
dude,
29, 10 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals.
The thing that's scary with Jalen Williams, if you're a Western Conference team, is the confidence that he's playing with right now. It's like the light bulb came on for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because you watched him last year, especially in the playoffs, it was like he didn't know exactly what his role was supposed to be. Is he the guy who has the ball in his hands all the time? Is he playing off the ball when he does have the ball in his hands? Is he a distributor? Is he a scorer? He's just doing everything right now with so much more confidence.
Yeah.
Like, when you can is the player I go to with this is Steph Curry, but it's a lot of players where you can tell just by how they're dribbling the ball. Like, they're dribbling the ball with more urgency.
Mm-hmm.
That's Jalen Williams this year. It feels like he's so much more sure of where he's going on the court and what he wants to do when he gets there. And assist shy of a triple-double last night.
That's why I've always enjoyed watching Ja Morant, because there is never a question that Ja knows exactly what he's...
a great one.
Like, he might not do the right thing, but he's going to do whatever he's going to do is going to do it by force.
He sure as hell knows that he's doing it.
Yeah, he's in.
Jokic this year, 28.8 points, 13.5 rebounds, 11 assists is what he's averaging on 53, 51, 80 are his shooting splits.
Yeah, I want to see how many triple doubles does he already have?
A lot.
Because
I think he has more than the rest of the NBA combined.
No, he doesn't, because Domas is right there. Domas has 4. 3, 4. I think Domas...
I saw a stat last night that was... I don't know.
Maybe. He's got 4. Jokic does.
Jokic?
Yeah, Jokic has 4, and Domantas...
maybe he had 5 and the rest of the NBA combined had 6 when I saw the stat.
Okay. No, he's got Jokic has 4 right now, according to Basketball Reference, and Domas has 3. At least on their main page for him. They might be wrong. So, yeah, it's pretty impressive either way. Maybe they don't have last night's stats already in?
No, that's not right. They definitely... I'm going to go search for that. I saw it on Twitter. Anyways,
yeah, he's got 4. I can see it, like in his game log.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the stat was that I saw.
Okay.
Jokic had 6 of something, and the rest of the NBA had 5 of something, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Houston beat the Spurs 127-100. The thing that stands out to me here, Victor Wembanyama went 1 of 6 from 3, and this year on 7 3-point attempts a game, he is shooting 21.4%. Yikes.
Sophomore slump. Is that what
Yeah, I think what we're seeing with Victor Wembanyama this year is him trying to figure out how to be the number one on a team. And the difference between I get that shooting is going to be part of his game and it's part of what makes him a unicorn. Like, dude, go be 7'8" under the basket. Go get in the high post and work from there.
I think the other thing I would point out is we talked about how good Chris Paul is at setting up players and creating, what he did for Ayton.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that that's not who Wembanyama is.
Yeah.
And that trying to put him in some sort of system might not really work. And that means that Chris Paul is going to have to make an adjustment and just start playing. Start feeding him in different spots on the floor and stuff. Yeah. Interesting stuff.
For sure. Who's next? Indiana, Orlando, 118 for the Pacers, 111 for the Magic. Magic lost 5 in a row. They're 0-4 without Paolo Banchero.
Yeah, they're cooked. Sorry. Toast. What a tough season. I mean, I don't think there's any way around it.
Maybe they, by the end of the year, they figure out a way to kind of get back in it because it's the East, and maybe they can make the play-in and get healthy and go on a run.
Yeah.
But they're going to be in a deep hole by the time Paolo gets back.
Yeah, and the problem that they have is Paolo's going to take forever, but Milwaukee and Philadelphia, who are below them, are going to get their players back before Paolo comes back, even though Tyrese Maxey got hurt, and now he's out a couple of weeks. I still think that those teams are going to get healthier and start performing better, and so they're just going to be buried. So it's going to be tough for them to climb up, but maybe. You never know.
We're not doing numbers. Clippers 110, 76ers 98. The Clippers don't stink. They're not a bad team. I thought they were going to be really bad. They're not really bad.
Okay. I mean, they are also playing against a team that's like mostly gone.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, Embiid.
Yeah, no, I just mean overall the Clippers haven't been that bad.
Yeah.
I thought they might be like a really not very good club. But they're playing very well, in part because of Norman Powell. Now, don't go look up Norman Powell's stats.
Okay.
Because I want to quiz you on Norman Powell's season.
All right.
Where are we at? Here we go.
I like Norman Powell.
Good player.
Mm-hmm.
Also from this game, it was reported today by Shams, Tyrese Maxey is going to be out a couple of weeks with a hamstring injury. So the blows just keep coming for the Sixers. Norman Powell. He had 26 points last night, 6 assists, 1 rebound. He went 6 of 8 from 3, 8 of 10 from the field. What do you think Norman Powell this season is averaging in points per game?
I'm going to guess around 25, 26.
He is at 25 points per game. His previous career high for a season was 18.6.
Yeah, I was going to say 18.
He is averaging 25 a game. Do you know what he's shooting from 3 this year on 8.5 attempts?
48?
48.5%.
I did not look up these stats, I swear.
That's really strong by you. Career high was last year at 43.5%.
Yeah.
He is shooting from the field 53%. Whew. My man can't miss.
Yeah, he's playing really well. I mean, he's kept them afloat while Kawhi's out.
Yeah.
It's
Norman Powell, man.
I think it's still going to be a really interesting season to see what they look like. I just know, like, without Maxey, that 76ers team is in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul George played only 24 minutes last night for 76ers as well. And that was still, like, it was competitive. I mean, 110, 98. It wasn't horrible.
Yeah, the Clippers visiting Golden One Center tomorrow. Memphis beat the Lakers 131-114. LeBron James, 39 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and the Lakers still lost by 17 points. Ouch.
Yeah, they've hit the skids. What are they're 1-4 over their last 5 games after the 3-0 start.
Yep.
And now AD is got the foot issue.
You have Anthony Davis with the foot issue.
Uh-huh.
LeBron James having to play 38 minutes a night. And then you have JJ Redick after the game saying D'Angelo Russell only played 22 minutes because of his, quote, level of compete and, quote, attention to detail. He said he felt Russell reverted to old habits and Redick wanted to see more of Gabe Vincent out there. That's according to Jovan Buha.
That's incredible.
Shout out to JJ Redick saying the quiet part out loud about D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah, I think he thinks he's on a podcast, which is great. Like, no, I mean, like,
no, hold your dudes accountable, man.
I've said this about D'Angelo Russell forever. I would never want D'Angelo Russell on my team. Like, there's always been that. Like, you know how many times he's cooked the Kings? He's a bona fide Kings killer. But he also has put up 4 points against the Kings. Like, there is no consistency. He's gone through an entire career without being consistent at all. And has he had moments where he's great? Heck yeah, he has. But I'd rather have a guy who scores 15 points every single night than a guy that scores 25, 30 games a year and 30 games a year. And then sometimes he's between 10 and 15.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, he's always been this player.
Yep. 100%. Cleveland beat New Orleans 131-122. The Pelicans are cooked.
Yeah.
They're toast. I don't even know that when they get healthy if they're going to be right.
Yeah, because then I don't watch together.
I don't watch them. Like, Herb Jones is obviously a really good player. Trey Murphy obviously matters a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't look at them and go, oh, the healthy version of this team is going to be a real problem. They're going to be better for sure.
Yeah, man, I don't know what's happened there. They are a very, very crazy collection of talent. And I just don't know how it's ever going to fit together. You always have somebody who's out, and that's not a good thing.
I cannot believe I missed this, by the way. I want to rewind to Lakers Grizzlies real quick, because if you're a listener of this program, you know that the official non-Sacramento King of the NBA of this show, non-Sacramento King of this show, is Memphis Grizzlies guard Yuki Kawamura.
Oh, yeah, Yuki.
And our guy Yuki got his first NBA points last night. Congratulations to Yuki. Hit a couple of free throws. Played 2 minutes in the blowout. And Yuki Kawamura, point guard from Japan, who lit it up in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Has his first NBA points.
That's super exciting.
We're so happy for him.
Good for Yuki.
Shout out to our guy. Last game from last night that jumped out to me. Phoenix beat the Heat 115-112. The Suns' bounce back this year has been super impressive.
Mm-hmm.
The way they flamed out in the playoffs last year, and all the talk of they got to trade somebody, and Bradley Beal is terrible, he's the worst contract in the league. Bouncing back to have the start that they have is not something I was anticipating from them. I thought they'd be a top 6 seed again. But I did not foresee them getting out of the gates like this.
No, but when you watch them last year and everybody for some reason celebrated the 4 or 5 guys that they brought in to be the bench, they just weren't very good.
Nope.
And this year, I think they've fortified the bench and they've supported their star level players. And that's what you have to do.
Yep. Definitely. All right. We got to talk about De'Aaron Fox. Weird start to the year for the Kings superstar point guard. We'll discuss that next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center. Clear. I'm so salty I can't find this Jokic stat.
And you don't remember what it was at all?
No. I thought it was triple doubles, but it's very clearly not.
Is it? It's got to be like 25 and 15 or something.
Maybe it's that.
I don't know.
I saw the screenshot. I'm not crazy. I just don't know who I saw the screenshot from.
Whoa.
The block by Peyton Watson at the end of the game was sick too.
Hmm.
20 and 15.
Uncle Looney. When your rookie's supposed to come back. Is Jalen Wells playing well? I haven't looked.
Who?
Jalen Wells.
Okay. That was okay. Here it was. Jokic triple doubles this year 4. The rest of the NBA combined has 6. And then it's 15 games since the start of last season. Jokic has 6. The rest of the NBA has 2 combined. So it was definitely the triple doubles one.
Oh, okay.
He has 4. The rest of the NBA has 6, and probably has 7 now.
Yeah, because
Because
Sabonis picked up
last night.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I mean, Sabonis has 3. I mean, he's right behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Sabonis
Jokic and Sabonis have 7. The rest of the NBA has 3.
Oh,
Is that right?
maybe.
There's 10
Oh, yeah.
combined? No, 11 combined.
Yeah, they have so 4.
7 of
Yeah.
the 11. That's funny.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ooh, the Anta KT10 is out.
Yeah, Wells is averaging 11 points per game for Memphis. 39.5% from the field. Early second round pick. Are we back?
Nope.
Okay.
We have 2 minutes.
Orlando's probably a week or 2 away. We don't know for sure. He's surpassed like the month. We haven't had an update. He's not a lob threat. Like, I don't know if you guys go watch a YouTube video of Orlando Robinson. He's a big dude. He's got super, super long arms. And he's a solid defensive player, but I'm trying to think of who like body style. I don't know. I'll think about it. Yeah. He's a big dude with like pretty good touch around the rim. And he's, supposed to be a good defensive player. I don't know how he gets on the court. Maybe Isaac down the road, but tough. Alex Len was actually really good last night. He didn't start off good, but he finished really well.
I'm going to play this call from our sister station in Boston.
Okay.
This is incredible. So I used to work pretty closely with one of the midday producer in Boston, WEEI.
Mhm.
And whenever anything bad would happen in Boston, I would have him send me a supercut of their calls from the day.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. The amount of times Bill Belichick got fired on Boston radio was unbelievable.
That's funny.
And every caller sounds, imagine, I'm going to play in about 40 seconds here. I'm going to play a caller from WEEI in Boston. Imagine what you think a Boston sports radio caller sounds like.
Okay.
Have that voice in your brain. Have how you think the call would go after a loss to Golden State. Kind of just have that voice in your head.
Yep.
Whatever voice you're thinking of right now is this.
Goodwill Hunting.
You're going to have nailed it. It's not even Boston tears is the best part. Oh, that's a good question. Okay, here we go.
Bless you.
Thanks. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I really want to talk about De'Aaron Fox. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I really want to talk about De'Aaron Fox, and we will in a second. But during the break, I was skimming the internet, and I found a call from our sister station in Boston. This is Jones and Keefe. It is the What time? It's a midday show in Boston. And the Warriors beat the Celtics last night, 118 to 112. Sacramento Kings legend Neemias Queta had a really, really nice game for Boston. He's starting right now with Porzingis out. Jaylen Brown is out. And Queta last night, 6 of 11 from the field in 28 minutes. 6 of 11 from the field, 8 rebounds, a couple of blocks, 14 points. Had a couple of big baskets down the stretch for them. He had a big putback dunk that got the crowd lit up, and then he had a big alley-oop late in the game when the two teams were kind of going back and forth. Here is, I want to play this just because this is like peak Boston sports talk radio to me. And here's this caller talking about Sacramento Kings legend Neemias Queta. Neemias Queta.
And what's up, Tommy?
Hey, what's up, Jones? What's up, Keith?
Hey, Tommy.
Love the show.
Thank you.
All right, this is what I gotta say. Who cares if they lost because they were out Jaylen Brown and Porzingis?
Okay, first of all, the voice I told you to imagine in your head, did you nail it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Here we go.
Well, they were
But
favored.
this is a kid who stepped up. Quinta had a lot of minutes, but the thing is, I want
Quinta!
Oh, no.
Quinta got a lot of minutes.
him back in towards the end, take Al Horford out, and put him back in because this kid Quinta, dunking, making blocks. He's a beast, Jones. You like Quinta?
Okay.
He's a beast, Joe. You like Quinta? Incredible. I love that caller very much. I wanted to share that with everybody. Neemias Quinta, Boston Celtics legend. Anyways, that has nothing to do with anything. It was just a fun thing I saw.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Shout out to Neemias Quinta. Anyways, I want to have a De'Aaron Fox conversation.
Okay.
And then we can get to our teamwork, our Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game as well. And here's where I'm at with De'Aaron. Obviously, struggling shooting the ball to start the year. My first question is, do we think that his shooting struggles are just because of the finger? Like, how much is it really that big of a factor for him right now?
Yeah, I think because we're seeing games where he's really good and then games where he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I do think that it is influencing what's happening. Like, he's still learning to play with his fingers taped together. There are going to be games where he's just spot on, and other games where he struggles.
Mm-hmm.
I can't ignore it. I mean, look at the basics that you would think of. Okay, if you hurt your finger on your shooting hand,
Mm-hmm.
what would you do? Number one, 3-point shooting. The other thing is you'd probably turn the ball over more than typical.
Mm-hmm.
And Fox right now is averaging like 3.8 turnovers per game. Like he's struggling turning the ball over. And so these things kind of lend me to believe that like whatever it is that's happened here, the ligament damage, whatever, that it's going to be a problem until either it heals up or he learns to play with it in a different way, or it won't. He could just be a guy who turns the ball over more this year and who doesn't shoot the ball that well from three, but is still dynamic as a scorer and finds different ways to help you.
So that's the thing is, De'Aaron is too good to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
He's never going to be a bad or ineffective player. The way he's effective is just going to change. And that's where I wonder, okay, if he was playing poorly to start the year, if it was like, man, what is wrong? He's just not shooting it great.
Yeah.
But it's not, he's not been, it's not like he's been terrible.
No.
It hasn't jumped off the screen that he's been bad, right? If that was the case, then the conversation would be different. So my question, I guess, is, okay, if the finger really is the issue, and that's why he's not shooting it great.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume a month. Let's say to get the finger right would take a month. Whether it's through surgery or just rehab, I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah. I mean, we've heard that he does, like if he had surgery, he'd be out a couple of weeks.
Okay.
right?
So let's call it a month, just for the sake of argument.
Okay.
It to me would be very worth it for the Kings to have De'Aaron miss a month if it means he's going to come back and be as effective from beyond the arc as he was last year, where he shot at 37%.
Yeah,
Like if that's really what it is, then to me, like, now's the time. We talked about it yesterday. Their first 30 games are not a gauntlet.
Yep.
So if it means getting maximized De'Aaron Fox by December, then go. I can't find a good reason why you would not have him do that.
Well, I would even point out he did this the first day of training camp. That's what we heard, right? That this happened right. I'm wondering why that wasn't the case then.
Yeah, sure.
And the only thing I can come up with is that whatever they looked at, they're like, okay, you can keep playing. Like whether it's like the Sabonis injury where like at the end of summer, when they got done with the season, they're like, okay, let's reassess.
Sure.
And Sabonis never had surgery for like the
spiral fracture.
No, he had was it the UCL ligament?
Oh,
and
yeah.
his
That's right.
thumb had detached, right? It went back. It grew back together. So he didn't have to have surgery.
Or a procedure.
Yeah, or a procedure. Like Bogdanovich procedure. But with Fox, I don't know the specifics. If I get a chance to ask him, I'll talk to him about it and say, hey, what are the paths here? Also dig around with some other people around the team. But at the end of the day, like, he has other things riding on this. And I know people don't want to hear that, but like if De'Aaron Fox makes all league this year, then he can make his extension goes from like 30 to 35% of the salary cap, like his max money extension. And that's a lot of money. Like we're talking about a huge amount of money. And that means he can only miss 17 games. He's got to play 65 games or more. And you can't just like write off a month of the season and think he's going to be all league. Because as of right now, he's going to have to fight to get there anyways. So you have to balance, like, can he be the same player or can he not? Can it heal up on its own over a certain amount of time or can it not? And I don't think any of us, we don't have like all of the specifics.
Sure.
But I'd also say this, the Kings also haven't shared a single thing about this injury.
Yeah, he's not even on the injury report.
He's never been on the injury report. We've never had a De'Aaron Fox tore XYZ. Like, that's not part of the conversation. So the fact that he said that he has a problem is that's him like going out on his own and saying something. And I think, was it to Chris Biederman that he said that he started to explain what it was, or no, it was Gary Gerald on
the broadcast
on pregame. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know what it means in the end. Like, if he's got to miss X amount of time, I think we all think, oh, just do it. But there's also the like, hey, you don't want to fall behind in the season. You guys have big plans as a team. He's still able to play. He's still able to average, what's he averaging? 23.8 points, 5.1 assists, 4.8 rebounds. He's like third in the league in steals at 2 per game. He's deflections. He's second, third in the league in deflections. And what that tells you is that it's not so painful that he can't go play defense.
Use his hand, right?
Yeah. So you're hoping that it heals.
And it's not such like in the postseason a couple of years ago where it's just he's going to lose his dribble randomly.
Yeah.
Like it's not that. It's so Sass in the chatty house makes a great point, and this is kind of the other thing I was getting to. He said, I think Fox needs to get going by driving to the basket first instead of jacking up threes to get confidence. Like that's what I mean here. Is there such a benefit to the Kings to have De'Aaron Fox shooting the 3 well that it would be worth it having him miss a month? Or is it just what Sass said, and it's like, hey, he's just got to be different. He's got to affect the game differently. Going 0 for 11 from 3 and then 2 for 8 from 3 is not gonna help this team. And sometimes he's gonna go 4 for 6. Okay, that's great. But if he for a season is shooting 31% on the volume he's shooting at,
yeah,
that's not gonna work. But
you got to adjust.
I just said, there he is a good enough player that we're never gonna sit here and go, wow, De'Aaron Fox has been really bad for a month or 2 months.
Yeah,
I guess just he's too talented for that.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So I'm interested to see how this kind of adjusts, and maybe it's just he's starting the season slow, and we're going to see an ascension to the mean, and he's going to hit 48% of his threes for 2.5 weeks, and his percentage is going to go back up, and everything's going to be fine. I'm inclined to believe it's related to the finger injury on his shooting hand.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, I would like to see him. Okay, last year I was asking him, dude, jack up more threes. If you're going to hit him at this rate, get more up.
Yep.
But if you're going to hit him at this rate, get less of them up. Get to the basket. Become a distributor. He's going to score 20 plus a night in his sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's more drive and sprays instead of having him put up the three.
I'd also say this too. I think that if you go back and look at all the threes the Kings are shooting this year, they're out of sync on a lot of this. And while they might have open threes, we're not seeing a lot of clean passes. We're not seeing a lot of perfect setups. I've seen balls like down around the ankles where guys have got to, catch the ball and then bring the ball up and shoot, and guys closing out on them because of it. Like it hasn't been like a perfect flow. And part of learning teammates is learning where they want to catch the ball for the perfect shot. And some guys, like shoot up high and they want it up high. And some guys, like everyone's different. And I don't think the Kings are there with a lot of this stuff. And so I would love to just say, hey, De'Aaron Fox is, he's going to have some nights that are hot and cold. And that's probably more the case. But I also don't know that surgery is the solution. Like,
sure, right,
like
and it may not
know,
be.
yeah.
I'm speculating and hypothesizing. I have zero clue.
Yeah,
I am just a dude with a microphone.
I totally agree. I'll try
totally
to
agree. You're just a rando.
I'll try to have more conversations around to try to figure
yeah.
out what is this thing and what are the options here, because I don't know that we have an answer. Yeah. I may have said something that caused the chatty house to go ridiculously silly.
We're here. We're hanging out. Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game.
Yep.
It's an easy one for me because this one jumped out last night when it happened. It kind of kick-started the Kings eventually pulling away from the Raptors. The Kings were up 104-100, about 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and Keon Ellis came up with this.
DeMar shooting well over 51% from the field on the season. Ellis with the steal. A foot race. Got it to fall over Grady Dick. DeMar shooting well over.
Oh, there we go. Hey, shout out to Mark Jones at NBC Sports California for the audio. So today's keyword, and if you missed it last show, 2 shows ago, last show, whenever, if you missed it earlier this week, the way this works is Jiffy Lube sent us 4 $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificates to give away. We're going to give away one every Friday this month. And in the lead up to Friday, we're going to give out a keyword based on our Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game. You just heard there, it was Keon Ellis's steal and fast break layup, where he went around Grady Dick. The keywords you're going to enter at ESPN1320.com. There will be a contest page. You can't miss it. When you enter that keyword, you're entered to win the $50 gift certificate. Okay? Is that easy?
Yep.
Today's keyword, all one word, breakaway.
Ooh.
BREAKAWAY, breakaway is your Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game keyword. You can enter that at ESPN1320.com and be entered to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. We'll announce the winner on Friday.
Such a pretty
breakaway.
Finish.
It was really nice.
Yeah, really pretty finish.
When he first went up with that shot, my initial reaction was like, "Oh no!" Like, "Oh, this is bad."
Oh yeah.
And then really nice. He pulls the ball down and
he's got some skill.
Got it up on the rim. Shout out to Keon Ellis. Yeah, he looks very much more comfortable in his role. Speaking of comfortable in his role, Kenny Caraway in the building. What's up, Kenny?
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing, man? How you doing? How you doing?
Chilling, vibing. Enjoyed the win last night.
Absolutely.
I was gonna nitpick, but I'm not going to. I thought they'd start a little bit slow. First game back after a homestand. It just took a little longer, and they dominated that game.
Don't say that anymore.
What?
No, we're trying to abolish
the first game back after a long road trip.
We're trying to abolish it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right here. We're starting it. Yes.
We are.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, well, if that's okay, well, if we're doing that, then why the hell did it start so damn slow?
They didn't play
It's the
good
Raptors. Go
yesterday.
blow those dudes out for
Nah,
4
I'm with
quarters.
you. They didn't play good. I took my notes, and at one point in the third quarter, I think the Raptors had gone up like 7 or 9 or something. I said, "This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Like, come on, man, play better." There was a moment where I said, "All right, well, we've finally seen the Kings play their worst game of the season." I didn't think they played good at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fourth quarter came, and they turned it up about 4 or 5 notches on both sides of the floor.
Yep.
They were fantastic in the fourth quarter. They did exactly what they needed to do.
Yep.
And I'm not going to put them in the category just yet of you see teams, championship teams like the Celtics or, Milwaukee when they were good and
The Warriors.
OKC now, the Warriors, where they just kind of play around for 3 quarters. And when it's winning time, they turn it up to another level. I'm not going to say that's who the Kings are because they haven't shown us stats.
2 games in a row.
Yeah, but they, I need to see it, for a dozen games, where they're able to do that. But that's what it looked like last night. That's what it looked like. They were kind of messing around. And when it got a little too close for comfort, they said, all right, let's stop playing around. Let's turn this up. And they ran away from the Raptors in that fourth quarter. That was impressive. I was very happy to see that.
We had a funny moment late. They were testing the microphones. So there was a young guy up there. I don't know who he is. He new this year. He's testing the microphones for everybody. And he's got the box score. And he said, the Kings held the Raptors to 14 points in the fourth quarter. And I responded, yeah, but they gave up 39 to the Raptors in the third quarter. And it's like, that's kind of who the Kings are today. They haven't figured it out. Like 33 points for the Raptors in the first quarter, 21 in the second quarter, 39 in the third quarter, 14 in the fourth quarter. It's like they're finding their moments to close out, but it's just not for 48 minutes yet. And like, I think they'll get there.
I think so too. I think they'll be fine. But last night was impressive. The way my mood changed completely, obviously because they won, but the way they won with how they played last night, that was
not letting go of the rope in a game where they fell behind 7 or 9. Like, yeah, for sure. It still feels like, the same issue we talked about so often last season still plagues them. Like that perimeter size and athleticism would be so immensely helpful. It just felt like there were too many times last night that Toronto got easy buckets.
Yeah.
And I think that's gonna, like, just looking at nitpicking issues that they got to fix down the line. That's a big one for me.
And one of the things about Toronto, we kind of talked about it yesterday. I don't think Toronto is going to be good at all record-wise, but they have good players. Like, they have good players. I think RJ Barrett is a good ball player. I think Redick is a good ball player. I think Abaji is cool. Like, I think he's starting small forward on a good team.
Davion played really well last night. He wanted to win that game back.
I like Snead. Like, they have a bunch of individual players. Shed. What did I say? Snead.
Willie Snead. Shout out. Salute to a Niner legend.
I like Shed. They have a bunch of individual players that I really like their skill set and their talent. I just don't think they're going to be like a good team. Yeah. But the reason why I bring that up is they have guys that if you're messing around, like, they'll put 25 on your head. Obviously, we know what Boucher will do when he goes up against
Jesus.
So, if you're not completely locked in, they got guys. I'd say 3 guys for sure that could give you 25.
Yeah,
and then, Portal's good too.
We talked about this going into the game yesterday. They are, if you're a Raptors fan, they have a lot of players to be excited about, especially when you're looking out
at their injury report.
Scotty Barnes, IQ, Emmanuel Quickley. Yeah. Kelly Olynyk's out, Bruce Brown's out. Like, if those 4 guys are playing, the Raptors are suddenly like, hey, they're not going to be great,
right?
But you probably don't want to play them.
Yeah,
they have enough guys who could be a problem.
Get them out of the way now for sure. Bruce Brown, he was wearing cowboy boots again, and he looked really nice again. I really liked his outfit. I liked it when they played in Toronto.
We have like a minute and a half.
Okay,
I am going to beseech you to not start wearing cowboy boots.
What you talking about?
He's already got them ordered.
I can tell. I got some other shoes I'm trying to get before that, but yeah, cowboy boots gonna happen at some point.
Already happened.
Okay,
the suede joints that he had.
Mitch in New Jersey. Can you please tell Kenny not to wear cowboy boots?
Oh no, Mitch is calling. He's on the phone now. No.
Yeah, he's right here. I'm not gonna leave him hanging. Mitch.
How's it going, Dr. Madsen? James.
Hello.
Casey, what's happening? I need $1 to get Soto. We'll defer the money.
Can you tell him not to wear cowboy boots?
I don't wear cowboy boots. Come on. I'm sure you love that movie with Gene Wilder back in the 70s.
Oh,
Blazing Saddles?
Blazing Saddles.
What's that? What's the name of the movie?
Blazing Saddles. We're going to not talk about Blazing Saddles, though, Mitch. Thanks for the call. Given his...
What is Mitch doing calling it?
Given his history.
It's 11:53.
He'd been on hold for a few minutes, and I just didn't want to leave him hanging. What do you guys got coming up?
More
on D-Lo and
Cowboy
Casey?
boots.
Perfect.
We're talking about a basketball perfect game that honestly I didn't even know existed, but we saw history.
Jokic 23, 20, and 16?
No.
Sabonis.
We saw history. Can you imagine if Jokic did it though? I ain't heard nothing yet from O'Connell or anybody else yet. Can you imagine if Jokic did it? We'll talk about it. We'll complain about that.
I was going to do a bit where I got on air today and just fried Domas for only taking 6 shots. Why are you scared to put the ball in the rim, Domas?
Hey, I asked him about him in post game.
Yeah.
Come on.
Domantas Sabonis. Got to be better. That's all, man.
Step your game up. Step your game up.
D-Lo and Casey coming up next. We're the Insiders. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Bye. Appreciate y'all, chatty gang. See you tomorrow. Hey, and salute to Manny and Katrina and Drew and Dr. David and who else was there last night?
And also, a big happy birthday to Rust Dog.
Yeah, happy birthday to Rust Dog. Everybody in the chatty house after party last night, salute. Appreciate y'all. I had a really fun time. Can't wait to do it again. All right, see you guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, let's go one more time for the good times. Y'all know what it is.
Hey, let's go.
Ain't nothing changed, baby.
Yeah.
Like the beat.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us then, ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam.
You know what we doing, man? We going verse 2. We feeling good today. Come on.
Hey.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with a team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Hey.
Tell them like the beat.
Hey, look, man, look. No shade to nobody. Because there's some damn good songs on there.
Here comes shade.
That's the best Like the Beam song. That
Oh, it's
song
not
is
even
still
It's
fire.
not even close, man.
That
Come
song
on,
is
man. It's
fire.
not even
Hey,
close.
no shit, because I've heard some good Like the Beam songs. That's the best one. That boy Young Zell got the best one. That one is cold.
Well, it is. Young Zal out here procrastinating. No, I'm gonna tell you that right now. Boy, July 6th was it. You know, I'm gonna read the.
Well, look,
No. We ain't stalling nobody out. I'm gonna read the text to you verbatim. Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves here, because Young Zell, that dude, he out here dropping albums. He out here making videos.
Yeah, he is. He doing that. He doing that.
He out over here taking the world. Let's see.
Having more mini mansions. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's doing all that.
mansions.
Yeah.
No, let's go ahead. See, there's August. Let me go back there. There's more. Oh, July.
Yeah.
Where are we at? July 5th, 9:51 p.m. DeRozan come to Sac. I'm gonna have to make a Light the Beam remix because this city about to turn up. That was July 5th. Jesse, what's today?
According to my computer, it says it's November 7th.
November 7th. All right, Young Zell. I know Zell sees this.
What I was gonna look, Denzel, hey, Young Zell, do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. I'm not gonna mess with the creative process, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't need the remix. I don't need the remix. I don't need the remix. The original too fire. I don't need the a lot of the times.
Nope.
Because I don't know. Here's the thing.
Nope.
I don't know if the beat's gonna be a smacking.
Let me ask you.
I don't know if
something.
the features is gonna be a smacking.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
One more chance. Great record.
Mm-hmm.
Biggie, give me one more chance. Biggie, give me one more chance.
Mm-hmm.
One more chance.
Fire.
Fire.
There's remixes that definitely work, but not all remixes work. And I don't want to mess with this. But if he decides to,
The Kurt
do what you
Franklin
think.
Stomp remix with Salt.
Yeah.
That one's better.
Okay. There are remixes that work. There are remixes that don't. There are remixes we didn't ask for.
I want the remix. I don't care what this man said, Zell. You promised me a remix when we had the DeMar DeRozan news. I need the remix.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey,
Need.
whatever he feel he needs to do, I'm with it, man. Shout out to my boy Young Zell. Absolutely.
That's Denzel Joyce.
Denzel Joyce. Proud Papa.
Does Mark Jones know it's Young Zell? Or does he just know his name is Denzel Joyce?
That's a good question. We should ask him.
I don't think he's ever called him Young Zell. He always calls him Denzel Joyce.
That's a good question.
We welcome you in here to the Thursday, November 7th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself. I'm in God mode.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
I only use this one.
I'm in God mode.
When I'm feeling real good.
Oh,
I feel nice.
Feeling nice.
Yeah, I feel nice. Listening to K-Dot on the way in. I feel good. Feel good, man. Sacramento Kings get a win last night. We get to spend the next couple of days talking about the Kings, talking about a good weekend in football. We've got power rankings coming up today. We got Matt George joining us in the final hour of the show. We already got tomorrow's show coming together. We got I'm sorry. We are live this Monday at Sky River Casino.
That's right.
Where the biggest news in the city of Sacramento is happening.
Yeah.
For those who haven't put what happened this morning with the Sac Republic in Sky River Casino together, let us help you. Winters Rancheria, Sky River Casino. Shout out to our guy, James Ham, the best reporter in the business. James came to us
months ago.
I'm almost hesitant to say it was a year ago. It might not have been that long ago.
It's close to it.
James came to us and said, hey, I'm hearing Sky River bought Sac Republic. And I'm like, all right, James, I can ask.
Yeah.
Ask. No. Go to our people again. No. James comes back. He was like, hey, I don't know, man. I got a good one here. I was like, James, I don't know. James has been all over this for I don't know if it was a year. He's been all over this for a long time. We've had some hints dropped to us.
Conversations have been had, but nothing said. Nothing said. It was just like, oh.
It's kind of where someone walks away and Kenny and I look at each other like, I heard it. You heard it? Okay. And then, here it is. The Sac Republic have been purchased.
Yeah.
The stadium at the rail yards is actually getting built.
There we go. Shout out to the Wilton Rancheria tribe. Shout out to the tribal chief, man. They're getting the job done out here, baby.
Yeah, ain't no false promises and jackasses handling business.
They're getting the job done. Big ups to them.
Now, I believe there was only one error in this entire process. The thing can't be perfect. There's still some people involved who don't need to be involved, but that's fine. You can have a little, what do they call them? It's not a complimentary title, but when the title is not really real, you're just kind of there.
Interim? Or not?
No,
even
not interim.
Commemorative?
There you go. Emeritus. That's what you're managing partner emeritus. Get your ass over there. Sit over there and shut up. You have no say in what's going on anymore here, pal.
You calling him Shaq? You calling him Shaq?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's he's the Shaquille O'Neal Kings minority owner. Sit your ass over there and shut up. Only mistake in the whole process.
Hey man, shout out
man,
to
one more
shout
time.
out to the Wilton Rancheria tribe, baby. Getting things done out here in Sacramento, baby. Come on now.
One more time for the city of Sacramento.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
indeed. And we ain't gonna betray no confidence. They ain't done.
Oh no.
They ain't done.
Oh no.
Elk Grove is about to become it.
Yeah.
Pull up.
Shout out to my city.
Pull up. This Monday, beginning at 10 a.m. If you have D-Lo and KC gear, if you got Insiders gear, please wear it. We need to show off a little bit. It's very, very important that we show off on Monday.
I told you guys this weeks ago, I need you there.
If y'all can get there a little early. Again, the Insiders start at 10. We need our people out there for the Insiders. But pull up on us. We're going to be watching Kings basketball immediately after the game. For those that want to go have a cigar at the humidor, we're going to do that. We're going to be having food, drinks all day long.
Hey, look. You know what's so crazy about this morning? You know what's so crazy about this morning? I was talking to the tribal chief last night. Talked to the tribal chief.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kings game?
Yeah. I was just
Let's
like,
go.
my guy, what's up, baby? Oh, showing love or whatever. I'm gonna be there Monday. You pulling up? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna try and pull up.
We might pull the okay. So this could be this is confusing.
tribal chief,
Yeah. So this could be confusing. not Aaron.
Not Aaron. That's the tribal chief.
Yeah, but the actual,
chief. Yes.
the actual head of the table, the very real life head of the table. We need to bring him on stage with us. We need someone to come on stage with us at 32 Brews to talk about what's going on.
He said he was going to pull up. I don't want to put no pressure on him, but when I talked, he said, "Oh yeah, for sure. I'm pulling up. I'm pulling up." So if he does come through, hey man, you gotta come on stage with us.
Yeah. We're doing that.
But that's awesome to see, man. That's awesome to see. Like you said, you talked about Elk Grove.
Mm-hmm.
It's about to be the spot.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned they not done with some stuff. Well, look, I don't know. Just remember when y'all hear stuff, KC was like, yo. I'm just saying, and it's just all over the place. That's all I'm gonna say. It's just all over the place.
Yeah, it's about to get it's about to get real, as the kids say, or maybe those are the OGs that say that. But it's about to get serious. There's some amazing things coming Sacramento's way, coming Elk Grove's way, and it's going to be a game changer. And we
still need a Top Golf
with Hard Rock Live, with the venue, all great spots.
Mm-hmm.
You getting the third one out there closer to Sacramento, like talking about the actual city of Sacramento.
Yep.
Ready?
You know what's crazy?
Are you ready?
I remember I read this article a couple years ago about, and I don't know if this is like, I don't know if this is something that is unique to just this Sacramento area, or if it happens elsewhere or whatever. The Monday night war, so to speak, of these casinos getting these acts like Bruno Mars, what the venue's doing, what they're doing out in Red Hawk, what they're doing at Hard Rock Live, what they're all because Sky River is lurking.
Yeah,
like the battle that's going on is crazy.
For those who haven't picked up on this, like I think it was really eye opening for me because I saw Janet twice. Once as part of her tour at the Golden One Center, and then once at the venue.
Yeah,
the venue was and I don't know the number. I know the number for Bruno. I don't know the number for Janet.
Yeah.
So I'm making this number up. Hey Janet, we got 1.5. Can you throw this in? Can you throw a stop at our intimate little spot here?
Yeah.
And she pulls up 2 hours straight, the same songs, same set list, no costume changes. Go see her a couple of months later. We go see her a couple of months later at the Golden One Center, full on tour production, bigger lights, bigger stage, bigger all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Same set list, costume changes, a slightly bit more. They're doing that with Mariah. They're doing it with Snoop. They're doing it with a number of people. Yeah. What's that?
Can I say, is that out? That's out there?
What's that?
LL coming through.
Yeah, that's out there. Yeah,
okay.
LL pulling up. Yeah.
I would do that. Yeah,
you know now if you didn't. No, I think it's out there. LL Cool J is pulling up next year.
The crazy thing about that too with Janet is, hey, we got this for you. Can you fit this in your schedule? Like, here's the bag. Oh, cool. Janet left like from the venue to go to Atlanta.
Yeah,
or
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It wasn't like, oh, I'm in the area or whatever.
Yeah,
they're like,
no, the next day.
Yeah, what is it going to take to get you here? Okay, cool.
And the rumor has always been Bruno opened the venue at $2 million. So this is what's going on right now with Hard Rock in the venue. Oh yeah, they're jockeying for position, and I love them both.
Yeah, but they know what's coming down the pipeline. That's oh boy,
by God, whose music is that?
They know, and like I said, I love them too, but they know what's coming down the pipeline. They know what's going on.
Hey, those are both beautiful venues. I love being in both of them. I love being in both of them.
The venue is fire.
The venue is fire.
It is fire.
Like
Hard
the very
Rock is
little
fire
venue
too.
is fire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the venue's more fire because it's 10 minutes from the house.
There's that too.
It's a little, the Hard Rock's a little different.
I bring all that up to say we're just reaping the rewards of
facts.
This Monday Night Wars.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Sacramento Kings get a win last night. Come on, man. 122 to 107. We will come back. We will talk about it. We're just getting started. We did. And shout out to Vivek, who was riding for his guy last night. We'll talk about it on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, you want to go get shout out Lazy.
Yeah, man. Big up to my man
some
Lazy.
Food.
You want something, dog?
No, I'm good, man. Go ahead. Thank you. Zapo, I see you. Oh, man. Sometimes your morning just starts off in a good way, man. Sometimes it just starts off in a good way. Yeah, I see you, Warren. I don't think that's happening. I see you, Warren. I don't know, Cut and Pete. We were looking. We did look at them tickets one day. They actually, I mean, not that they're not. They are expensive. They are really expensive. Actually, weren't as bad as I thought. P Dub. Yes, this is a marathon hoodie. I don't have a ton of marathon gear. I think this is actually the only Nipsey joint I have. Is this one right here? Oh, right on, Michigan. Glad you're pulling up, David. Dave Garcia, you pulling up? The 209 boys, are y'all pulling up? Are y'all pulling up? Check your DM. Okay. All right, Cut and Pete. I see you. Kings Clippers tomorrow night. Yes, Russ. And Russ, I got you as soon as we get back from the break. Yes, I'll be at Kings Clippers tomorrow night for sure. You decided on doing CIM this year? Nah, your boy failed, man. Failed miserably, as a matter of fact. It ain't gonna happen for your boy, man. I gotta get better, Jeremiah. I fell off. I had a good couple weeks, but I fell off.
I hate to. I ain't gonna hold him to it because he's busy. He's a busy man. But Tribal Chief also was like, "Yo, let me know if you're going to Humidor. I'm pulling up."
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said we got like an hour in between the show and the game. He's like, "Let me know."
It's closed.
Yeah. Well, look, if
I
he's
might.
with us,
I could
it will
send a
open.
text. I was gonna say I could. Oh, that Tribal Chief.
Yeah.
I thought you meant that Tribal
No,
Chief.
the Tribal.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, we doing that.
He said,
well,
"Let
no.
me
Yeah.
know."
Yeah. Now that hour don't mean shit. No. Open. Hey. That's where you get cocky and you start knocking on it. Hey.
Yeah, he was like, let me know. Let me know. I was like, all right, yeah. I said we're going over there, but I'll let you know if you come through. That's say less.
This what? Oh, this was last night. Yeah. They beat OKC. Yeah,
Russ was doing his thing.
Yeah.
He's talking crazy.
Man, they didn't call a foul on that. I wanted to go back and watch this one, man. Like, probably like a lot of y'all, I didn't sleep much the night before. That buzzer went off, man. I fell straight asleep last night. That's why there was nothing on the show notes. I went straight to bed.
The night before, see, I'm the opposite. When things happen like that, I just go to sleep.
No, shit. Oh man. Oh, well, great start to the show, man. Great news for the city of Sacramento.
That's really cool. That is dope.
For Elk Grove, for our people, well, the stadium's in Sacramento, but for our people over at Sky River Casino.
I tweeted it out. Sacramento is really like Thanos getting these stones, man. Like the Republic gonna have their stadium. The A's, who knows what happens? They're here for who knows? The Kings. There's some things going down in East Sac with Sac State. Like they really getting them Infinity Stones. Sacramento going up right now.
Yes, sir.
Up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the Sacramento Kings are going up right now.
Yes.
With a good win against the Raptors yesterday, 122-107. Boy, that was interesting. Yep. I don't know any other word to use, but that was an interesting game. That third quarter did not go well for Sacramento.
I was so pissed off.
And that was one of the strangest fourth quarters I ever remember seeing, because the Kings are in a fight. They're down. They pull even. They go up. And all of a sudden, Alex Lynn is closing the game with Jordan McLaughlin. I'm sorry.
Out of nowhere.
How did we get here?
It came out of nowhere. Because, I had my notes for the game, and officially in that third quarter, I was telling the insider, I was like, this is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting a little pissed. I said, this is ridiculous. And, they immediately got down 8, and then they immediately had this 6-0 run that kind of woke the crowd up, woke them, but they could never really get stops to get ahead. Then they found a way to get ahead. It was 101-98 with 7:41 to go in the fourth quarter. And I said, they got to find a way to create some separation here.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't, I don't like the way this game might end if they let them keep hanging around. Immediately go on a 12-4 run to get it to 113-102 with 5 minutes left. Like in 2 minutes, they did that. And that was it. That was all she wrote. I was very frustrated with the way that game had played out for 3 quarters. But then I became very happy with how they closed that game out. They pulled away in that game like they were, and I'm not calling them this, I'm just saying this is what it was like. They pulled away in this game like they were a championship contender. Like that's what you do. You play around for 3 quarters. What? We're down 8. We're down. Oh, no. All right, let's turn up. And then down 8 turns into up 8 within
crazy.
Like that's how they played last night. I don't know if that's who they are. I'm not going to say that's who they are yet, but that's what that looked like last night.
11 points for DeMar DeRozan in that fourth quarter, who is clearly coming for the Clutch Player of the Year award.
Man.
He even said that before. I was De'Aaron got my okay. All right. I'm gonna be out there on the floor with him. De'Aaron had a productive fourth quarter as well. Malik 7 points in that fourth quarter.
My boy Malik.
Man.
My boy Malik. Hey, I love Malik. Malik was El Caballo Loco.
He was a little crazy yesterday.
Malik
was a little crazy yesterday.
He was out there playing just solely off of vibes. It was just kind of like,
hey,
all right, hey, why not?
What did Dave Garcia say? House of Vibes?
Yeah.
That was he was Club Malik last night.
He was all over the place.
Yeah, Club
but
Malik.
You bring it up in the fourth quarter, he was a difference maker.
Yeah.
He turned up his game. He started to execute some things, and he absolutely was a difference maker. That fourth quarter, I'm sure you did notice. No lie, it was about 10 straight times down the floor. They ran the same set over and over, over and over. It was Keon bringing the ball up. He's on I don't know if it's right or left, but the far side closest to Vivek. And he would come off a screen to Sabonis. They give the ball to Fox. DeRozan follows Keon across, gets him on that high post up, and they just ran it over and over again and said, Toronto, stop it. And DeMar was cooking. He was doing whatever he wanted to do in that situation. Then they started to double, and then that just opened up the floodgates. And I said, this is what they got. This is what they can do. They can go to something like that is extremely reliable because it's more than just a one-on-one isolation on the perimeter. It's we can get somebody on the block. We can get somebody in the mid post, and he's got guard skills where he can shoot over the top. He can attack the basket. He can pass. It was just, they wore the Raptors out with that last night.
Domantas Sabonis had one of the more ridiculous games I think he's ever had. The man got a triple-double on 6 field goal attempts.
Oh, man.
He didn't miss a single shot. Now, it's the 8th game in the NBA since the 82-83 season where a triple-double, including no missed shots from the field or the line, happened. It is the very first NBA game in history where that combined with no turnovers has happened. Man. Now, I'm going to be an ass for a second here.
Please do, because I think I know where you're going.
But if my man in Denver did
Come on, man.
They would interrupt election coverage to tell you that Nikola Jokic just had another first in NBA history. Domantas Sabonis did it, and Kings Muse tweets it out. Shout out to Kings Muse.
Yeah.
But this should be all over NBA Twitter.
Look, bro. NBA Today is on in the studio. 25 minutes in. I don't know because we haven't paid attention. I don't think they've talked about it.
I know if we saw Domas.
And it's not even in the coming up soon. It's not even that. 25 minutes into the show, we saw NBA history last night.
They're going to get a reference at 12:57.
Come on, man. That was we talking about something we've never seen in the history of the game.
Perfect from the field, no turnovers, triple-double. Russ didn't do it in the hundreds, some odd 200 triple-doubles he's had. LeBron James has never done it. James Harden has never done it. Chris Paul has never done it. Anyone who racks up triple-doubles. Nikola Jokic has not done it.
I forgot one of the sites that I saw. It might have been Stat Muse, but they were talking. I don't know if people were questioning it or whatever. They said Nikola Jokic had almost a perfect game. He had like a similar thing, no turnovers maybe or whatever, but he had missed a free throw. So he had gotten that close before, but he missed a free throw in that game. Perfect from the field and missed the free throw. So Sabonis with a perfect game. I that wasn't even on my radar. I didn't even think about something like that happening. And he literally had a perfect game. Wow.
No, not a figurative perfect game. In the very literal sense, Domantas Sabonis had the first perfect game in NBA history last night.
Crazy. And to your point, like I said, I agree. I thought the same thing. If
yeah, we salty. So what?
Come on, man.
Show our guys some respect.
I need Kevin O'Connell and all them boys to dedicate the McMahon and Hollinger. Dedicate your podcast like you would if the guy in Denver would have done it.
You did 10 episodes. Netflix produced a 10-episode series that centered on how underrated this man is as a basketball player. Start paying attention to what he's doing, and he won't be so underrated. He's having an incredible start to this season. An absolutely incredible start.
Fantastic. And I hate to be like this as well.
No, be like that.
We talk about Jokic. Could you imagine if that man in Indiana had done that?
Oh, my God.
Come on, man. Come on, if our guy, and he is our guy in Indiana, Tyrese Halliburton would have done that.
He is our guy because I told y'all to take the under.
Shout out to you.
I told y'all to take the under.
Shout out to you.
Hey, now I'm gonna tell you, Kyle Madsen said it best. I've never done crack, but goddamn it, I bet it hits like that. Woo! I felt like Bubbles. I felt like Bubbles in the Wire when that under hit for Tyrese Halliburton.
And it was
much
clear.
Obliged.
Wasn't it clear?
Obliged. Oh, it was like 4.
Yeah, it was clear. That was a lock of the day.
Now let me be perfectly clear. Your boy on one on Prize Picks.
Yeah, I see you cooking.
Your boy on one on Prize Picks.
I'm not, but I see you cooking. I see you cooking.
Hey, okay. I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna just say it once. Y'all want that bean money? Yo, you be gonna follow your boy. Because your boy cooking. Your boy cooking.
You can't be going outside the game.
What?
That's not bean money. That might be D-Lo money.
Well, that was just one, though. Well, no, it was 2 because I got Steph.
I'm saying? You can't go outside the game.
It's all bean money, man. Come on.
It is all bean money.
Come on, man. It's all bean money.
If it's on D-Lo and KC.
Money is bean money.
If it's on D-Lo and KC, it's bean money. Come on, man. Stop playing with us. Stop playing. But, man, come on, man. If our guy, and once again,
I just got goosebumps thinking about that Tyrese under. Man,
when they play again,
wasn't even close.
Let me get a future in there. if our guy Tyrese Halliburton had done that in Indiana, they'd be talking about the trade today.
Oh, for real.
They'd be talking about, I can't believe Sacramento gave up. They'd be talking about the trade today. So I don't want you to disparage Tyrese Halliburton.
Absolutely
I don't
not.
want you to disparage Nikola Jokic. I just want you to show respect.
Keep
to
that
Domantas
same
Sabonis
energy.
Yeah, that's it. I just want you to show respect to the man that is having, like you just mentioned, one of the best starts to the season going on right now.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. God bless it. Nikola Jokic is a phenomenal basketball player. So is DeMar DeRozan. It is.
Come on, man.
It is
He's
different.
with us now.
It is Well, they not like us. Shout out to Uncle V.
I would have. I really like the show. I got a kick out of it. That's funny.
No,
when
that is
when a
funny.
lot of you people say this, it's not funny or clever. But Uncle V, no, he makes me laugh.
Because it doesn't fit. Yeah, it doesn't fit, and we gotta text like, hey, if y'all see this, wearing a "They Not Like Us" shirt. What? Okay. And then there he is on TV doing the fist pump, and it's like, oh.
Uncle V. No, Uncle V is hilarious for that.
He said, you ain't coming for my superstar.
Did the photo op afterwards with it on?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I enjoyed that.
With Master P.
With Master P. Shout out, Master. I saw Master P last night. That was I only say that because that was an honor of mine. I seen he was kind of tucked off too. I was like, hey, Master P, man. Hey, much love, much love. Shout out to Master P.
Percy, yes, indeed. The random celebrity who appeared at a Kings game. It was Master P.
He was just in New Orleans. I'm not sure why. I know why he was here, but I don't know why he decided to come. I don't know.
He now ranks above Reggie Jackson and Cedric the Entertainer is the most. Oh, wow. No, Reggie Jackson might be number one so far this year.
I don't know. What is Seth doing? He didn't have a show.
I don't know what either one of them. What is Reggie Jackson doing here?
I don't know either.
I don't know. Percy looked like $1 million though last night.
He looked nice.
Yeah, he did not.
He was dressed nice.
He did not show up in a hoodie and a jersey, man. He looked nice last night.
And he had the YSL pin too. I said,
yeah, I saw that. Was that yours?
No, that was not mine. No.
Just asking.
No,
it's not inconceivable.
No, it is inconceivable. That wasn't mine. But no, Vivek was hilarious. I got such a kick out of seeing it. I got such a kick. The only thing that would have been a little better is if the shirt would have said "They're nothing like us."
Yeah, that would have been great.
I would have just fell.
That would have been great.
But no, that was funny to see. But to your original point,
yes,
DeMar DeRozan.
By the way, to tie in yesterday's conversation, for those who keeping track, DeMar DeRozan, leading scorer for the Sacramento.
And you know something that I saw, somebody pointed it out in the chat. I'm gonna get to it because they were spot on. I should have started, but yeah, there's a situation. There it is, Joe in Midtown. In that fourth quarter, he says when DeMar would get the ball on the wing, there was a buzz at G1C. It's remember how we used to talk about when Davion would like start defending somebody one-on-one and people would just kind of rise and there's a buzz. They kept running that play over and over again on the Raptors. And once DeMar would get that ball in the mid post, yeah, no, yeah, get him.
Why,
It was.
Why does that sound like Draymond Green?
Hey. But no,
no,
but it is a thing.
Yeah,
it is a thing, and it's a thing, especially in the fourth quarter, or if they're like trying to come back in the third quarter. He gets that ball mid post, mid range. Everybody's on the edge of their seat or standing up. It's. I can't wait to see this all year long. It's gonna be phenomenal. This is gonna be phenomenal. He's the truth. He is the truth.
Yeah, the Kings have a first ballot Hall of Famer on the roster now, and he is still very much at 36. You know, it doesn't ring like when you say this guy's 40 and that guy dropped 39 last night. We have to at some point talk about the Lakers, but there's
we gotta talk.
There's two things that are happening today because we gotta give due and we gotta laugh. And we'll do this today. The Warriors are really good.
And they can go.
They're legit.
They can go.
And it turns out they've landed the greatest shooter of all time. And I'm not talking about Steph.
What the hell is going on around here?
Hey, look, we've said this from jump. We watch basketball. We watched them last night. Like, hey, we got a problem.
Yeah,
they do not suck.
No,
and they're not playing like
club.
They're good.
That's a good ball club.
The Lakers aren't. And JJ Redick is sick of it. So
JJ Redick, he might not be cut out for this.
And I think that it's I disagree, sir, because the highlight of my day has become whenever Jason Jones sends us a text. Oh, I know it's good. I know it's fantastic.
They're not even 10 games in, and he's sick of this. He's sick of the questions. Bro, what?
He is. He ain't having it.
He's not cut out for
He
this.
is not having it.
And the Warriors, you misspoke. You misspoke.
Okay.
The Warriors may have, you said, the best shooter of all time. they may have the second best shooter of all time. Because the best shooter of all time is Chris Boucher when he plays the Kings. My gosh. I was sitting next to our guy, our guy Verlad yesterday in the media section real quick. And I swear I was doing the Metsu every time he drained another three. I was, geez, I said, what?
Throwing the towel.
What? He didn't miss until he started missing.
Well, the thing is,
miss.
Well, what made it worse is he hit all three in a row in the first quarter. That's what makes it so bad. Is everyone's saying, oh, this guy, there's no way he's going to do it again. 1, all right, man, whatever. 2, 3, and you hear the goal. You hear the crowd like, just throwing stuff all over the place. This is ridiculous. Popcorn flying. Yeah, not good.
No, damn G1C was doing the Met too. Oh, damn.
Punching the air like Boys in the Hood. It is terrible.
Oh, man. Look, Miss Mac-10 said at the half, we better come out with a plan for that guy. And I said, yeah, the plan is to trade for him. Go get him. How about that?
Well,
go get him.
Who is it? Derek Smith? Who's James telling us about?
Yeah.
Well, the Derek Smith Award goes to Chris Boucher.
Yeah, he's got it right now. He's got the belt.
Man, that man had 17 points yesterday.
Man.
Hit 3 threes, 3 for 3 in the first quarter.
Oh, no. Monty, we got to get him here, Monty. We got to get him here. Man.
He played 5 minutes and 45 seconds. And left the quarter with 9 points.
Just came in cooking.
Stupid.
Oh, man.
And that kind of set the tone for, okay, this is going to be an annoying night.
Yeah.
And it was. I mean, I guess you could feel however you want to about the way that the first half went, the first 3 quarters went. But I'm of the belief they handled business in the fourth quarter, and that's all that matters. And they handled it, like I said, no. Alex Lynn and Jordan McLaughlin finished the game. I think Kobe Jones finished the game.
Kobe Jones, Isaac Jones was in there too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because they said here come the Joneses.
Yeah. I
think the only one who wasn't out there was Mason.
Yeah, Mason.
I think Mason was in street clothes.
Yeah. Good call. I was going to ask you though, like what I was very frustrated in the third quarter, and that frustration with the way they played in the fourth quarter went completely away, and I was like happy. I was happy because they turned it up a notch. They showed they could do that. But what did you think about that game? Just like, was it just normal win, or were you frustrated that they didn't handle business earlier?
Or? No. I was annoyed just like everybody else was in the third quarter.
For me, it was kind of like it was. All right, what's going on? It's like, oh, they're there on the fourth quarter. And just kind of like, all right, all the Warriors are gone now. It's kind of like they kind of just figured it out. Now they're playing normal basketball again.
Yeah, there was kind of when that third quarter was happening, it was like, they're not going to lose to them. Like, they can't. Like, they're not going to lose to them.
I kind of had that feeling.
Fourth quarter time is coming. Like, they'll close. And then the run starts to happen, and it's kind of like I feel good about this. And I was like, if they as soon as they tie the game, or take a 1-point lead, whatever scenario presented, as soon as I'm gonna feel perfectly fine. Like they're gonna close this out completely. Just sometimes you got to get over that last hump to get there.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like they really struggled to do that. Like I know people are frustrated with the way the third quarter went. And that's perfectly fine. No cap, I didn't feel like they were losing that game.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. I was frustrated.
We were Chris Boucher 3 away from me changing my mind, but I didn't feel terrible about it.
I was frustrated with that third quarter because it was like what you talked about. They couldn't get enough stops. They had closed the gap. They had gotten down 8, and then they closed the gap to get it to within 1, within 2, and they could never, and within 3, and they could never get the stop they needed to get over the hump. Once they got over the hump and took the lead, I was like, yeah, they're good. I still never thought they were going to lose the game, but I was like, okay, they're good. Just create some separation, because if you don't, I don't want nothing stupid happening. Man, they created separation like that. Like it was a tidal wave, and that once again, I'm cautiously optimistic with what I think this team is and who they can be. But it's almost like we're at that point now where they play teams like that and you're down 8, and it's like they're not going to lose this game.
You know,
like they'll turn it on.
You know what conversation kept coming back to me was our final hour conversation with James, where we just kind of started like, I think this team is really good. Because we were talking about DeMar, and you start talking about DeMar, and then you talk about the way that Domas' season has started. De'Aaron, I think most of us would argue De'Aaron is not playing his best basketball right now. We'll go over some of De'Aaron's numbers here in a few minutes. De'Aaron is not playing bad at all. And you throw in what Keegan's doing. We're going to talk about what Keegan is doing here in a minute. This team is good. And I was like, man, 4-3. I know that doesn't feel great. Then you look at the games that they lost. You see these single-digit games. It's like, man, I think they're good. They get out of that game last night against the Raptors. They're going to have a significantly, in my opinion, a tougher test on Friday. You could argue what sort of talent the Clippers have, and that's perfectly fine. That's a tough, as you said yesterday, that's a tough basketball team. That's a well-coached basketball team. And Mike is going to have to be on his game on Friday. The team is going to have to be on their game on Friday. But it really just ends with the fact I think the Kings have a good basketball team.
I think so, too. I think so, too. And you look, like I said, we'll break it all down a little bit more, but you look at what's out there. Just, in the fourth quarter, not the last 2 minutes because they emptied the bench. But in crunch time, they've got so many places they can go that are proven commodities, whether it's DeRozan, Fox, Sabonis pick and roll. You still got Keegan Murray lurking around there, being able to hit threes. Malik Monk is the ultimate wild card. And a lot of the times, I think that's, especially in the regular season, this was kind of my thought on them winning 50, 52 games. In the regular season, when teams are flying in and out of cities and, who knows if it's back-to-back, 4 and 5 night, whatever, they're just not going to be mentally and strategically prepared to deal with that on a night-to-night basis. That's too much firepower for a lot of teams in this league to deal with on a night-to-night basis. And I still think they're trying to figure out exactly how they want to go about it. When I talk about the Sacramento Kings, they still got room to grow. They're not hitting threes like that yet.
Right. Yeah. And Will Z had a great number on that we'll get to in a second.
I think if they can be above average, I'll say that's the minimum bar on defense, above average to good. Like they'll win.
I'm glad they're a lot better than that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, like if they're going to be a lot better than that, like this season, then it's going to be tough to stop them because you got 5 guys who can go off at any point. DeMar's just kind of like, all right, every day he's just consistent. Then you throw in who's going to be next, Keegan or whoever. Like they're going to be tough to stop. It's just a matter of, I think when they lose, like, oh, Kings didn't get enough stops in the 4th that night or something.
Will Z is going to love this show because we got numbers. We'll talk about it. We said the Sacramento Kings have a good basketball team. Do they have an identity? Those are things that we'll all talk about today. Let's open the Elk Grove Kia talk line for you. You want to get in? Let's talk about your Kings. 916-909-1320. It's a good day to be with D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Except when you have to clean up your stupid show.
No, that was funny.
Hey, tell me, has our guy thrown a controller before, huh? Looks like he's done that before.
Wasn't the first time.
Yeah. Looked like an Atari controller right there.
Jesse was saying, like a controller throw if I've ever seen one. My cousin used to be notorious for throwing the controller. I used to be like, bro, stop, man. You going to mess up the game.
You're going to break it, bro. These things cost $60. I can't just go to GameStop and get another one.
You're going to mess up the game, bro.
Nobody surprised by that. Not news.
Drew, we're all good. I think we both came out of that game winners a bit.
I didn't like the I saw people throwing a little shade towards the Celtics on that one. I ain't like that. I'll talk about it later, but I ain't like it. I ain't like what I saw. Just remember that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You guys are killing me too. It was game 9. Like, it's all right.
So why does everything look different?
It got changed on the brand. It's changed to blue from black. I don't know why.
Where is it at?
Oh, there it is. Okay, I see. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's go classic. Let's see what this looks like real quick. Let's put Coach JT up. Ooh, that's a big banner. Got bubble. I don't like that. Minimal. Too minimal. Yeah, we'll go block. That's a good look right there.
Michigan. I haven't watched Michigan game yet. It's on my DVR. I hadn't watched it though. I'm gonna have to peep though. I'm gonna have to peep. The post Juwan Howard era has started. One cool cap. I wouldn't expect anything yet. They usually don't do that till. Really, I think at this point they don't do that till after the NBA Cup is over. So I don't think so. Not yet. That'll be a second half of the season situation. I'm gonna assume that I missed it. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna assume I missed it.
Woo! Sky River Casino, where we will be live this coming Monday, 32 Brew Street. Sky River Casino in the news today. The Insiders kick off the festivities for the first time at Sky River Casino at 10 a.m. Of course, D'Lo and KC takes the stage at noon. The Sacramento Kings take the screen at 5. Spend the day at the casino. It's Veterans Day, celebrating veterans all day long. And, of course, if you have the means and ability, bring some canned food, some non-perishable food with you. That's to kick off our canned food drive for the Elk Grove Food Bank. Sky River does some amazing work for the community in Elk Grove, and they know how dope you guys are. So if you're pulling up, we would love for you to pull up. We actually need you to pull up. Our new boss is there.
Yeah.
And, well, he needs to know.
Yeah. Let him know what time it is. Shout out
It's
to the new Aaron.
It took about 2.5 years to get our last boss's attention for her to understand that this just wasn't a cute little show. And our broadcast at Sky River Casino was a big reason why. So if y'all got the gear, Insiders gear, D'Lo and KC gear, throw it on, come through. Let's get to these phone lines. 916-909-1320, the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We will talk with our man TC. TC, what's up, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, feeling good. You know, hey, listen, that's what we were talking about in the beginning, right?
TC, I'm going to be honest, dog. You sound terrible.
Yeah, I thought it was just me, but yeah.
Y'all got me better now.
Here we go.
That's
There we
better.
go.
Let's do it. Hey, so look, like we was talking about, D'Lo, Kenny, Jesse, what we talking about the team being scary, bro. If we playing defense like we is like now and get better, bro, and scoring, it's over. That's what you was talking about, Kenny, with the score. I listen, I know what you're talking about with the scoring power, dog, but they playing defense like this too. D'Lo, this is a scary situation, bro.
Okay.
They stepped it up on the defensive end in that fourth quarter. That was impressive.
Well, that was pretty much true when the game kind of went the other way for them. It was like once they started getting stops, it was over. It wasn't even close. Like it turned into a close game. So, let's get the bench players in here with 3 minutes left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's talk to our brother. Oh, real quick. Happy 43rd birthday to our man Russ.
Hey, man, what's up, Russ?
Russ come through to many live shows, many watch parties. Russ, happy birthday, man. We appreciate how much time you spend with us here on the daily, man. Happy birthday. Hope you come to celebrate with us on Monday.
Hold up, big dog.
916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. What's happening, Norm?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How you doing?
Doing good. I was just wondering what you guys would think comp in other sports would be for what Domas did last night.
Well, in baseball, perfect game.
Perfect passer rating, maybe.
Perfect passer rating, but sometimes you can get that with
incompletions.
Yeah.
I mean, what Jared Goff did? 18 for 18.
How that's not a perfect passer rating, I don't know. Was that a perfect passer?
It had to have been. He didn't throw an interception. He threw touch. How could it not
completed
have
every pass? I would think so. I don't know. But yeah, that's what it would be. Jared Goff, his game against the Seahawks.
I mean,
and what he did.
Lamar Jackson every other week.
Yeah. Well, so look, here's the thing though. It would probably be Jared Goff, but maybe running for a touchdown or two. Because he wasn't just perfect from the field. He had a triple-double, he had assists, he had rebounds, all this other stuff. It would probably be, you made every pass completion that you had. You threw for a couple of pass touchdowns, and then you ran for a couple. Maybe you ran for 50 yards.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And a touchdown and a score. That's what it would probably be in football. That was crazy. Somebody's telling us Jared Goff wasn't.
Who's redacted Sun Devils?
I saw our guy last night. What up, big dog? Yeah. He's saying that Jared Goff wasn't a perfect passer rating because he didn't throw a minimum of 20 passes.
Well, we just got to refer to him as he from now on. I don't want him to get in any trouble. He.
We call him ECW?
ECW.
We got WCW and ECW. That's funny. That's a good idea. And the best part about it is he won't even get it. So he's ECW and Chris.
I saw him last night too, man. What's up, big dog? How you doing,
man? Let's get Mitch in here. Mitch,
there we go.
What's going on, buddy?
How's it going, D-Lo? Casey, how you guys doing? A nice sweatshirt.
Wow,
I apologize before.
He went D-Lo today.
Birthday, Russ.
Yeah, you apologized.
Happy birthday, 43. It's flying. I'll switch with you if you want. But anyway, we had another big guy that can throw in here. You just know how much better Sabonis will play. I mean, the guy's a triple-double machine. It's amazing. And I don't know why. I guess I'm doing all the talking. I apologize.
That's what you're supposed to do. You're fine, Mitch. We love hearing from you.
Before I get to Soto,
there's more.
I wish the Kings didn't let go of. They just let him go. The guy from Boston backs up.
Namias Keita.
That's how you say his name?
Namias Keita. Yeah.
Keita, right?
Oh, no,
Keita, almost.
Almost. It's. I don't know. Can he not hear me? It's Namias Keita.
Now I hear you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. So, sorry about that, Mitch. Okay. All right. We're good. All right. Thanks, Mitch. No. All right.
That was a good point by Mitch, though.
Namias Keita is good. We'll talk. We'll talk more about Nimi later. 916-909-1320. Well, damn. And now we're all just going to be wondering what Mitch wanted to say about Juan Soto. Damn it. Now
it was a little touch and go there. I wasn't sure if Mitch could hear us, if we could hear him.
I don't think Mitch. I don't. Mitch was concerned he was doing all the talking, which was odd.
Yeah,
and he also went with D'Lo. I don't think he's. I don't ever remember him calling me D'Lo.
He was apologizing. He tweeted me. He apologized for something that happened. We called on the Insiders with 7 seconds left in the show, and he was apologizing. I was like, "There's nothing to apologize for. Are you good? Like nothing happened. You all right, big dog? We love hearing from you."
Did you see the clip where he attempted to execute the Negro League again on the Insiders? He was successful, and he celebrated his success on the air.
Oh man. Okay, Mitch, just be careful. Be careful.
Let's not try that exercise on the air anymore, man.
That's my guy. Mitch is my guy, but he had.
I'm still bugging that he went with D'Lo. That was crazy.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's more comfortable now.
No, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was the informal greeting.
I'm with it. 320-point scores for the Kings again last night. Of course, DeMar led the way with 27. De'Aaron led the way with 21. That boy, Keegan Murray.
Ooh.
22 and 12. I know he's not super efficient right now. But man, I feel like Keegan is a difference maker right now.
He was the truth last night. I loved his game. I love the way he's played all year. Like you said, maybe the efficiency isn't there the way we would want it to, but I thought he's played well all year long. But last night, I mean, that was like, we talk about Domantas Sabonis' perfect game. That was almost like the perfect Keegan Murray game. Perfect Keegan Murray game. You get about 15 to 17 shots, knock down 9 of them. You're hitting your 3-ball, you're rebounding at a high rate, not expecting them to, average 12 rebounds or nothing like that. But that, when I say perfect, like that's it. That's what we all love from Keegan. 22, 9 to 12 rebounds. I even say 8 to 12 rebounds. Good defense, hitting your threes. If you get that from Keegan Murray on a semi-regular basis, the ceiling of this team just goes to a whole nother level. Like, we could be talking about some of the unimaginable things that we're afraid to talk about, right?
Yeah, right.
Like,
for
we
real.
could be talking about like this team could go to the NBA Finals.
Yep.
Like, it's really real if that's what you're getting from him. And like I said, I'm not expecting him to do that. But if he can, if every 3 games or so he goes above his averages like this, man.
I think he's showing the aggressiveness that we wanted to see from him too.
That's the other thing.
He's active in every game.
That's the other thing. The lack of efficiency. Like, he got up like 17 shots last night.
Yeah,
give me that.
Yeah, 9 to 17.
Give me that, because at some point he's going to be more efficient.
Yep.
And it starts becoming, what'd you say he was last night?
9 to 17.
It starts becoming 10 of 17, 11, 12 of 19. Give me that. Give me that every time.
Yep. I love the way he's been playing. And like you said, the efficiency will come. He will start shooting the ball better. He'll start shooting the ball better from beyond the arc and everything. But if he's got, like I said, I'm just going to, just hedge my bet a little bit. Give me 8 to 12 rebounds, on a game. Not a night, but like on a particular game. Give me that 17 to 22. Give me in that range. Man, now, like I said, now we're not even we're talking about some scary things that could be going on for the Sacramento Kings if Keegan is doing that. Because I think it's bona fide and certified. DeMar is going to give you what he's going to give you.
Yeah. The questions asked and answered.
Yeah, that's something you could take to the bank. Sabonis, even if he is shooting 6 times, he's going to find a way to give you like 15 to 18 points at the very least. You may get up into the 20s. De'Aaron, who we'll talk about him, has had an interesting start to the season, but he's showing you. Like last night, I didn't think he played great. 21 points. Like, he wakes up and he's going to give you 20 if he steps on the floor. You had Keegan being able to give you like a guaranteed 17 points a night, with Malik giving you his 13 to 18. And come on, man, there's too much firepower. Too much.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. King. This is some funny notes from last night. Kings got to the foul line 32 times. It's like, who are they? Like, who is this basketball team?
Well, give the other number that'll make you say, now, who the hell is this?
28 of 32 for 87.5%.
I mean, maybe they've just figured it out finally.
And the one that maybe that's it. The one I'm hung up on the most, like getting to the line 32 times is incredible. I'm hung up on the Miami one because they only shot 13 free throws, or I think it was like 13 free throws. Was it 15?
Yeah.
Maybe they made 13 because they only missed 2. They only missed 2. It was a 1-point game. How many times have they lost the game by 1 and we go, man, they missed 5 free throws in this one. They missed 6 free throws in this one. They missed 2 free throws in a 1-point game. You look at that stuff and you go, go back to last year and look. That is, I mean, everyone will point to Milwaukee. That is the very literal difference between winning and losing.
Yeah.
And seems different.
Yeah.
Seems
and look,
different.
they're doing it in a couple different ways, right? Because usually we like, oh, free throws, making free throws or whatever. DeMar made a bunch of free throws. DeMar was 3 of 3. De'Aaron was 9 of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Sabonis was 5 of 5
Mm-hmm.
from the free throw line last night. It's the guys who were here last year and struggled at the line who are stepping their game up at the line. And I was nervous to even say anything during that because then they're losing. They were still like, they had missed like 2 free throws. And I was like, I wanted to tweet out, but I was some things I just like, man, whatever, I'll say it. But some things I'm still a little nervous about. I was going to say, well, at least they're still making their free throws. I said, you know what? I'll just.
Well, you know who else said
no
that? You know who else said that? Domas.
Mm.
Domas was talking to G-Man after the game, and shout out to Deuce and Mo for putting these clips on the podcast. Otherwise, I'd never hear him.
Mm.
He was asked. The G-Man was like, "Man, you guys are hitting free throws, and what's going on? Like it was so different last year." And Domas was like, "Yeah, you know, I don't want to talk about it." He's like, yeah, no, we're just locked in. Like, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. And so I'm glad you didn't tweet it. I think the Kings are probably glad you didn't tweet it because they don't even want to talk about it. And remember how many times they said last year, it's not a story if you're making them.
Yep.
It becomes a story when you start missing them.
Yeah.
And so now they're like, hey, we're making them. Don't make it a story. This is what we're supposed to do. Don't make it a story.
I don't want to talk.
I said, I don't want to talk about it.
Like free throws got people scared to death.
Hey, we lived through it. They was like, this is a Sacramento thing. Like they have essentially saying, I have a bad history with free throws here.
Yeah.
We're talking about like earlier in the chatty house, and you guys had told me like they're playing good defense and all that. Like they're hitting free throws. Like Keegan is aggressive now, and it's like, think about all the things they're doing now, and it's just if not for 2 absurd runs against the Lakers and Minnesota, like you're 6-1 basketball team. Like
yeah.
I don't know if I want to be early with it, but if they continue, there's at least 50 wins.
I think so. It's just a good team. You just watch them on a night-to-night basis, and you just we did this exercise when we were talking about Troy Daniels yesterday, right? And we went back on YouTube and looked at the highlight. We said, look at the team on the court. The hell?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, what is this?
Rajon Rondo with Costa Koufis,
Darren Collison and
Willie Cauley-Stein.
Yeah, it's like, what? Do that on the complete flip side now. Look who's on the court. R.I.P. flip side. You know the vibes.
Damn shame.
Look who's on the court. We talking about, oh, yeah, DeRozan, Murray, Sabonis, Fox. What?
Mm-hmm.
They're legit good like that. Legit.
Let's get to Chicago.
Hey.
916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Chi-Town. What's happening?
You know, I gotta hold on, Chi-Town. You know, I just gotta ask them. Where you at, Chicago? Where you at?
I'm on Fruit Ridge and Stockton. I got some barbecue smoked sausages with some baked beans and macaroni salad.
Let's go. Okay. Let's go. Hey, come on, man.
For sure. Just got off work and about to go to work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up, man? What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing much, man. But so 3 questions, right? I know 2 of them I should know the answer to as much as I listen to and watch sports, but I just got my GED online in September. So go
congratulations.
September class. You know what I mean? But one question is when y'all talk about like players playing like the 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5 or whatever. I don't know what the hell that is. I'm assuming that's the position like guard, small guard, or whatever.
That's it.
Yep,
if you could run that down to exactly what that is. And then another question is 2-way contracts. When y'all talk about players that got 2-way contracts, what the hell is that? And then with the team that the Kings got now, do y'all feel like once they really start gelling, that they can make a deep run, or do y'all really feel we need another piece? And if so, like where does that fit?
I got you, Chi-Town. Yeah. There's a lot there. There's a lot there.
We start with the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Well, Chi-Town. 1 is the point guard, 2 is the shooting guard, 3 is the small forward, 4 is the power forward, 5 is the center.
Yeah.
Those are the numbers.
2-way contract. 2-way. I ain't gonna. They get me a little confused sometimes.
Well, yeah. I mean, a 2-way contract is essentially a guy who can play a certain number of games in the NBA and play the rest of the games in the G League. Every team has them. They're younger developmental players, or they're guys who aren't who need minutes to get better.
And with that, you probably know better.
Probably not.
They can play all the games in the G League. They just have a certain number of games they could play with the NBA team.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Some of those contracts be tripping me out. James is a wizard with that. He'll explain it, and I'll be like, okay. All right, what'd you say?
Yeah. It's still easy to understand than when he starts talking about the cap. And the salary cap, my head starts to hurt. But yeah, no, Shy, I think what we were talking about, and appreciate you call 916-909-1320. If you want to get in, you want to talk about your Sacramento Kings. Started the show with it, ended yesterday's show with it. It'll just be a prevailing thing. I think they're really good, man.
I do too. I
think this team is really good.
I think this is a team. I think this is potentially a top 4 team. I think this is a team that can win a round, can win multiple rounds in the playoffs. It's hard to tell right now because it's early in the season and it's early in their development, right? Like it's not like they've been together. A lot of the team has, but DeMar DeRozan is such a major piece that's being added to it. It's still relatively new. So I'm going to be a little cautious with what I see, but I think this is a team, DeMar DeRozan said, a team that can go to the conference finals. And I want to see them against some of the other top teams. They got Phoenix coming up on Sunday. I want to see what that looks like and other teams like that. But it's feeling like the ability, not saying that's where they'll be, but the ability to get to the conference finals is not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched with this squad.
I don't think so.
And then he said, what more do you need? I'm of the belief, what you need, quote-unquote, need, is somebody coming off the bench. I don't think they need any starters.
Absolutely
I don't think they need any
Absolutely
starters.
not. And we haven't even – Kevin Huerter was good last night.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Huerter was good again last night.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people – this is the conundrum that I have with talking about the Kings and what they need. A lot of people want a certain player, right? I'm just going to throw him out there because I like him too. I'd love to have him on the team. Finney Smith. Get Finney Smith here.
Mm-hmm.
We're already searching for minutes for people. Where are the minutes going to come for somebody that you want that's that high caliber?
Well, you're trading someone who's getting minutes.
That's true.
And
I don't know if I want to trade any of those people right
and
now.
that's the other question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to trade? I mean, it'll probably always lead back to Kevin Huerter. Are you willing to trade Kevin Huerter, knowing? Because to me, I've seen, it's not Kevin's not going to be perfect the entire year, but 8 games. I've seen enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell happened last year. I genuinely don't. And I know, and now that I think about it, he missed 2 games. But still, I'm very comfortable with what I've seen from Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, and we asked all year, could he be something in between year 1 and year 2? And that's absolutely what I think we're seeing right now. And I think he's going to have more games north of year 1 than south of year 2.
Agreed.
And so as you start to analyze, well, do they need another piece? Do they need to do this? Do they need to do that? All right. Who are you willing to part with? Because the only guy who's really not playing well, and he has a little bit of an excuse, is Trey Lyles.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Lyles also has equity, at least in my book of the Kings.
Yep.
He does. Are you willing to move on from that because you don't like the way he started this season?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, this might be a dead conversation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree. And I was skeptical of it before. I was maybe a little dismissive of it before. I'll come back and say, hey, I see the light. I'm delivered when it comes to this.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Huerter's, quote unquote, at the worst case, the absolute worst, he not hitting nothing. Worst case, his gravitational pull on that offense, it matters.
Yep.
It absolutely matters. You can see it. You can feel nobody, regardless if he's 0 for whatever, they're not going to just leave him open.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to leave him to go double DeMar without very least thinking about trying to get back quick. It matters. Yep. And I sold that short earlier when I talked about him and Keon and all that. And I still think Keon can shoot the ball. He had a good game last night too as well. But it is different with Kevin Huerter out there. You need that.
Mm-hmm.
You need that. And if you're not getting somebody that has that type of impact off the ball,
Mm-hmm.
then I don't think it's worth it to trade a guy like Kevin Huerter. I don't think it's worth it in general, but just if you did have to put him in a trade, they need to bring that type of quality to this offense.
What about Trey?
Trey, I think you just add to it. Like when I you think about a guy they could get, I'm thinking about like a Boucher type guy.
Yeah.
I would have him to play in the same rotation as Trey Lyles. And I like how Alex Lynn has played. Alex Lynn played well at the end of that game last night too. That may mean he's out of the rotation if you get somebody like that. But Trey is somebody I wouldn't move on from. I would continue to keep Trey Lyles.
I'd move off of Trey if his shot's not falling like the way they needed to.
Would you trade? Well, this is what it might look like. Would you trade Boucher for Trey Lyles?
Yeah, that's fine with me. I think the Kings need someone coming off the bench who can at least knock down the shot consistently to go along with Keon and Muck.
I think Trey can.
I do too.
I think he can too. I'm not saying trade now, but if he doesn't, like if he just doesn't get it going this season, then that's the spot where you look. I don't think you're trading Kevin or any of the starters or anything like that. I think that's fine. The only move I'm looking at is like probably off the bench to make it stronger.
If we get to the first of the year and he's still playing like this, that's
Yeah, I'm making that move.
The
Kings are there, bro. Like they're there. It's just that I think Monty now is the few moves here and there to kind of like, all right, what do we need to fix up these little minor issues that we got?
What's a bigger game to you, tomorrow or Sunday? Yeah, let me be better because I'm acting like everybody knows the exact schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Clippers are tomorrow, Suns are Sunday.
Clippers at home tomorrow.
Yes.
Suns on the road on Sunday. To me, it's the Clippers. The first thing I want to see from this team is handle these teams. And the Clippers are
not bad.
They're
I
not
think they're
bad.
4-4 after last night's win.
They're not bad. I think the Kings are better. The Clippers aren't
so
the
too.
Raptors. They're not the Jazz.
Correct.
They're not that. But I think the Kings are better. And you got them at the crib. I need you to win that game. I don't want to use the term built-in excuse, but there is a little bit of all right, you're going on the road to face Phoenix or whatever. If you lose that, like you face Phoenix again next Wednesday.
Yeah, here.
So like if you looked at it like you split. Okay, we split.
Yep.
Lose the one on the road, win the one at home.
Yeah.
The Clippers game, I need that one on Friday.
Okay.
I need that one.
The Clippers game is kind of a test, I think, for the Kings.
Kind of feels like
now
it. I
we're
was thinking the same thing.
Now we're seeing like what kind of team you're going to be this season. If you're going to be that next tier type of team, then yeah, you got to beat teams like the Clippers.
I'm glad you both said that because when I thought of that this morning, I was like, well, this is kind of ridiculous. Like the Suns are like 7-1.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, but the Clippers are a tough, like scrappy squad. You're at home on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel a certain way about tomorrow night's game.
You got some momentum too. The way you've been playing, the way things have been going the last week and a half.
Yeah.
Keep building on that.
Yeah. What motivated the team in that fourth quarter? Well, Domas told us. He said Mike Brown used two words that he never uses. We'll tell you what that is. I thought De'Aaron was brilliant defensively last night, but I have a question.
Okay. That's another conversation too.
Okay, we're going to have it. Also coming up, I want to talk about the Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
Let's go back.
All right. Bonte Barling here.
Hey,
all right.
It's a good back. Hey, we watched basketball
Warriors
here.
won the championship yesterday.
Oh, my bad.
No, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Congrats.
All right. It's CeeLo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino.
Oh, shout out Rachel. She's joining us. I don't know if she's still on her rich vacation at Disneyland, Disney World. I don't know. She might have her own Disney island. But shout out to Rachel. Thanks for joining us. Man, hey, y'all don't know. Y'all talk about me and D-Lo being rich. Rachel's rich.
The tax bracket of the Chatty House is up there.
True.
And Drew Down can balance your books, from what I understand. So.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, this the worst slums of Elk Grove.
What is that? Just the 99 side, like you said?
Well. And it's only a specific part of the 99 side. And actually, the 99 side is actually very, very nice. It's just congested as all hell.
Dan, was it you that said you could drive 30 minutes like to and from somewhere in Elk Grove?
And stay in Elk Grove?
Yeah. That trips me out. It feels like a 15-minute city.
Nah.
It's 20 minutes, maybe. I don't know about that.
Like we got something to do this weekend. That Complex was like, yo, it's in Lincoln. And I was like, okay, it was 10, 15 minutes. It's 41 fucking minutes away. I'm like, sir, Lincoln is up 65. Yeah, apparently Lincoln goes on forever.
Yeah. No, it didn't.
Found that out after I agreed to go.
If I tried to go from my house to Sheldon High School, that's probably about 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, Sheldon was the marker we used once. You're like, yeah, no, that's nowhere near.
That's about 20, 25 minutes. I don't know, Scooter. I don't know where I live. I don't know.
Kenny lives by a lake.
It's a shoot. That's a shoot.
Oh, that's not that bad. Winco to Elk Grove Park. That's a straight shot. That's kind of easy. I gotta give a big shout out real quick. It's always a good time when, you go there and you see some people. Shout out to our guy Dale. He said he got something for us, man. He got some of our some cookies he's gonna send to us, man. So big ups to him. And then shout out to the Sacramento Sing. Saw my boys last night.
Oh, there you go.
Big ups to them,
I
man.
can't get down that close because I saw they were sitting next to Vivek.
They were there.
I can't get down that far.
Well, they were on the baseline last night. So you know what I mean.
That's their normal seats. You sure they weren't sitting next to Vivek?
No, that was somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know their normal spot is on the other base
with the white Kings jacket fire. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
big ups to them, man. Saw all the good people. Shout out to my man Kenny, also the security guard over there, or the usher out there. He's a Cowboys fan. I left him alone.
It was nice of you. It was nice of you.
Yeah. Shout out to a girl Linnea. Saw her last night too. You know what I mean? Big ups and her husband. That's my guy.
More courtside visits. You haven't said shout out to our guy Matt George or
I didn't see Matt
Sean
George.
Cunningham. Oh, of course not. Why would you be up there?
I saw Sean.
Why
Cunningham.
would you be up there in the slums of the media?
I was
section?
there. I told you I saw Verlad.
Well,
and shout out to my man Tone.
Tone.
Damn, my bad.
Uh-oh. I'll dump that.
Uh-oh.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, Tone.
It's fine. No, this is all my bad. Tone.
We keep just name dropping WCW all the time.
No, look.
What is going on?
Tone was supposed to be on the show today at 1:15. I talked to him about it last night, and I forgot to talk to him again and confirm. And I was like, "Oh snap!
It's 119." Hey,
shout out to him, man. I'll make it up, man. That's my bad.
Can I give a shout out?
Absolutely.
To me, a shout out to me because I got paid yesterday.
Yeah.
Prize picks. What we talk about? Oh, De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter. Now I didn't make no money off of this because I was a sucker. I was literally earmuffs a bitch on this show.
My.
We sat here and filled out the lineup together.
Yeah.
And I said, I feel confident in these. I could get 160 on the 4.
You didn't go with the.
I did the 3. I said, I couldn't. I said it right here. I said it right here on the show. I'm gonna go for the 3. I did because I hit all 4 because De'Aaron hits that 3
Mhm.
in the fourth quarter to get to 2.
Yeah.
The more or less was 1.5.
Yeah.
Domas, 7 assists. Oh, child, please. That man had 13. Y'all think we don't watch hoop? Y'all had Steph Curry at 20
Yeah, that was a gift.
and a half?
That was a gift.
Bruh.
Yeah.
27. Bubbles on the wire. Bubbles on the wire. Them Tyrese Halliburton lesses. They said 9 assists. I said it live here. Less. That man had 4. Give me my money. Give me my Benjamin.
Hey, there was one time.
I ain't even dipped out of that promo money yet. Give me my Benjamins. Come on.
Oh, and also some of the people, if they would have been listening and following at KingKC_916, there was a moment yesterday when they had DeMar DeRozan at 19 and at more or less 19 and a half points. They were just giving that away. I put that on the books. I got that. Eventually it went to 24 and a half, and I think he went above that. What did he finish with? 27?
27.
Yeah, he finished above that, so it don't matter. It's DeMar DeRozan. But
Big E says, I thought D-Lo didn't gamble. Child, this isn't gambling.
No, this is a lineup.
No, not when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, this is a lineup.
Ain't no gambling here. I'm on a 4 lineup winning streak.
Come on, man. So I'm saying D-Lo and KC, this that bean money. You know what I mean? This that bean money.
Well,
yeah.
No, it's not both of us.
Well, no,
it's not both of us.
No, I'm not cooking like that. It is that damn Davion Mitchell, that damn Abaji.
Oh man.
The Abaji hits
Davion
2
had
threes
him
in the
at
third quarter. I said, all right. I should have went Chris Boucher. That's what I should have done. But here's the thing. Whenever you're doing this, put in that promo code KIFM. You get $50 guaranteed with your first $5 lineup.
And you will eat
off
of that promo money.
Yes.
Eat.
If you do what?
Listen to me.
Well, listen to you, but what do you do specifically?
Use the promo code KIFM?
Well, you do, but there's one bet that you continuously make.
Take them Tyrese unders, boy. Take them Tyrese unders. You know what it is? It's a slump buster. if you just need a little something, hey, if you're unsure about life, find that Tyrese stat, hit the under, and everything will be all right.
Hey, guess what I'm taking tomorrow? Whatever he got going on tomorrow, guess what I'm taking tomorrow? Please believe that. But put that code KIFM into the promo code. Get $50 with your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
Damien doesn't gamble. All he does is win. Johnny G telling the truth.
Talk that talk. There was a time, you know what this reminds me of? There was a time when maybe we'll go to Vegas or something like that, right? And Alabama was, and I feel like it was like Miami too, but Alabama was beating the hell out of people. And the first game, say the line was 38. Give me minus 38. They beat them by 50. And then the second time it was minus 45. They beat them by 55. And then they minus 52. No, give me Alabama, and they beat them by 62. And they just kept going over. They couldn't make the line high enough. They can't make the less low enough right now for Tyrese Halliburton. They can't make it low enough. I'm going less.
Oh man,
we do love Tyrese though.
We
do love Tyrese.
Do. And one day
they got to win last night too.
One day he's gonna kick me in the face with that under.
It's got to happen 3 times for me to change my mind.
Oh no, I said no. He's gonna kick me in the face once. Yeah, he's gonna kick me in the face once. Shout out to Prize Picks. That's good stuff, right?
Can we real quick? While we're still here with the Kings, can we talk about De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, please.
I want to know. I want to know what you had to say about him, because I saw something earlier today. I don't think he's playing his best basketball, but I don't think he's playing bad basketball either. And when you look at some of these numbers, we talked about his offensive numbers the other day, averaging 24 points a game. I'll find out if he's still averaging 24. But 3 days ago, he's averaging 24 points a game with 5 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals. Yeah, he's at 23-8 right now, 4.8 rebounds, 5.1 assists. Still playing some really good basketball, right? But it feels like he's leaving a little bit on the table. But then I saw something earlier today, my guy Will Z, our guy Will Z, he had some stats for what De'Aaron is doing on the defensive end of the floor. And where is it at? On the defensive end of the floor right now, opponents are shooting 36% against De'Aaron Fox, 45 of 125. They're also shooting 29% from three-point line going up against De'Aaron Fox, 19 of 65. He's fourth in the leagues in deflections at 4 a game. He's tied for fourth in steals at 2 a game. This guy's having an all NBA or all defense first team type season. I thought he was an all defensive guard last year, and people really didn't look at him like that. He's carrying it on to this year, and I think he's turning it up a notch. He's becoming quietly one of the best two-way players in this game. Think about the offensive numbers we talk about, and then think about these defensive numbers. There's not a lot of guys who are doing both at that level right now. And it goes under the radar, it feels like a lot of times, even sometimes by myself. Like it doesn't really stick out to me like these percentages, like, people aren't making shots on him. But when you see the numbers and then you recognize what he's doing, he's one of the best two-way players in the game.
Yep. And I think there's something I tried to figure this out this morning. And I don't know if it's because there was that offensive explosion in the third quarter that didn't really round out to a massive, like De'Aaron Fox 36-point game or something like that. I don't know if that's what people were expecting going into the year. I know I mentioned that at the beginning of the year. I think I said that against Minnesota. I was like, we might get 30-something from De'Aaron tonight. And it's kind of the battle of your expectations. And then I thought, well, we learned about the finger injury. It feels like he's a little inefficient right now. All right. Maybe the fingers are bothering him. Maybe it's, he's trying to get used to it. He's playing through it. Maybe there's a little bit of discomfort. Maybe it's actual pain. I don't really know. Well, his shooting numbers are basically the same as last year. Now, I'm not talking like first 8 games of last year. He was ridiculous. Everybody remembers that. Just talking about the totality of the year. It was like 40-something%. That's what it is. It's virtually exactly the same right now. His free throw numbers are significantly better. So it might feel like, with him shooting a higher free throw percentage, it feels like he's a little inefficient on the offensive end. I honestly think this is so stupid. I think our mind is playing tricks on us. Because you put De'Aaron's numbers into the show a couple of days ago, and it was like, those are his numbers right now? It's a really good start to the season.
Yeah.
Now you throw in the defensive numbers, and you're like, man, he's one of the best two-way players in the game. I don't think there's anything wrong with De'Aaron Fox. He's been a 50+% shooter from the field once in his career, and it was the birth of the Beam Team.
Yeah,
I think it was 51%. Everything else has been in the 40s, and where he is at right now is virtually identical to what he finished the season at last year. And so, unless and I think what stands out is the 3-point number is really, really low. The 3-point percentage is really, really low, and the way that this team shoots threes, and De'Aaron, I believe rightfully so, unapologetically, I'm gonna get 0 for 10. Cool, game's on the line. I'm gonna be 0 for 11 because I'm getting this shot up. This is my shot. I got this.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with De'Aaron Fox.
I'm okay with that train of thought. I don't think there's anything wrong with him at all. I think he can play better. I think there's a difference between that. Just because I think he can play better doesn't mean I think he's doing anything wrong or there is anything wrong with his game. I think there's another level he can reach, and whether the finger is kind of prohibiting that, or he's just trying to get a feel for everything, and then he's going to turn his game up a little bit. We'll see. But I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with how he's playing right now. Matter of fact, like we just said, we'll double down on this. Today, he is one of the best two-way players in the game. He's averaging 24 points a night, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and is maybe the best defensive point guard in the game. There's nobody that has the same responsibility and workload on the offensive end and plays defense at that high of a level.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else that's doing this, your Jalen Suggs, your Carusos,
Yep.
your Drew Holidays, fantastic
Yep.
defensive players,
Yep.
but they don't have the responsibility.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's salute. He is doing it. He's doing it right now. And even with all that said, I believe he could do more. Just a little bit, not a whole lot.
No, I believe he
think
can
do a little
too.
bit more.
I believe he can too.
Mhm.
And at some point, that 3-point percentage is going to go up.
Mhm.
At some point, that field goal percentage is going to creep up a little bit. And if that free throw percentage stays where it's at, so what we joked about this a couple of days ago, and I'm starting to wonder if I was on to something. De'Aaron started that season last year white hot, and it got him nowhere. It didn't even get him to the freaking All-Star team. And we've gone over the numbers with the top scores and all of that, and how there was one guy in the top of the NBA scoring list that was left out of the All-Star game, and it was De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron, if I believe he is, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it, if he is in fact searching for one accolade, it ain't the All-Star game. It's that All-NBA nod that will change the trajectory of his wealth and his family's wealth for the rest of his life, and for the rest of their lives. And I'm wondering if he's working the season in reverse. He's cool right now. He's everyone say, oh, everyone's filling each other out. De'Aaron's filling everything out, letting DeMar cook, letting Domas get off to a phenomenal start to the season. Perfect game yesterday at the Golden One Center. And when it comes time, we'll see that man average 30 points per game over the course of the final 3 months of the season. We've seen him do it. We just saw him do it. He could do it again at the end of the season versus the beginning.
And that you may be onto something, because that might be the strategy. If you're trying to get where you're trying to get, if you put it to you like this, if you reverse the season, like you said, and he had the last 2.5 months at the end of the season that he had at the start of the season last year, I'd have pushed for a bunch of different accolades.
Absolutely.
And that may be the strategy. Like, it's crazy that people don't always take your whole season into consideration.
Perfect example. Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi had a ridiculous stretch. Starting in January?
Yeah.
It was like January
to be
to
honest
March.
with you, it was like a month and a half. It wasn't even like the whole second half or something like that.
No, it definitely wasn't, because he missed the end of the season.
And he got all NBA.
He made all NBA. So think about that for a second. Again, Kawhi's one of the greats.
Yep.
He made all NBA off of what he did on a certain stretch. Now he gets a what's the word I'm looking for? His past accolades, he gets a pass, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right. His past
kind of grandfather in.
Yeah, a little bit. Like he'll get looked at in higher regard because of what he's done. And you see the numbers, and the numbers for Kawhi were there, but they came in such a tight window. But he made it. De'Aaron's numbers came in a larger window, further away. And I do not believe for a second that De'Aaron is actively not trying as hard as he can. I don't believe he's not doing. I just think he recognizes I don't have to. Because I got DeMar, I got my man from Kentucky, and I got one of the three best centers in the league. I'm going to pick my spot.
Yeah.
And my spot, it's not November 6th.
Right.
It's not November 8th. I'm going to do what I have to do to make sure my team wins that game. But when it's time to ramp up, I'm going to ramp up.
I think you're spot on. I think you're spot on. And that's really the way to go about it. The other crazy thing about last year is he starts off white hot or whatever. He didn't fall off. You know what I mean? Like, you would think he started off the season the way he did. he fell off, and then that's why he didn't make the All-NBA. No, he was all year. He was a top 10 scorer all year, and it still wasn't good enough to get any type of recognition on that level. I really think I don't know if we've got to start the campaign, maybe make some shirts or something like that. He needs to be All-NBA.
Lock.
He absolutely needs to be All-NBA, and. No disrespect to the Carusos and the Jalen's because I love the way they play.
Say all defense.
Oh, excuse me, all defense. I'm sorry. Yep.
Well, you're not wrong in the other sense. We'll get there, but I think what you're trying to say is all defense.
Yeah, he absolutely needs to be all defense, first or second team.
Yeah.
And Jalen Suggs and Caruso, they're great defenders. Drew Holiday, great defenders. He's in that same vein.
I do it every time, and I'll never stop praising Doug Christie for saying this like 6 years ago. He's like, De'Aaron Fox has the capability of being an all-defensive player. And this was the Jaegers and the buddies and the wall and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
He saw that a long time ago. And we've finally over the last, 2 years into this year have started to see it manifest itself. And it, as he correct me if I'm wrong, if he ramped up at the time, there was a little drop off on the offensive end. That's when his defensive work was ramping up.
Kind of feels like it,
because his charge to like 2.0, two steals plus per game, that wasn't a season long thing. That happened towards the end of the season. I remember Will tells the story. Will Z, he was clocking it like, I don't think he can do this. Like he'd have to get like a ridiculous number of steals and a handful and he did. Yeah. He'd have like 5 steals in the game, or like he did that a couple of times, and all of a sudden that 2 steals per game became within eyesight. And all of a sudden the conversation around De'Aaron Fox was what he was doing defensively. And this season, you talk about picking up exactly where you left off. DeMar DeRozan has done it. He was doing it he was out in the Midwest doing this. He was just like, no, I'm going to move to California and do it.
Yeah.
Domas is playing out of this world, and De'Aaron is playing at even a greater defensive intensity level than he did to close last season. And Keegan's maybe not even a full year away from being in a conversation about two-way players in this league.
Yeah. I wonder if Keegan...
It would take someone to pay attention to Sacramento for that to happen.
Yeah.
But there's a handful of them out there. The Keith Smiths.
Yeah.
I don't know where our man Zach Lowe is, but I know he's watching basketball. Whenever he's emerging, he'll tell you about Keegan Murray. There's a handful of guys that actually cover this league and watch this league who are going to sing the praises of Keegan Murray.
And then that's the other thing that I think about when to go to our conversation about trades and what you need and all this other stuff. I mean, how much more do you need to be a better defensive team? You've got De'Aaron Fox, you've got Keegan Murray. Those are 2 top flight defenders as is. And I'm not saying turn away a Finney Smith or something like that, but how much more do you need to be good is what I'm saying. Like, they'd be really good if they just do this. No, you should be good with what you got.
Yep.
The Kings, yes, we're looking for different ways for them to get better and to be a better team and just to continue to ascend, but they should be a good team right now with what they have. If they didn't ever make no moves for the rest of the season, I expect them to be a 50-win team. I look for them to be a team that wins a couple rounds and potentially in the playoffs with what they have. So, yeah, De'Aaron, you're spot on with his mentality, I think, going into the season, because he did all that last year. They really didn't get him anywhere. Didn't get him anywhere with wins. That's just like being a playoff team.
Yeah.
And it didn't get him anywhere with accolades.
I think De'Aaron is a little more cerebral than we might give him credit for. And I think his approach to this start of the season has been spectacular, because it's giving, and I think everybody should be praised, by the way, because there isn't a single selfish player on this basketball team. And there are a lot of guys who had a lot of things to figure out when DeMar DeRozan walked in the door. and DeMar DeRozan being one of those guys.
Mhm.
And this has been seamless. You added a 20 plus point per game scorer. You added the guy who I'm sure we can look is the leading scorer of this team right now.
Yeah.
He just joined you in July. And that's a spot that was previously occupied by De'Aaron Fox. Like this team, the makeup of this team has been completely shaken up by the addition of this first ballot Hall of Famer, and everyone has elevated their game. De'Aaron just hasn't necessarily done it on the offensive end because we've seen him be an incredibly high-performing offensive player. He's elevated his game on the defensive end.
Yep.
Domas has elevated his game everywhere. Keegan has elevated his game everywhere. He's not going to give Mike Brown an opportunity to talk about him in post-game press conferences again. And all of those guys, including Kevin Huerter, including Malik Monk, Trey Lyles, everybody, the whole team deserves a lot of accolades, a lot of applause for the way this season has gotten started and the way that they have been able to approach this in a ridiculously unselfish manner.
100%. 100%. You know, there's Scooter, our guy Scooter 916 in the chat says the second unit is killing us. Cannot expect the starters to maintain these minutes. Second unit is a problem. I zag on that just a little bit. Yes, you want Trey Lyles to play better. You know, maybe you want some more out of Jordan McLaughlin. But I said this yesterday, and I'll continue to say, I don't know, like, what do you really want from the second unit? They're not going to play that much. You got Malik, you've got Trey Lyles, and you got Keon Ellis. That's really about it. Like, who would you want more Alex? You want more Alex Len minutes, or you want to trade for somebody that's going to play for more minutes? Probably not. Or we just kind of go back on the things that we said earlier. Because remember, like we said in the summer, I need two of the four guys to be in there at all times. These guys should be around 30-something plus minutes, whatever. If we're going back on that a little bit, then, yeah, you can get some guys more minutes. But if we just going to keep playing these guys the way that we said we're going to play them, there's not enough room for it. What you're really looking for is you're looking for Trey Lyles to step his game up. He's averaging 3 points per game right now. That is unbelievably unlike Trey Lyles. I think for his career, he's probably like 8, 9, 10 point per game type guy. So you're looking for a little bit more production from him. And if he gives you more production, maybe you can steal more minutes for Sabonis or something like that. But I'm still thinking like this starting unit and add Malik Monk in there, they're gonna play the majority of the time anyway. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, right. We'll come back. What 2 words did Mike Brown say to everyone that got them going in that fourth quarter? Well, this sounds like a Malik Monk story. It's actually not. It came from Domantas Sabonis. We'll pass that along. I do want to look around the rest of the league as well, particularly the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers. 2 very different reasons we want to do that right there. 916-909-1320. You want to get in on the Elk Grove Kia talk line? We're riding high today, man. I feel great.
That's great Thursday.
Yes, indeed. Steele and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That's that's the same one, right? We did that. The bubble. That's the same one, right? Not a second one. I think we did that at the top of the break. I just couldn't. I don't know. It feels like a long time ago. That's the one. Okay. All right. We did that one for sure then. Yeah, for sure. Good call. Always a good call. Oh, man. Today feels like an awesome day. Yesterday was funny, I think, for both of us, which I didn't really realize at first until Kenny pointed it out. This show was such a big distraction for us yesterday because when 4 o'clock hit and we both got to KSFM, and I didn't really think about it till Casey said it. Casey was like, man, I can't believe it. It was just kind of like, oh, shit. It takes a lot less brain power to do the KSFM show than this one. So it left us with our thoughts for a few minutes. So we appreciate you guys. I know Kat called and or Tasha, excuse me, Manny. And it's like, man, you guys do the same for us sometimes. Every time, as a matter of fact. Who asked the question about the Bucks and the 49ers being similar? Was that you, Jesse?
When was that?
In the rundown? Or was that you? Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I guess it was me.
Yeah, no, that was a good one. That's awesome, Scooter. I love that. The wife just texted me. Nope, not that one. Wife just said, let's just go to Disneyland. That's good stuff.
Man, more rich people in the chatty house.
No. Well, it took me one trip to understand. Well, that's true.
Bro, they're in here all day. They probably all run their own businesses and stuff.
Well, that's true. Chatty house is rich. I mean, you said Rachel's texting from a plane. Miss P probably somewhere with white sand and turquoise waters.
That's one of the
Just trying to get like the chatty house.
Jilly's in here. What's up, Jill?
Hey, Jill.
Jill, you at the game tomorrow? I haven't seen Jill all season. I've been to one game. What am I talking about? We'll get to power rankings coming. I'm gonna go tomorrow. I was like, oh, I haven't seen Jill Edge all season. I went to the opener. Shut up, dude.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna miss my Friday game, man. I hate that, man. I miss the Friday game, but
I need them to win. I might stick around tomorrow.
Ooh.
I mean, it's Friday.
Ooh.
I might stick around a little bit tomorrow. Hopefully see that beam get lit. I'll pay this off for those that didn't hear Domantas Sabonis talking to G-Man last night, and hopefully you didn't. G-Man was like, "What's got you guys going in the fourth quarter?" He was like, "Yeah, we needed. There's a little extra focus we had to have. Like we knew we were kind of missing on some things, and well, Mike used 2 words he normally doesn't use, so we had to get going." And G-Man was like, Mike used 2 words he normally doesn't use. Yeah, day off. We heard day off, and we're like, well, we got to go win this game. Got to go win this game. And so that's what they did. And that sounds like such a Malik Monk story that it's awesome that it came from Domas. And I did, and what makes it even better is before the year, I was like, man, DeMar's a vet. Domas, De'Aaron, a year older. Malik is I know these guys in age are still really young, but in league years, like these guys have been in the league.
Yep.
Mike might have to start changing his approach as to managing I'm not suggesting he's managing an old team, but it's not a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, Kings are no different than some 5th graders promised the pizza party if they get their homework again.
No, that's for real. And yeah, Mike's like, no, the league says you get 10 days off a year. I'm giving you 10.
You imagine that's just Mike's thing all year. Oh, we're not looking good. Hey, fellas, day off tomorrow if you play better.
Well, the funny thing about that is I'm sure Mike has seen where it was with the Warriors. They weren't the youngest group. I'm sure they didn't practice every single day. Like, all right, these guys, give them a day or so off.
And I wonder how much of an evolution in practice there was for Steve Kerr from 14 even to 16 to, the Celtics one.
The 22.
Like, I have to imagine, like there had to be a great change in that.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff you don't think about very often, but apparently Mike is like, no, this team is 12, and I'm going to coach them like they're 12.
They turned up when they got the we get the day off. Hey, lock up, help.
Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320, the host of the Chatty House After Party. Manny, what's happening, brother?
What's up, y'all? So I'm gonna speak on what Kenny was talking about with the bench, right? I just think that we're good right now, and they're still maturing and getting to know each other, and there's a lot of growth. They have a lot of room to grow, but there will be some concerns at some point if Trey doesn't come around, right? Because he's very vital to that bench. He's a very vital piece of that team. So if something happens where he's just continually struggling, that puts us really short at the big. We're already short in size, right? In size, you need size, man. It doesn't matter what the girls say. You need size.
Manny. Manny.
I'm just saying. Man. I don't care how much they lie. Sometimes you need that. And, Len is cool and everything, but Len seems to, with Mike, it seems like his minutes can be anywhere from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. And I still think at the end of the day, we don't know what Orlando Robinson brings, but we're going to have to address that issue at some point with the rebound.
That's a good point about Orlando Robinson. That would be one of the spots that you would look to.
Can someone remind me?
Knee?
Is that what it was?
I think it was a knee sprain, MCL sprain or something like that. I
Okay.
think that's what it was. But yeah, maybe before you do something like that, you try to figure out what you have in him. If it's a situation where, he's 2 weeks away, 3 weeks away, you know what I mean? If it's that, like, all right, just hold on, and we're going to get him back into the fold, and we'll see if maybe he can help out with some minutes on the bench as well. But I hear everybody that says I don't want them to play that many minutes, 40s and everything. I get it. Maybe a player here or there might help out with that, but I just think in general, this team is going to have those starters playing more times than not. And, that's what it is. When you have that type of talent, you're going to do a lot to keep them off the floor. What you really probably want to do is make sure you're not in as many close games. If you can help it. Like if you have a team that you can put away, put them away.
Yeah.
Like if you can get to from 13 to 22 in the third quarter, step on the gas, get to that point, and that's how you get your rest and get those minutes down a little bit.
And that's what happened last night. There were no crazy minutes at all last night. Jamar finished at 35. Keegan finished at 35. Domas finished at 33. Kevin played 23. De'Aaron played 33. Malik 21, and Keon played 23. Shout out Keon Ellis. I love Keon's minutes. Like I love the way Keon Ellis has played, and I don't think that situational rotational player is a thing ever again. Like he can, he contributes to this team no matter who they're playing.
I agree. I loved his minutes last night as well. I loved when he got into it with RJ Barrett. Both of them were funny in that situation. More funny, but Keon, he's just. I really enjoy watching him play basketball. I enjoy the way he goes out there, does the little things. He's a winning basketball player. That's the best way I could describe him. He's a winning basketball player. he's probably actually a better basketball player than many people give him credit for. But even us here in Sacramento, like he's probably a little bit more of a scorer. Yesterday we talked about he ran a de facto point guard position in that fourth quarter and set up the offense the way he did. Like he's there's a lot more to him than just the defender, I think. But his intangibles out there, it's just winning basketball. I love watching it.
Yeah, and he's not going to contribute the way other guys are going to contribute, like Malik shooting 12 shots last night. Keon's probably not going to do that, but he was still, again, for those who celebrate, was plus 15 in the plus-minus category. He still had 8 points out there on the floor. He made all of his free throws. He got rebounds. Like, he did everything, and I think he has been terrific in the minutes that he's played.
Yes.
I think he's been absolutely terrific. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. Our man Matt George is going to join us coming up in the final hour of the show. I want to talk about Kevin Huerter as well. Plus, Jesse brought up earlier, hey, if this team can be kind of a mid-range, type of defensive team, middle of the pack defensive team, the numbers bear out. At least right now, they're a lot better than that. And we'll have those numbers coming up here. Plus, I'll ask everybody a question for you to think about here a little bit. Have the Sacramento Kings established an identity? So we've got all of that on the way. Do want to give a little love to the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
ESPN 1320 the game.
Yeah, it just died a little bit. We'd wondered, and I think Bonte even said yesterday on Instagram, what was the line he used? Measuring stick game? Like, hey, got a good record right now, but how truly good is this basketball team? I don't know that we got our answer yesterday, but I feel like we got a answer yesterday, and I think the Golden State Warriors are good.
I think they are too.
Real good, not schedule good. I think that's a good basketball team.
I do too. I think they're really good. What they do as far as being able to hit the three-point shot and their team being able to being built around that is really working out right now.
Yeah.
It's really working out. And I don't see it dropping off dramatically. Like we saw it yesterday. Buddy Hield's at least going into the game shooting 50% from three. I don't expect that to happen all year, but he's not going to go to like 22. Like he's going to be a good three-point shooter percentage-wise all year long. Obviously, Steph will. They had Kyle Anderson hitting threes. Who knows what that's going to turn into? But they're good for real. They're good for real. And that was a good win last night in Boston.
20. Well, go ahead. Do you want to?
No, like. I wasn't sure. Like, that was a good win, by the way. Like, that was a good win for the Warriors and stuff like that. But I wasn't sure if the Celtics were playing the Charlotte Hornets or the Warriors. Like, have a little bit of self-respect. Gosh, did you win the championship or was it game 9 of the season? You see 95.7's Twitter account? It's like they got to the next round of the playoffs. All caps. Retweet if you're happy to be a Dubs fan. Talking about seasons change, contenders. Like, bro, like, yeah, congrats, but have some self-respect at least. Legacy franchise, but like you're so excited to get this one. Like, I'm not mad they lost, but it's just kind of like that. So this is it for you guys. Big day, huh?
Did you see
we were
that?
building up, going into the night, going into the game, all build up. Oh wow, big game! Like, all right, bro. Good for you guys.
Let's get it off your chest.
I'm just saying, bro.
No, I got you.
I'm just saying. You want to be Lakers and Celtics, but you act like Hornets.
So
now I gotta go to their
Oh, look, bro, look.
I gotta go to the Twitter and see what the
Didn't play Jaylen Brown or Porzingis, by the way, but yeah, we did it. We beat Sam House's ass.
There's a little butcher boy.
Oh my God. No, turn that off. No, we gotta go. We gotta put that on the stream. Hang on. That's gotta go to the stream.
I wasn't lying. I'm not dissing either. I'm just telling the truth.
That's gotta go to the stream. Hang on. Boy, Boy, what it must be like to have
My
a
poor
Twitter
father's
account.
texting me last night. What the hell happened? Like, why do all these Warriors fans texting me?
Oh, man.
Let's check in.
Yeah, pull up the tape.
Oh, man. I love when Butch. Oh, man.
Hey, turn down your volume if you're in your car. Your speakers might blow out.
Retweet if you happen to be a Dubs fan.
No, okay. So in defense, now I dislike the 95.7 The Game account as much as anybody. But in defense,
I don't know if I dislike them.
Well, I'm not a fan. They are talking to Warriors fans, and they're talking to their fan base. But let's check in with Butcher Boy.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. I told you, don't let us beat the Celtics. I told you. Four-time champion Steph Curry went into the house that he built. Game 4. You looking at me? Yeah, New York. I'm looking at you, the guy through the glass who's the New York Jets fan.
My guy Justin.
Let him know. Curry is back.
Well, Justin told me.
Draymond Green throwing lobs. Buddy Hield doing dances. Buddy freaking Hield. OJ, the glove fits. Buddy Hield fits.
But Butch couldn't even, I mean, Bonte was just trying to get a word in. Bonte was just trying to, no. Butch just kept going.
On this team. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Steve Kerr, you know why you didn't play Jason Tatum at the Olympics? Because he's an ISO player who has no rhythm to his game. He was right. He was right. They won the gold. Jason, sit your ass down on the bench.
I can't get over the OJ
Let's
line.
go. CP2. Kevon Looney, you thought he was done? How many putbacks did Kevon Looney have last night? Let's go.
34 offensive rebounds for Lou Dog. 34 offensive rebounds for Lou Dog. I'll take off this. I can't get over that. Lou Dog.
I don't want to hear from Tatum. I don't want to hear from Jason Tatum ever again. He had 24 in the second half. He was awesome. But there's no one else going off when he's going off. It's my turn. You guys get out of the way. And the Warriors set unbelievable double teams at him all night. I loved it.
Do you love that LA player said they're going to win 50?
I can feel it.
You can feel it now. You're on the train, baby. You're on the train right now. Listen, I can't stop laughing.
I don't ever want to hear Jason Tatum slander four-time champion Steve Kerr ever again.
What month is it? What month is it? Like I said, I'm not dissing. I'm just telling the truth.
I mean, so look, I'll say this.
I don't really know what to say, to be honest.
I'll say this. I do understand what Jesse is saying. There is, with all due respect, but I'm keeping it a stack. Sacramento, you know I love you. You know I'm riding for Sac all day. If you on the YouTube, you see I got the King City on. There's a difference between us getting excited about beating the Celtics and the Warriors and what they're supposed to be.
You tell me you're Lakers and Celtics, but you act like you're the Hornets.
If the Kings were to go in the ball, yeah, we Light the Beam, the Young Zell, the original and the remix. We having a good-ass time. I know our history. I know where we're at right now. So we're going to enjoy this. Like Jesse said, this should just been, I'll put it to you like this. Do you think Mason in Ireland would be behaving like this if the Lakers beat the Celtics?
No. Not at all.
I understand what Jesse's saying. No shade. Hey, we all have fun here. We have a good time. I'm just saying, Jesse's right. He's got a point. He's got a point.
There's been like this one-way rivalry since 2022. It's no different than when the Rockets beat them in like 82. Like, you got one. Congrats to them, though. Big day.
That was a good win last night. That was a good win like that. Oh, but
Dubs are a good team.
No, here's the other thing that I will say.
Can I ask one?
Yeah. Cook.
It's not. I'm not cooking. It's just. I'm serious. Does Bush know the Celtics won the title?
Well, that's.
I don't think anyone knows.
That's the other part about.
Is
this.
it?
He's talking about the reigning NBA champion.
Is it realistic to think Butch might not know that the Celtics won the title? Oh, okay.
Well,
all right.
Well, look, I don't want to be this guy. Like I said, I'm just putting out the facts. I don't want to be this guy. But how much did the Celtics beat them by when they went to the Garden last year? Wasn't it like 60?
About.
Didn't they beat their ass by 60 on Sunday on ABC?
So,
like I said, I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm just saying I don't know.
It's a broadcast journalist.
Down
man,
putting
that's all.
JT revenge game of quotes. I mean, JT went for 30 and shot 50%. Like, sorry, like Jalen Brown and Porzingis didn't play. Like congrats.
Well, this is the other thing that I heard that I don't. Now they need to stop this. They need to stop this right now.
Mm-hmm.
I heard a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, just like two, where they're like tweeting out, "Oh, I don't see what the big deal is. The Celtics, they didn't even have their best player out there last night." No, don't do that. Do not do that. Don't be disrespectful to LMA's man, Jason Tatum.
Okay, you can't do that.
What?
You can't say don't be disrespectful and then refer to him as LMA's man.
Well, they're together. No, they're together. Like if like right now, Jason Tatum's girl has a new song out. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it to diminish them. I'm saying they're a power couple. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm with it.
So don't be disrespectful to the best player on the Celtics. No disrespect to Jaylen Brown. Tatum is the guy.
If you're still
Zero is the guy.
If you're
Don't do
still
that.
on the Brown is better than Tatum thing, then good for you.
Well, speaking of
we got
Jaylen
more?
Brown, no, this is, and shout out to Manny for making sure
Oh
we
yeah,
saw this.
shout out to my guy Joe Mazzulla.
This is rather epic. This is Joe Mazzola pregame yesterday.
Joe, just confirming no Jaylen Brown tonight, and if you have an update there, if you've talked to him about it.
He's out.
Have you been able to talk to Jaylen about the injury?
Mm-hmm. I talk to him every day.
What were those conversations like?
I mean, we both kind of mumble when we talk, and then we just shake hands and move on.
Did he happen to mumble about his hip at all?
I couldn't understand him.
Joe, just confirming no Jaylen Brown tonight.
That dude is funny. That's funny. Your coach is funny.
Yeah, he's the perfect coach for
that.
that.
Dude is different. That dude is different.
Watches the town. I think he said 4 times a week or 4 times a day.
That's a little
yeah,
ridiculous.
That's a lot. He's a wild boy.
That is
He
a
had
little
some some dope Jordan 4s on too last night. I peeped that. I want to see if Nick DePaula got a picture of that because those were fire. But yeah, Joe Mazzulla, it's a funny dude.
Yeah, he's funny, man. He is absolutely hilarious.
Shout out to Namias Keita too.
Well, yeah. So Namias Keita playing some good ball over them. I think he had what 13 yesterday. Let me get you the exact number. Keita. Where? Well, because he's not on the Golden State Warriors. Stupid. Namias Keita 6 for 11, 14 points. Excuse me, 14 points, 8 rebounds for Nemi. 28 minutes.
2 blocks too, I think.
28 minutes for Namias Keita.
They're doing a really good job developing him.
Yeah, he's in the best possible situation because when he got there, it was just pretty much you're gonna sit at the end of this bench and play basketball in Maine in the G League for a long time, and it's kind of like just a slow development for him. It's always game by game. It looks like he's getting better,
and it's just a testament to the Celtics and to him because, and this, I don't know if he's gotten better. I'll just say that he's gotten better since being in Boston, being able to get rebounds, being able to be in a situation where he's got a defined role. He's not asked to do too much when he's out there. He's gotten better and he's playing some good basketball out there. So I love to see that.
Salute.
He could take over after Horford retires, I think.
He was one that I really wanted to work out here.
Mm-hmm.
He was like I talked about him long after I should have shut the hell up about him. But he's kind of turning into what I hoped, maybe even a little bit better than what I hoped, and I still think he has some development to do. Also, for those that didn't watch and just heard Butcher Boy, like Derek White did score 26. Peyton Pritchard did go for 16. It's not like Jason Tatum was the only person who scored for the Celtics last night.
Well, and then on top of that, let's not act like Tatum had 7. Like Tatum was just fine last night. He was not the problem. 32 points on the night.
It was a
5 3-pointers.
It was a 6-point win too. They didn't beat them, 150-98. But
as far as I'm concerned, we'll be seeing them in June, I guess.
I wonder how high
they're good. You won't be seeing them in June. I don't think that'll happen.
How high is Butch's blood pressure when he gets excited like that? He's had a couple of moments. Shoulder was up there.
Do you think because I'll say this, I'll be the one to talk. Do you think like it's the same as me when I get hyped up, or is it more?
I was thinking that. I was
think it's
wondering,
a
is like, is
little-
this what Kenny looks like?
I think
And
it's a little bit more.
I do love the similarities between our show. I'm clearly Bonte in this whole, like, me and Bonte are like, we're one and the same, and you and Butch are one and the same. I
think it's a little less yelling.
You don't yell like that. You're more like, yeah, yeah. Oh, y'all thought De'Aaron Fox wasn't gonna be able to do that again. Y'all didn't know that DeMar DeRozan was gonna fit in here. I told y'all DeMar DeRozan was gonna be him. I told you. But what I didn't know, I did not know that Domantas Sabonis was gonna be perfect. And then you do the thing where you like stand up, and then I didn't know. You lean into the camera a little bit. Domas was going to be perfect. He was going to be perfect. Perfect. Oh, let me Barry Horowitz myself and pat myself on the back. Oh, y'all want to tell me when I'm wrong? I'm going to tell you when I'm right. Because that Kentucky connection, boy. Oh, yeah, as I made my way around, I saw the Sacramento Kings. I saw them down there. I went up there. Master P said, KC, what's up, boy? I said, Master P, what's happening? Thank you for rolling through my city.
Oh,
and when I handed Uncle V that They Not Like Us shirt, and he smiled and he said, thanks, Kenny. He said, thanks, Kenny. I'm going to rock this the second half.
Shout out to Adnani. I did see Adnani. We spoke real quick. She asked me if I was coming on Sunday, so I can't make it.
Okay, yeah, Kenny ain't coming to hang around the Bulls.
It's gonna happen one time though. It just can't happen this Sunday. I'm gonna get up there as long as you give me my K9 suit.
Get you that suit that Bobby Heenan had on at WrestleMania. And the dogs was biting through. You fluctuate. Butch, once he gets to like level 12, he's gone.
He stays at level.
You hit 10, you come right back down to 7, 8, a little bit of 6, and then you back at 10. We'll come back. We're having a good day. What y'all want, man? Stealing with KC, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. It's funny. She been on our show, just not this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Hold on thing. Yeah, well, all right. All right.
Oh man. Oh man. It's good stuff. That's exactly right. Absolutely. Russ Dog, man, my bad, man. I didn't even get a 13th round prepared, man. The Fury fight isn't. No, it's not next. There is a fight going on this weekend that was kind of interesting.
Tank and Ryan said we're going to get a rematch at some point.
Let's do it.
I've completely tuned out Ryan Garcia.
I have too.
Like ever since his little rant, I haven't seen nothing from him other than today.
No, I absolutely have too. Like I said, man, they gotta figure out what's going on here in the world of boxing. Oh, that's right. Boots Ennis fights on Saturday. I will be watching my boy Boots Ennis. Boots Ennis is the truth. He's with the Zone now, Matchroom. We'll see how that works out, but I expect him to handle business for sure. And I need him to step up. I want to see Boots Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz in 2025. We need that fight.
Stephen Brown, pretty sure this is next Friday.
Yeah, it's the 15th. Damn, that's a Friday night. Oh, damn. That's a Friday night. We got to work that night. Oh,
I think they're gonna be
man, I
doing
just
more of
realized
those
that.
5-on-5s too, with the between
Yeah, I
promotions.
like those. I like those too.
Eddie Hearn and Oscar talking about doing one.
Oh, I'd love to see that because they actually hate each other.
Yeah.
Like when Frank
Oscar said
Warren-
today, he's like, "Yeah, we'll do 5-on-5. We'll make it 6-on-6, and we'll finish with me versus you."
Stupid ass. When he's not pissing me off, he cracks me up. I ain't even gonna lie. When he's not pissing me
He's
off,
not pissing you off, and he's coherent.
yeah. But yeah, I'd love to see Eddie Hearn and Oscar. That'd be some great heat right there. Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn, they're a little too friendly. Yeah.
Yeah, he said they're gonna do another one too with Frank Warren because they're on the zone now too.
Yeah. The zone got everybody right now. PBC is struggling.
What's the biggest fight in boxing
It
right
is
now?
not tomorrow. It's next Friday. The biggest fight in boxing right
Eddie
now.
says it's AJ versus Fury still.
I mean, no. It might be huge in London and in the UK, but no.
I'll go Canelo Benavidez still, I think.
Canelo Benavidez, it might
If
be
you do it
Canelo. It might be Canelo Bud. If like they're gonna have to rebuild everything up, but like I was gonna say something, but I'll say it. I mean, it's fine. We were having a impromptu little mini 13th round, and Jesse asked what the biggest fight in boxing is right now. And I think it's a choice between like 3 or 4 fights. And the one that I was gonna say was this is a major fight, but traditionally, black on black doesn't sell well in boxing. It doesn't do the same thing. And I was gonna say Tank versus Shakur might be the biggest fight in boxing, but it's along the same lines of like Spence and Crawford, right? Like that was a great fight, but it was like the boxing fans' great fight.
Yeah, I don't think
Ryan and Tank was everybody was like, yo, we want to see this.
I don't think Shakur's enough of a star yet for that.
What you think about Haney? Haney and Tank.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's one of those, or it's Canelo and Bud. Canelo and Bud, Canelo Benavidez, Tank, and one of those 3 or 4 guys. Those are the biggest fights in boxing.
Okay. I wish I had something to contribute to this conversation. I don't. But if it's a fight you feel I should see, I know you'll tell me and I'll watch it.
Yeah, man. We got Tank coming up in a couple weeks. Tyson.
Well,
you know what I just found out?
We're gonna have your mom on to discuss.
Oh, she definitely would come on. She definitely would. You know what I just found out? And I had my days mixed up. They're doing this a little differently. Usually it's on a Saturday. Tyson Paul is next Friday night.
Okay.
I said, oh man.
Still a thing, huh?
It's the thing. I gotta work next Friday night.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anderson Paak, the rail yards.
Yeah, I gotta work. I was like, oh, they put it on a Friday night.
Oh.
I'm not torn up over missing that fight. And I'll just go back and watch it. But
You know what I was, though, kind of curious to see is the Netflix presentation of it. I've never seen anything live that they've done.
Me neither. They did tennis. Wasn't that what they did?
Maybe they did tennis. I feel like they've done they did a Chris Rock special.
I didn't watch that live.
That I don't think I saw that live. I think I
didn't
saw
watch
it later. Yeah, I saw it later. So I'm kind of curious to see how that goes.
And also, real quick, Jack Davis says he missed coming in late. He says, any thoughts on the announcement of the new Republic FC stadium at the Rail Yards? Absolutely. Shout out to the tribal chief.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Wilton Rancheria. That tribe getting the job done.
Yep.
Getting the job done. Big
Yep.
ups. Big
Unlike
ups.
people who have had this task before, who couldn't get the job done, who tucked their little tails and ran out of the city. Oh, no, there's still plans to do it. Will you shut up?
Still leaving them on the paper, though.
Yeah. Yeah, all of these people who have completely botched this. Shout out to our people over at Wilton Rancheria over there at Sky River Casino, getting the job done.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Getting the job
And by the way, for those that didn't read, there is no question about it. There's no bill that has to pass. There is nothing that you have to vote on. This is a casino. They got this.
Yeah.
This is a tribe. They're good.
Yeah. And I thought that was really cool too. I was watching the press conference and I didn't know this, but it makes sense. I think I don't want to mess it up, but I think the tribal chief Jesus said this is the first professional sports team owned by a Native American tribe. And like that's history. That's history right there, man. So
yes, sir.
Congrats to them, man. Congrats to them. And I can't wait for what they got going on for the city and the surrounding areas.
Hey, let's do one better. Veterans Day this Monday. Show up.
Yeah.
Sky River Casino.
Yeah.
Celebrate.
Yes.
That's what we're going to do. This announcement today is going to be a very big part of our show on Monday. And we're going to try to get all of the right people on stage with us to talk about what's happening. For those not familiar, we will be live at Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street this Monday. Yes, on a holiday, we will be here to cover the weekend in football, to cover the San Francisco 49ers, to cover the 2 Kings games on Friday night and Sunday. We will be with you on Monday to cover all of that, and we'd love for you to come see us. 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino. Not just us, but for the first time ever, the Insiders.
Let's go.
We'll be broadcasting live at Sky River Casino. So come pull up. Shout out to our man, Jesse. He is doing all of the technical stuff by himself. And when I say by himself, he's really by himself because I'm not even going to be there to help him get through this. He's doing it all on his own.
Bro, last time we did it, I didn't even know if I did it right. I was just like, Jonathan, can you hear us? He's like, yep, we're good.
Nah, he killed it. Did it perfectly.
Like how we started the show.
Well, but better. But much, much better. So Veterans Day, man, come out. We're going to stick around. Joel's asking us, y'all staying for King Spurs?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
sir.
We're going to be out there all day. And we also have a huge announcement I cannot wait to make. We have been working on this for months and months. And we finally get to make the announcement. We're going to do it relatively early in the show. And it involves our next live show. This one is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so freaking hyped for this. I cannot wait to tell you guys about this on Monday. And just, I don't want any, they're adding more program. No. Listen closely. We're telling you about our next show. That's what the announcement is. But it's going to be dope, man. So this Monday, Sky River Casino.
Yes.
So the Warriors are good. Well,
that's still shot right there.
The Lakers.
Sabo, get that.
The Lakers might not be. Here's JJ Redick postgame.
JJ, you're talking a lot about two or three guys, getting them to put in the effort. You've talked a lot about wanting to play hard and LeBron being the guy that played hard in tonight's game. How do you address that with the team? What's your philosophy for approaching that?
I just did.
And he's out.
God.
All right, JJ.
Wait,
JJ,
did he kick some no, listen to me here. Did he kick like some pipes or something like that? Listen when he walks up. Like things get kicked around.
Pipe kicking.
Philosophy for approaching
I
that.
just did.
Okay,
JJ, you're talking a lot about.
I don't think he kicked pipes.
What was that?
I don't know. I don't think he kicked pipes. However, so everyone,
I just did.
Everyone heard that. Well, if you're not sure what he might be referring to, there's a good chance it's this.
D'Lo only played 21 minutes tonight. What did you see there? Why did you make the decision in the second half to go away from him?
Again, just level of compete, attention to detail. Some of the things we I've talked with him about for a couple of weeks, and at times he's been really good with that stuff, and other times it's just reverting back to certain habits. But it wasn't like a punishment. It just felt like for us to have a chance to win this game, that was the route we wanted to take.
D'Lo only.
Yikes. Also, for those that are watching, and I'll certainly read it, look at that stat line right there. LeBron James, 39 points, 15 to 24 from the field, 6 of 11 from 3, 7 rebounds, 6 assists. No Anthony Davis out there. Literally tried to do it on his own. And this team is struggling. This was a bit of a contentious matchup. Ja, for those that don't know, Lakers played the Grizzlies. For those that Ja, I don't like them. Turns out Ja might be one of us after all. He said, I do not like them. He hit the too small on Austin. I can't remember who he hit the too small on. And then LeBron hits a shot. Ja goes down. He hits the too small, standing directly over Ja Morant. Oh, man. Oh, man.
It wasn't even on LeBron.
No, it wasn't. It absolutely was not. It absolutely was not.
Now they
things not the best in LA. Just for fun. This was funny. I'm not going to play any audio. I'm just going to put this back on the screen while we talk because that's funny. JJ been a coach for 10 games. He's thinking about that podcast. Oh, he's thinking about what his former life.
Well, look, the problem is he out here potting. Hey, you don't need to be saying all that. You don't need to be saying all that. You're a head coach in the NBA. Like,
is that not the most honest thing you've ever heard a coach say at the podium before?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of one. And I think there's a reason for that.
Well, yeah, you can't really come back from it. Once you say it, you can't unsay it.
There's a reason for that. He need to chill out with all that because, yeah, like you can't go around saying those things about your players and then at publicly. I'm a believer in that. Publicly, we keep the family business, family news and everything that's going
Keeping
on
in-house.
In-house.
Yep.
Right. And you can tell D'Angelo Russell that in the locker room and say that to him and, and get on him, whatever. And say,
well, it sounds like he has.
Yeah. You can say, and you keep it there.
No, maybe he's
Law
thinking
Murray.
Maybe he's thinking it didn't work.
That.
Well, Law Murray's a damn good reporter.
He is. He wasn't even at this game.
I was going to say, I think he covers the Clippers, but that's fine at every point. I always forget my guy, Dave McMenamin.
Dave McMenamin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dave McMenamin doesn't need to hear.
Yeah, neither does Momo. Momo doesn't need to hear that either.
What's my guy's name? Jonah?
Yeah.
I always forget his name. He's a very good writer.
So
athletic.
Yeah, you don't. I'm a believer, and you don't say that stuff publicly. You don't say that publicly. And once again, it's going to be one of those things where
look at JJ's face.
It's going to be one of those things where if you're, and he has done it once, but you almost got to do that. If you're going to do that, you need to talk about like what you did wrong. He did it once.
Okay.
I think it was after they lost to Phoenix. It was easy because it was the first loss of the game, first loss of the season, and they're 3-1. And there's no finger point. I'll point the finger at myself. It was easy then, and he's like, yeah, I got to get these guys open or whatever the case may be. Now you didn't lost 4 or 5 or something like that. Now it's now somebody else's fault. It's the effort. It's all this other stuff. Yeah, you keep that in.
Well, it could be true.
I think I'm with JJ on this one.
Talk about it.
Well, just because remember. We'll take it back to the Luke Walton years. And for so long, we were asking for accountability and all that. I think that's just what JJ's doing here. Like, maybe he is doing it in the locker room, but maybe these guys need to hear it outside and stuff like that. I think he's just I see it as just him holding them accountable. And if D'Lo is like able to handle it or whatever, then he'll fix it.
You can hold me accountable without embarrassing me. Because now this clip is all over the place, embarrassing me as a player. You can hold me accountable. That's fine. You don't have to embarrass me to hold me accountable. You talk to me, player to coach, man to man, and tell me what I need to do right and what I need to do better. You don't need to embarrass me and tell everybody about everything that's going on publicly.
Is this the
you ain't gonna hold me more accountable because you told the media. Like, just hold me accountable. Stop with all the games.
What if he benches D'Angelo Russell?
You better make sure it works.
Well, what I mean is, if he winds up benching D'Angelo Russell, this is what you point to, right? Because at some point he has to. This is a complete hypothetical. Because let me go back 2 seconds. Because what I was going to ask you is this AP? Is this Antonio Pierce making that business decisions remark? And kind of apologizing for that later. And is this similar to that?
It's along those lines. That's a great point. But it's along those lines. Like that was
two young coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, you can feel however you want to about Antonio Pierce. He is a young coach.
Right.
JJ Redick, the same exact thing. Two young coaches with some missteps at the podium after some frustrating losses.
It's absolutely along those lines. And like I said, I don't want to say too much, but that felt a little unacceptable. Like that seemed a little out of pocket for him to say that about him publicly. Especially like when it's not outside of LeBron, it's not like anybody else was killing. And I know he was asked directly about D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah.
Like you could have masked that up with saying, yeah, D'Lo did. But it was one of those games where there's a lot of people who didn't do what they were supposed to do. Us as a whole, we didn't do what we had to do. Like you can mask that up instead of just leaving him out there to dry.
Let's run this back one more time.
D'Lo only played 21 minutes tonight. What did you see there? Why did you make the decision in the second half to go away from him?
Again, just level of compete, attention to detail. Some of the things we I've talked with him about for a couple of weeks, and at times he's been really good with that stuff, and other times it's just reverting back to certain habits. But it wasn't like a punishment. It just felt like for us to have a chance to win this game, that was the route we wanted to take.
D'Lo.
So. Okay, give me 10 seconds.
Only played 21 minutes tonight. What did you see there? Why did you make the decision in the second half to go away from him?
How would you answer that?
I would say to win the game, the way the game was going.
The second part. So basically the second part of his answer.
Right. I would say, I just felt for us to win, we needed a different change of pace. Went to some other guys and thought that would give us a better chance to win tonight. But to be honest with you, if you look at it, we got outscored. I'm looking at it 3, 8, 11. We got outscored by 11 points in the second half. So we didn't play him as much in the second half, and we still got our ass beat. So it's not about how much I didn't play him or didn't play him. We as a collective, we got to be better. Because I thought it would help us win if I reduced his minutes in the second half, and we still got our ass whooped. So we need to look collectively.
He was looking for something.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking for something here. We need to look as a collective to say we've got to be better. LeBron, he played a good game, but we can't rely on LeBron every night. We're going to need all these guys to come together and play at a certain level and compete at a certain level.
So make it more general.
Yeah. Because it is more general. Like you said, I didn't see the game, but if they're talking about D'Lo didn't play in the second half and they still were minus 11 in the second half, he wasn't a problem. The only problem.
Okay. Fair. The question was about D'Angelo. So
I would get that he fell. You could even say he fell into the trap. I would have got that off of the singular person and talked about the group as a whole. Yeah, because he was asked about D'Angelo. I would start there and I'd say, but this isn't about D'Angelo. This is about what we need to do as a collective.
When someone says a level of compete, isn't that just a different term for effort?
Mm-hmm.
Well, just because they got outscored by 11 doesn't mean they weren't trying. They're just not as good, or at least they weren't as good last night.
Right.
JJ's concern, and I'm not trying to present an argument for either side. I already beat Jesse in the debate yesterday. I don't need to keep doing that.
What? I don't even think you did. No. I'm gonna contest the judges' results.
I'm not trying to make a case for what JJ was saying. I'm just because you got outscored by 11 in the second half doesn't mean you weren't out there trying. If he clearly saw something in D'Angelo Russell or the way that he was playing that was bothering him, and he felt like he's not competing. I need someone to go out there and compete. I need someone out there, and I don't know. Again, we're changing a word for a phrase. I need someone to go out there and put out more effort. In that scenario, I don't think it's fair to put it on the group. I don't think it's fair to make it more of a generic term because your boy played 26 minutes last night. If I'm Cam Reddish and I went out there and busted my ass and I hear my coach say that, it's like, Coach, Like I busted, like I went out there and worked my ass off.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's a thing coaches do to avoid the conversation we're having right now.
Mm-hmm.
I had a conversation with Complex. We got an email a couple of nights ago. Me, you, Katie, Gavin, our crew in San Francisco, we all got an email on the eve of the election.
Mm-hmm.
And Complex said to me yesterday, he was like, hey, I that wasn't really for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, no. Like, I understand you did it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
It was, hey guys, let's try to approach everything this way. And it was written to all of us rather than being written to one person.
Right.
It's the same exact thing that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But in this sense, in Complex's sense, the action hadn't happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
In this sense, it did. If we had received that email today, it was like, man, did you hear what we did? Mm-hmm. We was like, celebrate, like we was good.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of feel weird. If I was Cam Reddish and I'm out there busting my ass and I hear coach say, yeah, the level compete with our team was bad, but he really meant with D'Angelo Russell,
mm-hmm.
I'd have a problem. Maybe you don't address that at the podium.
The
effort part. Because when you question someone's effort, hey, D'Angelo couldn't hit shots. He was a little erratic with the ball.
Mm-hmm.
That happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's basketball. Questioning someone's effort, though, again, like we said to start all of it, you can't unsay that.
Right.
It's been said.
Right. And this is the thing that I always get people, a lot of people, and Scooter and all these people, like they say, oh, what did he say wrong? Well, you wouldn't be a coach. Like people would stop playing for you if you just go out there and say, this is right. So I'm just going to say it to the media every time. People would turn on you in 3 games. Yeah. Like that's not how this thing works. You can hold these guys accountable without embarrassing them. That's what I believe in. Now, maybe that's right or wrong, but because you didn't say D'Angelo Russell's name in a press conference and single him out in a press conference does not mean you didn't hold him accountable. We talk about that with Luke Walton. Just because he didn't say Buddy Hield was terrible on
Buddy
defense.
Hield's the greatest shooter in the history of the sport. I don't know what you're talking about.
Just because he didn't say that to James Ham doesn't mean he didn't tell Buddy, your defense is terrible.
Yeah.
And I think people that look at these things and watch these things conflate the two. Just because they're not embarrassing somebody and singling them out publicly does not mean they're not holding people accountable. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it means they're not doing what, but they're 2 separate things.
Yeah.
And he could have, to a certain degree, protected D'Angelo Russell publicly and held him accountable privately, and not even just privately like man to man, but he could have held him accountable in front of the entire team and singled him out that way. He didn't have to do it that way. There's different ways of going about it. That's how I would coach. I wouldn't do that to a player in public.
I get it and I understand. I also want to point out like how confusing it is to keep seeing D'Lo's name in the chat. Like it's very like I'm looking at it like what is it? Like it's very, very frustrating. Let me ask if D'Angelo was a younger player versus a player who has a little bit of a reputation, would it be different? Like, because if D'Angelo was in year 3, I'd be like, JJ, that's whack. Like that sticks with him now.
Right.
Like, give him, especially year 3. You know, in basketball today, he might be 21 years old. Like, or at worst, he's 24. Give this kid a chance to like figure some things out. Like that's tough to walk back. D'Angelo been in the league for a minute. And he has like people feel a certain way about him, especially on the defensive end. His effort has been questioned by coaches in the past. I wonder if that plays into this a little bit as well. Whereas, I mean, I don't want to try to pretend like I understand what JJ Redick is thinking, but I also like I don't need to protect D'Angelo Russell. He's been in this league forever. I need to protect Dalton Connect. I don't need to protect D'Angelo Russell. He knows that he might feel like, I don't know, he might feel like he knows how to handle this.
Yeah.
And I got to do something.
And he would know that better than we would because he deals with them every day. Here's another part about it as well, though, to that point. You may not need to protect him. And here's the cerebral, long-term thinking. You may not need to protect him, but you may need to trade him.
Yeah.
So going out and saying this
Sure.
guy just doesn't compete,
Yeah.
that doesn't help you trying to get rid of him.
Yeah. You're right.
But to your point, though, the reputation's already out there, maybe.
But yes, you're right. But also, if you're trading for D'Angelo Russell, you're probably just trading for his contract.
True.
Like, I can't envision someone going, God damn it, you know what we need? Give me Rob Pelinka. I need D'Angelo Russell. Like who? And I don't mean to, like, who says that?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's a team that's competing, like seriously competing at a high level that says that. So you know what we need? We need to get off some of this money. You know, D'Lo, we could completely get off of his contract. If we move this one, that saves us $17 million. We get him back over here. Whew, we're in a much better position next year. That's why you go get D'Angelo Russell at this point.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to have an effort. He just needs to have a contract.
As simple as that. Simple as that. Just the contract. The other thing about that too is you look at somebody, and this is what this is one of the things that I talk about with like the TCs of the world. If you go around, I'm sure there's somebody who doesn't feel this way. But for the most part, you go around the NFL, current and past players that have played for Kyle Shanahan, 100% approval rating. Because he wouldn't do that.
Sure.
They talk about that all the time. They say he's a player's coach. He understands the players. And he in a what he thinks is a private moment with Brandon Ayuk on the practice field, yeah, he'll light his ass up about him not having the right shorts on. He's not going to go to that podium.
Did
and
he
talk
ever
about
address that? He didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he did address it, but it was like flippantly. It was like, and the only reason he addressed because people had seen it. He was like, oh, well, yeah.
It got caught on camera. Yeah.
But that's it. Like if that didn't get caught on camera, he wouldn't have come up there and said something. And I know JJ was asked about D'Lo. He didn't openly just start talking crazy about him. But even when a player's coach, Kyle Shanahan or somebody else, is asked about him, there's a way that they go about like protecting them publicly. And JJ, maybe it's just a learning experience. Maybe he won't handle it the same way. Maybe he will. I don't know.
You know what would help D'Angelo Russell's effort? A better night's sleep. And the best way to get a better night's sleep is to take advantage of the Black Friday savings that are going on right now over at Matthews Mattress. You like that, didn't you?
That's like that.
That's good work. Save up to $1,000 off select Beauty Rest Black adjustable mattress sets and check out Door Buster pricing on Beauty Rest Harmony Queen mattresses for just $498. That is nearly half off. Beauty Rest Black is what I have in every room in my house. It is absolutely incredible. Everybody who stays at the house, we got the Matson suite upstairs. He's a big fan of the Beauty Rest Black up there. We've got another room downstairs that's got the Beauty Rest Black. It is a tremendous bed, and it's one of the many mattresses that are on sale right now. Casey, you can get 60-month special financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required. First step, find the location nearest you.
That's right. And check this out. You buy by 5, sleep by 9 with free same-day delivery, free removal of your old set, and Matthews Mattress unbeatable 10% price guarantee is in full effect, man. So they got you.
MatthewsMattress.com. Find the location nearest you. We'll come back. We're going to get back to the Sacramento Kings. And where's that button? Where's that button? Where's that button? Hey! We got power rankings coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I just come from the post pod. Did you see the video of, I think it was Effie as well, but it was definitely Tommy and Tariq on the same set?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Effie was there. If they are doing something like that, Effie should be a part of it. She's pretty good with that.
I'm good with tonight's game.
Good.
NBA is ass tonight, so
What's the NBA game? Oh,
there's nothing. I didn't like any of it.
no, it's all trash. They got 3 of the worst teams in the league playing tonight.
Yeah, it's Minnesota, Chicago, Utah, Milwaukee, and Portland and San Antonio. There isn't. Oh, shout out to Minnesota, the only team above 500.
That seemed like a shot. I got to be honest with you. That seemed like a shot. We didn't have to bring up the records.
Sir, you're 1-6. You have the same record as the Utah Jazz. What are you talking about? You've got the same record as the Jazz. Man.
Hey, Kyle, you're not wrong. That's all I'm going to say about that. Well, now settle
Wait,
down.
what?
Jesus.
Wait a minute. What?
Settle down.
What text from Kyle are you referring to? Oh, okay.
Not the last.
No, I got it. Yep. No, I was like, whoa. It's a weird cosign, but okay. Get it, Drew down. Drew, buddy.
Guess what I watched like 3 or 4 episodes of the other day?
Not
about
The
3
Office.
episodes. No, you're right. Not The Office. I didn't sign up yet. I gotta sign up for it. Wasn't just I need to go through steps to sign in. I gotta get the right plan and everything. So I You need got to like do a that. premium Peacock. Well, I thought we got rid of that because I watched about 3 episodes of Snowfall.
Okay.
I'm still early in the game. I'm season 2. What just happened? This is a recall. I don't know if you'll so much might have happened since then. But you know the little storyline that I don't like at all?
Yeah.
They just found out that one lady's a cop, or that she just suspected, oh, she's a cop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know where you're at.
And that's it's finally interesting. I sit there and I'm like, oh, what's gonna happen now?
Where are you with Lost?
We've reached the point where there's people on the island that weren't on the plane.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yep.
now there's that
All right.
crazy guy, Ethan. Like, we're at
Yep.
that point where
There you go.
he took off with the pregnant lady and they're looking for her.
Good stuff.
Yeah, Lost is getting good.
There you go. Oh, D-Lo, have you watched the new Office show? I haven't. I don't know if I knew there was one. Yeah, I don't think I knew there was one. NBA is awful tonight.
Ugh.
There are 3 games, one NBA TV game. The rest will be League Pass. They all start at 5, and 5 of the 6 teams are under 500. 2 of the teams are 1-6.
Well, once again, you keep bringing up the records. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the significance of bringing up the records is. You could just say the schedule's not good.
Well, you're 100% right, Doc. I just thought I'd point it out because it is a battle of 1-6 teams between the Bucks and the Utah Jazz.
No. See, once again, this is one of those things where I think we've been playing better than the record shows. You know, and I want to take
Why
some
on
1-6.
earth do you think that?
Well, I mean, if you look at the games and you just really look at them, I think we're probably the best 1-6 team in the game.
Doc, how many orange? All right. Go throw some oranges, Doc. This lineup is awful. The NBA should be ashamed of itself.
They should.
However, I'm not mad because there is a football game that I'm interested in.
There is.
It's the Ravens and the Bengals. People think the Bengals might be doing something right now. This is obviously
why.
Well,
I think T. Higgins is out tonight too.
This is a huge step to show that they are or they aren't. And it's the Ravens and the Bengals tonight. So anytime I can watch Lamar, great. Anytime I can watch Lamar by himself, perfect. So we'll be locked in to
The
that Ravens
Bengals,
game.
they're sneaky 4-5. I
Yeah.
was just trying to think about like what their records. I was like, why are people so high? They probably got like 2 wins.
Mm-mm.
No, sneaky 4-5.
No.
And technically they're only 2 games behind Baltimore. You win tonight, you're a game behind with the first leg of the tiebreaker. So yeah, it is a big game in Baltimore. Real quick, because I know we're about to get into football. The night that we're having in the NBA tonight, I hope and I think it will change with this new media deal. Like, stop being afraid of the NFL and give us some real stuff.
Yeah.
And that goes with, like we mentioned a couple weeks ago, they're going to have national TV every night. So they're not going to shy away, I don't think, from the NFL on Thursdays with this new deal.
Yeah. Or
that it's still being fought for by was that Warner
Brothers Discovery?
Yeah. Give it up.
Imagine your girlfriend breaks up with you and you take her to court.
Give it up. I read a story where like the NBA is kind of just ignoring them in court.
Well, there's clearly something that they're really confident about. The NBA.
Yeah.
Like there was something in the, I just can't figure out why they're fighting so hard for that. Like, I guess I can. No, I can't. Like, why would you
moved on a little
why would
bit.
you want to be a partner with someone who clearly doesn't want to be partners with you?
Right.
I want a divorce. No. That is not how this works.
I've gotten remarried.
That's facts, though. Oh, my God.
They're still trying to do their thing.
Yeah.
Gerson had already walked down the aisle and everything. They're still trying to hold on. So I don't know.
And they got a bigger ring, too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I forgot what they said in the story, how it was some legal terminology, but I think they're trying to take it to court and all this other stuff. And what did they say? They said Warner Brothers Discovery had called for a number of different depositions or something, or I forgot. They said the NBA hadn't called for any. They hadn't called for any. It's like, whatever.
The NBA is out there like, so you can do whatever you want to. It's like when we were obviously we're in a much better mood than we were yesterday. We weren't really in a joking manner yesterday at like 5:00.
Yeah.
But I saw Vince McMahon was trending.
Oh,
did you see why?
No, but I think I know.
That man knows he's gonna get a
Damn,
pardon.
oh man. Yeah, man.
So,
Jeez.
but what I was gonna say was when he went to trial, the steroid trial, his defense, Jerry McDevitt, his attorney, they called no witnesses. They presented no evidence. The prosecution presented their case, and Jerry McDevitt was like, "Yeah, dude, we rest." And I think that's what the NBA is doing. The TNT is like, "Oh, we got this, and the NBA is like, "Nah, Judge, we rest. We got nothing."
They said they called on nobody.
Absolutely no one.
Oh man,
that's incredible.
But
Absolutely incredible.
NFL, they've got my attention tonight. And then it's that time of year. There's gonna be some college basketball. I'm gonna find somebody to watch tonight. Somebody probably UC Irvine or something like that.
I'm sure you will. There's some good games in the association this weekend. Obviously, it starts tonight. I am very interested in this game in Baltimore between the Bengals and the Ravens, for sure. There's a couple of other ones that I think are worth keeping an eye on. Steelers and Commanders. That's a big one.
That is a good game.
Steelers and Commanders. That's it. Well, that might be a power rankings game, man. We'll talk about that in just a second. And the Lions and the Texans, the Sunday night.
Yeah.
That's a big one right there, too.
That is, do we still feel the same way about the Texans as like?
I didn't like. I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna admit something though. I said last Thursday I didn't like that game for the Texans on the road in New York, short week. I didn't like that. I didn't know Detroit was next. I really would have tried to find some motivational speech to give in that locker room, like, "Hey, come on, make that game maybe a little bit bigger than it actually was."
Yeah.
Because this I think the Texans are in a position where they're winning that division without a lot of resistance. But I had higher expectations for them. I think they have higher. I know they have higher expectations for themselves. But this could send them to 6-4. Like they're going to have to. I think people believe the Texans are good. I think people believe the Lions are great. You're going to have to surprise some people with this one, and you'll have to do it on both sides of the ball. And given where Houston's at, that could be really difficult.
Yeah.
Because Stephon ain't coming back, and I don't think Nico's back this week.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's still got another week or two.
I think so too. So it's a very uphill battle to beat the Detroit Lions.
You know what it reminds me of a little bit is it reminds me of the 49ers a couple weeks ago. Where against take your pick. I mean, I think it was against the Chiefs where they lost all their wide receivers. Like Juwan was out, Brandon Ayuk ripped his knee up, and Debo left in the first play, excuse me. And Christian McCaffrey isn't there, and it was just like what I kept saying, and what a lot of people kept saying, it was just, man, just get to the bye. You'll start getting people back. You'll get healthy. And obviously, Stephon's not coming back. Brandon Ayuk's not coming back. But the Niners are getting people back. I think that's where the Texans are right now. Try to stay above water. Make sure that you don't fall off or lose too many more people, and then you'll start getting some of these guys back. You already got Mixon back, I think, a week ago. That's you got the running back. He had been out since week 2. Nico should be coming back after that, and now you can start to feel good about yourselves as far as the personnel. But it's going to be tough, trying to do all that without those components going up against a team like the Lions.
Yeah, that's a tough one. But those are the games I'm looking forward to the most. And then there's the 49ers and the Bucks. And I thought Jesse kind of made a good note. These teams are pretty simple. This is actually a huge game for both of them.
Yeah, it is.
I know the talk, and we looked up at NFL Live earlier. Christian McCaffrey, there's the weight of the world on his Achilles, for at least the weight of the 49ers world on his Achilles. Bucks, they suffered. Again, the similarities between the two. They lost Evans, Godwin, in just one swift motion, and they've been fighting like hell ever since, but
Monday was a tough loss for them, man, because they played well. They had an opportunity.
They played well enough to win.
Yeah, and that's to come away with that without the win is a little demoralizing. And then 6 days later, you've got to go up against a 49ers team that's fresh off a bye and getting guys back. It's a tough spot for Tampa Bay. I remember Joe was kind of reading their schedule down and he was talking about, man, between this Chiefs game, Niners game, I think they've got another tough game. If they could find a way to just get through there, get a win or two somewhere and get through there, the schedule lightens up, in theory, after the next game or two. But they got to find a way to get there, because if they get to that part of the schedule, 4-7, might be no coming back from that. So, and especially like we kind of broke down, it might be tough already because we broke down yesterday for the Niners, but same thing would hold true for Tampa Bay. I think their only path to the playoffs is the division. So you talk about, you got 7 losses and you're far behind Atlanta, and the wild cards are not an option at all. So they've got to find a way. Hopefully they don't, for my sake, find a way this week. But after this week, go ahead, go on a run. I don't care. But they got to start turning some things around. And the Niners, this is one of those 2 games I talked about. Like, you got to win the next 2 games. The next 2 weeks are must wins.
Who was the next one? Seattle?
Seattle.
Yeah.
Put them away. Get this game against a banged up Bucks team. You have to go into the game against Green Bay 6-4. If not, we've got serious issues. So it's a big game for them, obviously, going without saying.
Boy, look at this. Bucks bye week after this.
Okay.
At the Giants.
Maybe it was just getting past this game.
At the Panthers. Versus the Raiders.
Oh, man.
At the Chargers. At the Cowboys. Another game against the Panthers. And then against the Saints.
Oh, my goodness.
They could go on a 8-game winning streak.
They could lose this game and be all right.
Just fine. You know, the tough part, though, is they don't have any games left against the Falcons. They lost both of them.
And they're already 2 games back.
Yeah.
So there's a
Yeah.
3-game difference there,
Yeah.
essentially.
That's tough.
Mm.
Tough.
Yeah.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. The thing about that, though, is I don't know if the Falcons are going to – I think they're a good team. I don't know if they're going to run away and hide. You know, they're going to drop some. They're going to drop some games. And Tampa Bay, let's say they did lose to the 49ers. You know, you got 6 losses at that point. Like you just mentioned, you could go on a run. Maybe after that bye, you get Evans back, you know, and you got weaker competition. You could go on a run. You could win. You can win out. You can win out with that schedule.
Absolutely. You absolutely could. But it's football. Weird stuff happens.
Weird stuff does happen. Carolina. I actually think Carolina might finish the season a little better than people think. Like, I don't think that doesn't mean like wins. That means the way they play.
Did we say they're over in Germany? They're somewhere
Oh, yeah, they
weird
got the Giants
this week.
in Germany,
Yeah.
Munich. Yeah. So, you know, the real quick with the 49ers and Christian McCaffrey, I saw a clip from Richard Sherman on his podcast. He was talking about, he said specifically, I heard it from the horse's mouth. I'm good. I'm ready to go. I'm good. He said, I probably could have came back 2 weeks ago, but Niners wanted to be super cautious with what's going on. I'm as good as I could possibly be. Like, you can't predict whether or not it's going to come back. But he said, talking about Christian McCaffrey, he says, I'm
I
good.
thought you was talking about Jake Moody.
I wonder if he talks to him at all.
I'd very highly doubt it. Very highly doubt it.
Yeah. He said he heard straight from Christian that he's good. He is ready to go, and the 49ers will play him accordingly.
I like it. Let's have some fun here.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
Stealing with KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, wherever you at. Appreciate you so much for being with us. Last week, I had the Steelers and the Vikings as the first teams out. Had the Texans at number 5, Packers at number 4, football team at number 3. I had the Lions at number 1 and the Chiefs. This week, this was a little tough.
Okay.
I went Texans first team out, even though Thursday night loss on the road. Jets are still a bad football team. I still believe in the Texans. I got them first team out.
Okay.
Probably overdue. I will also say this. I got to be serious. I died a little bit putting this together.
Oh no.
No, you'll see. I died a little bit.
So did I.
Okay. I see that. Yes, you did.
Well, it happened again.
No.
It happened again. Jesse, did you see it again? I had Jesse was on the phone like, what? But I put my 5 in, and I go in here just now, and it's not there.
Okay, sir. I'm really tired of the dog ate my homework stuff. I'm just really tired of it. Okay.
The hell is this?
Okay, pal. Yesterday, or when I woke up this morning, I thought this was so funny. You had reminded me that the power rankings were there, and you just had a spot for me and not for you.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I put my picks in. I put my 5 in.
I don't think you did.
Absolutely
You
did.
fell asleep. You fell asleep. Come on, man. Stop it. I have the Steelers at number 5. I put the Philadelphia Eagles at number 4. I'm kind of at the point where it's like, I can't really ignore the fact they're winning football games. I can't leave them out of the power rankings because I don't like them. I think they're probably better than the Minnesota Vikings right now. I put the Eagles at number 4. Again, died a little bit. Don't like it. Football team at number 3. And I think this is all the same as last week. I put the football team at number 3. I still have the Lions at number 1. I don't care if it was overtime. I don't care if people want to make arguments about how they're playing. They're not good. Their offense isn't good.
I'm sorry. You mean the Chiefs? Because I was like, oh, you did? You said Lions.
No, the Lions are number 2. I was transitioning to why I left the Chiefs at number 1.
Gotcha. My fault.
That's fine. The Chiefs are number 1. Kenny,
it sounded like you said Lions at number 1.
No, I said the Lions at number 2, and then I was explaining why I was leaving the Chiefs at number 1. But Kenny said, "The hell with your stupid ass explanation. I don't care. I just couldn't take the Chiefs out of number 1. They're 8-0. They're winning football games. They're not the Eagles of last year. They're not the Steelers of years ago. They're the reigning, defending Super Bowl champions. That's Patrick Mahomes. Whether this is the good version of Patrick Mahomes or some other version of the Patrick Mahomes, it doesn't matter. They're 8-0. They won in overtime. They continue to find ways to win football games. Until they don't, that has to be my number 1 team in the league, no matter how good I believe Detroit is.
I agree. I agree 100%. Now, when I said I died a little bit, I was after Al Gore just erased my top 5. You know what I mean? I don't know what happened there. I re-put the top 5 in there. I was like, that didn't seem right. I remember last night I did everything in my power not to make that happen. It didn't seem right. And then I remembered, yes, I did. So last week I had Chiefs, Lions, Steelers, Packers, Texans, football team, first team out.
Wow. I got football team at 3.
Well, I was like, something don't seem right here. Because I had the Eagles at 5 this week. I said, no, can't be the case. Because last night I made sure they weren't in my top 5. They weren't. I forgot. I got the football team at 5. Eagles is the first team out. Football team at 5. I've got the Ravens at 4. I've got the Steelers at 3.
Man.
And then I've got the Lions and the Chiefs.
Okay.
To round things out. And as much as I joke about it, yes, I was trying everything to keep the Eagles out of the top 5. It's getting harder and harder to be able to do that. They're putting together some good performances. The second half against Jacksonville was a little rocky.
Yeah, it was rough. Like, they almost tricked that game off.
Said, oh, no.
Yeah, that was rough.
Said, let's get it done. Come on, Jack.
Yeah.
Come on, Trevor Lawrence. Do your work.
Can't lie. I might have been doing the same.
But they're winning games. They're 6-2. Did we ever talk about Saquon's move?
I know we did off the air. Did you see Jay Gruden this morning?
No.
So I don't know what the hell Jay Gruden is doing. I don't know what his job is. I don't know what he does. But Ian Rappaport had just tweeted about Trevor Lawrence. And the Trevor Lawrence is day-to-day. They're going over a multitude of options. He's almost like certainly not playing on Sunday.
Okay.
And he tweets that. And Jay Gruden, again, I don't know what Jay Gruden does, but apparently he's a big Twitter guy now. Shouldn't be surprised. But he tweets, man, hearing surgery for Trevor. Brutal. Would have never seen the tweet because I don't know why would I follow Jay Gruden ever?
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport quote tweets him, no surgery, Jay. And it's like, what is happening right now? And then he lays out basically his initial tweet. Day to day, they're going over a multitude of options, but he doesn't want to have surgery right now. He's probably not playing. And all I was drawn, Drew, is Jay Gruden like some sort of NFL insider right now?
Jay Gruden turned into Schefter.
Like, what is he? What is he? And I looked at his timeline and I'm scrolling through it, and it's like there's no rhyme or reason to what he's doing. All right, Jay. Your brother sucks, but you're the Fredo of the family. Like, you are very much Fredo.
Hey, he goes from NFL head coach to being Schefter. That's crazy.
No, but like an even worse version of Schefter.
Oh man. Yeah, I didn't catch that this morning. Hopefully Trevor Lawrence doesn't need surgery as well. But yeah, man, D-Mac in the chat says I'm a Steelers guy, but KC, how do you have them above the Ravens? I hope you're right. I hope I'm wrong. I like the Ravens, but Steelers are leading the division right now, so I'm gonna salute that. And that isn't always how these things go. Sometimes you go more on feel and who you think is a better team. I do think Pittsburgh is a better team with Russell Wilson. And I think their ceiling is as high as it can get. Like they can win it all with Russell Wilson at quarterback if things break right.
This Steelers team looks better than that one from a few years ago that had that. They were like the last team to lose.
13-0, I think they started.
Yeah, way better.
Yeah. This defense is the truth, man. That defense is legit. And I Russell Wilson, he's not what he was, but I think he's better than he was in Denver. I think he's got a little bit more on the tank. And there are certain plays that were there to be made with Justin Fields that were just kind of like layups. And I think Russell Wilson can still make the layups. And they're a dangerous team. So I hope I'm wrong because I like the Ravens. I'm a de facto Ravens supporter. They're like my Knicks in the NFL.
Well, I feel like the Ravens kind of got to do this tonight.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You've got a divisional
against the Bengals
on a Thursday, a divisional opponent who admittedly is playing better, but they're on the ropes. And I don't know if this is the knockout blow, but damn, it's going to be pretty close. Yeah. I think Jesse gave him the knockout blow 4 weeks ago, but you could kind of cut off some noise here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They've had some tough losses too. And to me, on a Thursday at home, losing to Cincinnati after already losing to, again, they might be playing better. They're still an under 500 team right now after losing to Cleveland and Las Vegas. Boy, does that Las Vegas game feel like an eternity ago. Man. I can't do that.
Right.
Yeah, Ravens can't do that. So it's the Ravens and the Bengals tonight. We'll come back. I'm anxious to get back to talking about the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
We haven't talked enough about their defense. We're going to do that. Our man, Matt George, he's got lots to say. Locked on Kings podcast, ABC 10. Matt George joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Would you trade Bosa for Watt? Nick Bosa for TJ Watt? TJ Watt is nasty. Both of those guys are really good, though.
Everybody, this
really,
is
really
my
good.
main man, Bodie.
What's up, buddy?
Come on. Look, you can get right in front of here, and you can say whatever. You a Kings fan?
Kings and Warriors.
Well, no, just the Kings. Just the Kings.
Yeah, Kings fan.
Yeah, just the Kings.
You watched the game last night?
No, but I do watch some games.
Okay. Who's your favorite player?
Fox.
Nice.
Definitely.
Very nice.
And you're a Yankees fan too, huh?
Yeah.
Tough World Series.
I watch a bunch of baseball.
Is your mom nice? It's okay. You can talk to us. There are a lot of people watching right now. We got you back.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless she makes me do my homework.
Does she make mean faces at home? Because she makes really mean faces here.
Sometimes.
Yeah. That happens here
Grouchy
too.
sometimes.
Yeah, she can be grouchy. Yeah. That's we love her though.
What about football?
I like Who's your team? 49ers.
Oh,
Nice.
I'm about to say, because we were about to send you out
Nice.
here if you didn't say we're going to send you out. Nah, it's good.
49ers are probably my favorite team.
This is my man. This is my man. Kings fan, 49ers fan? My man, Bodie, man. Appreciate you
He just bought
stopping
a
by.
Kings poster from the Scholastic School Book Fair
I
today.
used to love
Oh man, that used to be the vibe.
That used to be like
Who goes?
I used to do it about 3 or 4 times a year, and it was like one of the best days of school.
Yeah, we only do it like once or twice. And and I actually it was today.
Nice.
I got
You got a
couple
fox, or it
posters.
was just the king?
It was like this fox on it. It
Oh,
was-
that's awesome.
And then and then I got Michael Jordan on another
Can't go
poster.
wrong. Can't go wrong with Mike.
And then on a one poster and then Fox on the other.
My man. Appreciate you coming by, man.
Yes.
All right, man. All right.
Thanks, guys.
No problem.
Pull. Heavy dog.
Oh, my bad.
Matthew.
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
I too have spent way too much money at book fairs. My son is having one right now, and my wife had fun.
Wait, how old is he?
He's 3, but his preschool had one.
Oh, okay.
Also, hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh.
I don't want to look homeless.
Sky River Casino, where we will be live this Monday, 32 Brew Street. Yes, on Veterans Day. Come through and see us. The Insiders doing their show for the first time ever live on the stage at 32 Brew Street, 10 a.m. D'Lo and Casey there at noon. And, of course, we'll hang out. We'll watch the Sacramento Kings and the San Antonio Spurs. We'll have some great food, some great drinks, and bet we will make our way over to the Humidor for some cigar and whiskey at some point that night. Again, Veterans Day. Spend your Veterans Day with us this Monday, Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street. We welcome in our good buddy who's been a part of many of our live shows, our man Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast and ABC 10. Actually made an appearance on CBS 13, as I'm sure you saw on social media over the weekend.
I don't know how that's possible and how they got away with that, but I guess I'm happy to be there.
I was pleasantly surprised when the video came up and he even referenced you as our guy, Matt George. I was like, well.
Yeah, one of my producers goes, Matt, you're on CBS 13 right now. And I'm sitting in our newsroom at ABC 10 going, how is that possible? I'm sitting right here.
What's
But
the equivalent of that of did they ever have a moment when someone on either wrestling organization
Ravishing Rick Rude was on both channels on the same night.
Really?
Yeah.
What happened there?
Because Raw was taped.
And the contract ended in between.
He never
weeks?
had a contract. He was basically working day to day. It was right after the screw job. So he does the taped Raw, and then he walks out and he like shaved his beard. So he does the taped Raw with the beard and then walks out on Nitro and he had shaved. So he's the only guy to ever appear on both shows on the same night.
Matt George, the Ravishing Rick Rude, Sacramento media.
My Damian Barling persona got picked up on AEW, I guess.
Oh, that's tremendous.
That's
tremendous.
What?
Matt, let's talk, man. Let's talk, Matthew. Let's talk.
What happened? No, explain.
I mean, no, he didn't try to, but that was a shot.
Well, I think you just threw a dig at CBS is what you did.
He got
him
on
AEW.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, I'm all for it. Talk that talk. Hey, we're Switzerland, man.
ABC
I don't
10 the
even know if
WWE
Switzerland's
of
still neutral, but we're neutral.
That's it. We are not DeMar.
The post McMahon WWE is what ABC 10 is.
I want to give you the opportunity to talk about Keegan Murray before we talk about anything else.
Hell
We
yeah.
talked a little bit about him earlier. I know he was a big focal point of your podcast. And, there's a lot to talk about with the Sacramento Kings. We think they're playing really well. we all believe, I think, that this is a really good basketball team. And, you know, everyone's saying it's going to take time to come together. It looks like that's starting to happen here a little bit. But you spent a lot of time on last night / this morning's Locked On Kings podcast talking about your guy, Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I mean, like if there's such thing as like a secret star, that's what Keegan Murray is, right? He's the guy that is not a household name. He's the guy that doesn't get talked about. He's the guy that doesn't get featured on ESPN highlight reels unless he's exploding for 45 points or 47 or whatever he did last season. Like, he's not that guy. And yet he is a guy that is so fundamentally at the center of Sacramento's success to a point where he is I feel he is being asked to do more for this Kings team than anybody else on this roster, because he is alone in his position. He is it. He is all the Kings have. He is the wing depth of the Sacramento Kings. And that's not meaning to say that Fox and Sabonis, who had an amazing night last night, DeMar DeRozan, who 8 straight 20-plus point performances. It's not to say that they're not being asked to do a lot too, especially minutes-wise. All those guys are playing a heavy load to start this season. But Keegan Murray is being asked to spearhead this new offensive rebounding effort. Domantas Sabonis, his rebounding is the best in the NBA. That's expected of him to continue, but that's kind of at the foundation of what he does. Nobody has been challenged more to up their rebounding game than Keegan Murray, and he's answered the call. He had 7 offensive rebounds last night, out-rebounded Domantas Sabonis last night, and his 4 double-doubles in 8 games already this season. Nobody is being asked to do more defensively than Keegan Murray is doing. The top assignment, whether it's a guard or a wing, Keegan is guarding that position. The only position he's not guarding is a center. Like, he is taking the top defensive assignment every single night. On top of that, Keegan Murray is asked, I know this team is struggling to shoot from 3-point range to start the season. He is asked to be one of the top floor spacers and 3-point shooters on this team so that the spacing works for DeMar DeRozan, who's leading the NBA in mid-range jumpers, and De'Aaron Fox, we know is a demon when he gets downhill, and Domantas Sabonis, who's been attacking the rim more. So that all of that can work, Keegan Murray needs to be a poacher and a threat on the perimeter alongside Kevin Huerter. And finally, Keegan Murray is being asked to include or continue to improve his game with his scoring off the dribble, which has been flying under the radar because from his rookie season where he led the NBA in 3-point shooting to his sophomore season, he made a significant jump on the defensive end. This year, his significant jump has come in the rebounding. But throughout that time, he's steadily grown as someone who's more comfortable putting the ball on the floor, attacking the basket. He had a play last night where he attacked the basket, kind of got caught in the lane, sat in the paint, right? Defenders kind of came, closed in on him, cut off his lane, and then immediately bounced back out so that they could cut off the pass to an open shooter. Keegan stayed patient, held onto the ball, waited for the defense to react, step through, layup. Like, that is a play that speaks to the saying that we hear a lot from players. The game is starting to slow down. Like, that is an epitome of a moment like that where Keegan, the defense collapses, cuts off his path. A year or two ago, Keegan Murray probably leaves his feet and tries to force a pass to get out of there, or is forced into a tough shot. Stays strong, patient, wait, step through, layup, converts at the rim. And he scored a number of times off of the dribble last night. So in all these areas, Keegan is being asked to do more than anybody else on this team. He's rising to that challenge. There's a reason why statistically, when Keegan is on the floor versus off the floor, the drastic difference for this team is overwhelming. Like, that is who Keegan Murray is, and that's who he's become. And there's a reason, guys, why every single time the Sacramento Kings try and engage in any kind of significant trade talk, the first guy that's being asked about is Keegan. Every general manager wants a Keegan Murray on their team because he's not as flashy and exciting as Jaden Ivey was coming into the league, but he's a guy that every good team needs to be successful. Sacramento has him here. That's why Sacramento's not getting rid of him in any trade package that doesn't bring back a bona fide, cannot turn down superstar.
I think that was a great breakdown too. I think Keegan Murray is perfect for what the Kings are right now and what they're trying to do. I think he's a great ball player, and he's growing. He's doing all this other stuff. I don't look at Keegan as like your second best player or your third best player. I think that'd be a little too much to put on his plate. But where he's at right now, the like super role player, stretch the floor with his ability to shoot threes, rebound, be a top flight perimeter defender. I think he is perfect because there may be nights when he has 13 points. You know what I mean? And he can have a 13-point night with 7 rebounds and have a massive impact on the game. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean when I say not being a number 2 or something like, because if you're a number 2, there is no 13-point nights. There needs to be like only 20s almost. Right. And I think that's a little too much for him at the very least at this point in his career. But right now in this role, he's devastating. I say all that to say he is capable, like we saw last night and other nights before, of, oh yeah, I dropped 22. I dropped 25, and you're getting that from your 4th score now. He's perfect for what's going on here right now. And I think he's excelling in this role that he's in.
But the difference between him being a mid-teens scorer like he is right now and a 20-point per game scorer is just the 3-point shot falling. That's all it is at this point, because he's making the right decisions with the basketball. And we could take that a step further. The difference between the Sacramento Kings being a top 5 offense, which they are right now, and being the number 1 offense in the league is their 3-point shot falling. And I had this feeling, I broke this down on the podcast too. Like I had this feeling last night where I was trying to figure out like why. I know the Kings are playing fine. They probably should be creating more separation than they are against Toronto. They ended up doing that in the 4th quarter and winning this game pretty comfortably. But I was sitting there going like, why does this not feel as enjoyable, even though it's good? And the way, like the result that I came to is that the Sacramento Kings offense isn't as explosive as it used to be. But that doesn't mean it's worse, right? The offense of 2 seasons ago was explosive, with Monk and Fox getting up and down the floor, lobs to whatever big man was playing with Malik, or the Kentucky to Kentucky connection. And by the way, Malik tried for a number of highlights in transition last night. None of them went well for Malik. He was trying. He was trying to give us some highlights last night.
My boy.
He was trying. The Kings like splashing down threes. Again, we joked to the point where Kevin Durant went on his podcast. It was just like, how do we stop this team? Right. That explosiveness from 2 years ago isn't really here, or isn't here right now, because I don't think the Kings are shooting and scoring from the perimeter at the rate that they expected to, or that they want to. That being said, they're so much better fundamentally in the half court. They're so much better off the dribble. They're so much better in isolation because of the addition of DeMar DeRozan and the maturity of this group in general playing together and getting more comfortable together, that the offense is still very, very, very good. It's just maybe not as exciting as it used to be, which is, I guess, how I broke it down for myself of what feels different.
Let me ask both of you guys something real quick, though. Start with Matt. Do you think that it's gone forever? Do you think they can get to that by just hitting a few more threes? Because I struggle with that. I think if you hit a couple more threes, obviously you're going to be potent or whatever. But I think fundamentally they're reverting a little bit into a half court team, which isn't a bad thing. That's something I think that translates a little bit more in the playoffs. Being able to get the ball to a guy like DeMar DeRozan 7 straight times in the mid post and let him go to work and just operate. That's different than swinging the ball, swinging around, Horter, DHO 3-pointer, like we were trying to do a couple years ago. Do you think they can get back to that, or is this kind of more who they are?
I could go like 5 straight minutes on this, but I'll try and shrink it down to 30 seconds.
We got time, Matt.
No, I know, but I'm tired.
Go ahead.
I'm tired of solo pod, and I want to talk to some people. I'm not doing your show for you, damn it. I think it's like a glass half full, glass half empty way of looking at it, because they're generating really, really good looks. Also, I think they get out in transition more if they get more stops, and the Kings are like last night. They did a good, halfway decent job getting out in transition, because thank God the Toronto Raptors didn't shoot well from 3-point range for the first time.
Well, after the first quarter.
That's true. The first quarter
after
they were.
Chris Boucher cooled down. Everything got better.
Dear God, who pissed off that man? But like, it's a glass half full, glass half empty way of looking at it, because I could say the Kings are generating a lot of good looks. They're just not falling right now. And that's the glass half full way of looking at it, is like, okay, they're gonna start falling because they're good looks. They're wide open. The glass half empty way of looking at it is, you can't generate better looks than you're generating right now, and they're not falling. So you just have to hope that they're just going to start falling. So yes, the Kings have kind of gone more to a half-court offensive style. And I think that speaks to more of their personnel and the strengths of their personnel than anything else. But transition offense was still an emphasis of this team, and offensive pace, not pace in general, but offensive pace was a emphasis of this team brought up by Kings GM Monty McNair on Media Day. And it was something they excelled at in preseason. They got out and ran in preseason. So with hopefully the minutes of the starters coming down a little bit and the 3-point shot starting to fall, I think we'll see less of a reliance on half-court offense. But the half-court offense has been good, even with the 3-point shot not falling, which is encouraging, I think.
How are you? Well, actually, I'm gonna use a player to transition to a different conversation. Keon Ellis. There's obviously been a lot of talk about Keon Ellis in this young part of the season, mainly because of what appears to be now a single DNP CD that he didn't get, and then Mike's response that he might be a situational player moving forward. That sure feels dead.
Yeah,
and
that's
the fact that Kevin Huerter got hurt or sick, Kevin Huerter got sick, probably doesn't hurt the fact that Mike was kind of forced to play Keon, who I thought, and Matt, you tell me what you think. I think he's been absolutely terrific in his minutes in the Kings lineup.
Keon, and this is kind of a negative way to put it, but Keon is one of only 2 reliable bodies off the bench the Kings have right now. That's Keon and Malik, and that's it.
Yeah.
This roster is 7 deep right now. And when Kevin Huerter went out, it was 6 deep. And like I have much higher expectations for Trey Lyles, and we got to talk about Trey waking up and getting him going because the Kings will need it. They need to get their bench figured out completely, or Monty McNair's got to start making some phone calls because this can't last with this group. That being said, Keon, the days of Keon being a situational, that's done. The situation is he's good, play him every night.
I think that lasted all of 0 days.
Yeah, that was Mike might have left the podium and went, yeah, that ain't actually, you know what? Screw that. Scrap that. We're going back.
You're gonna walk back like Alvin Gentry. You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna quit on Keon.
But I do want to say too, because like it was so much of a question, so much of a conversation of should Kevin Huerter start? Should he come off the bench? Blah, blah, blah. When Kevin has played, I think Kevin Huerter's playing fantastic.
Yep.
He's not playing above himself. He's not playing below himself. He's not being what I labeled him as coming into the season. So good. Shut up, Matt George. He's not being a one-trick pony in terms of if he's not hitting shots, he's not giving you anything else. He's rebounding the basketball. I think he's playing defense about as well as he can play it. It's not fantastic, but he's guarding with his chest. He's moving well. It's not bad at all. He's making the right decisions. He's not reaching, but when he is, he's doing a good job making a play on the ball. Even if he gets called for a foul, he's at least preventing an easy layup for a 3-point play. Like Kevin Huerter is holding down that spot. Kevin Huerter looks like the starting 2 guard on this team. And Keon Ellis, as expected, because this is who Keon Ellis is, you can play him with any lineup. You can play him with any combination. He's going to give you the same thing. So he's so valuable on the bench or as a starter, fill-in starter, whatever. So you're good with Kevin. You're good with your backcourt, right? Your 4 guards, you're set. And then you got your wing, literally a wing in Keegan, and then you have a center that nobody can do what your center does. Other than that, you're like, well, we got to play them 38 minutes a freaking night because we have no other option at this point.
Yeah, and that's something that it seems like it's easily attainable, though. You know what I mean? It feels like Monty.
What's easily attainable?
Finding a backup for Keegan.
Oh, okay.
Like you've got the hard part out the way. You went and got DeMar DeRozan. You have a Keegan Murray. You have a Sabonis. You have a Fox. You even have a Monk. You found a Keon Ellis. I don't think it's going to cost you much to get Finney Smith or a player like him. Like that's what you're looking for. You're not. So Matt, do you disagree? You're looking for a starter?
Oh no, I'm not looking for a starter. But I don't think a valuable rotation wing that can come in and space the floor and play defense, those don't grow on trees and those are not easy to find and not easy to get, regardless of if they're a starter or coming off the bench. Sacramento has historically struggled to find depth at that position. Historically, they typically had one good guy and that was it. Like going back to the Rudy Gay days, the Ron Artest days, the days in between of John Solomons and Andres Nocioni, right? Like that has been a hard position for Sacramento to fill. So I hear what you're saying in terms of Finney Smith or Cam Johnson or these guys shouldn't carry a heavy price. And I still do think those should be the top 2 names that Monty is calling about. Hell, Monty should be making some calls to Toronto and figuring out how to get a couple of those guys or one of those guys in for some wing depth, 100%.
No, Chris Boucher can't kill you from the 3-point line if he's on your team.
Well, and we also know Boucher would come to Sacramento after shooting 1,000,000,000% against the Kings and then shoot 32% for the rest of the season because that's just how it works.
We call that the Marco Bellinelli.
or the George Hill or whatever. Like it's just the way it is. But I hear what you're saying, Casey. I don't think those players are easy to get because every single team wants those players and highly values those players because a 3-and-D wing is one of the most valuable rotation or role playing assets that you can have. And there's just not enough of them. In my opinion.
Do you think the Kings have an identity yet?
Yes. I do think they do. I think their identity is just a multifaceted, offensively potent team that is hard to put away, but also will keep you in the game, if that makes sense. Like the fact, I think the Kings are showing us exactly who they are every single game. Thankfully, the 3 games that have had the widest margins have been 3 wins for the Kings against 3 teams that they should be beating. Portland at home, Toronto at home last night, and Utah at home. But the final score last night does not tell the story of that game, as you guys know. That game was close the entire time, and the Kings were battling from behind a good portion of it. They just had a crazy fourth quarter to put the game away. But the Kings are showing us who they are, which is on most nights, the game's going to be close. They can hang with anybody. They can beat anybody, but they're also going to keep you in it a little bit. I think the Sacramento Kings are showing us and telling us who they are. Unless that 3-point shot wakes up, that's when they can really start to blow teams out and create massive separation. But if that isn't falling consistently, I think the Kings are going to be in every game, and hopefully they're going to have that clutch fourth quarter identity of if they're in it, there's a great chance they're going to win it.
Let's talk about the history we saw last night.
Yep.
The perfect game by Domantas Sabonis. Matt, I got to be honest with you. I had no idea what was going on until I saw StatMuse after the game. It wasn't like I was following this throughout the game. Like, oh, he's still perfect. Like I had no clue. And then you read those numbers and you read in the history of the game, nobody has had the triple-double with perfect shooting and no turnovers. Man, we complained a little bit about earlier.
It's not what there were 2 pieces of history last night.
What you thinking?
The one that you're talking about, and then the Kings history.
DeMar. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So
it's funny. I thought you were transitioning to DeMar, but you're going to Domas. That's
no, man. I didn't. That's another one I didn't even think about the number until it actually.
Yeah, Matt mentioned it. 8 straight.
Yeah, man. So take your pick. History all over the
well,
place.
No, I messed you up. I just they talk about Domas.
History all over the place.
No, no. Stick with the Domas and the triple double, the perfect shooting, and the 0 turnovers. There's one game like that in NBA history. And it happened last night at the Golden Ones.
And you wouldn't know if you watched NBA today.
You wouldn't, yeah, because they don't care because his name isn't Nikola.
So here's the thing, Casey. I failed last night. I failed last night because like I am the biggest. I am the Paul Heyman to Domantas Sabonis' Brock Lesnar. Like I am the guy that just.
Nice. Well, let's find a different. Yeah, not Brock. Find someone else.
Okay, sorry, Roman Reigns. Whatever.
There you go. That's better. That's better.
But you know what I mean. Like Brock didn't talk. It was Paul
you're
the
advocate.
talking for him. I'm the advocate. I'm the guy
that for Keegan though.
What? No, not as much as I've been for Domas.
Keegan and Keegan really don't talk.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Actually, on both of them. Hell, both of them at the same time. That's my
bloodline. It's the Matt George bloodline.
Well,
all right, maybe not.
One of these things doesn't belong.
Yeah, it's okay.
In the match.
Paul, like, look, Paul with the Samoan dynasty, it's all right.
Okay. But I did a whole ass podcast by myself last night, y'all. I talked about Keegan, I talked about DeMar, and then like 28 minutes in, I'm like, oh yeah, Domantas Sabonis had a triple-double last night. Didn't even mention the history because there was so much other stuff to talk about. Yeah. And like that should be, knowing me and my brand, that's usually like Domantas Sabonis did something historic. All right, lead with that and start talking about how the entire country is not talking about it. So we got to do it. Like there's a reason why Sacramento's loud about everything Domantas Sabonis does, because everybody else will ignore it and somebody's got to hear it. So we're going to say it loud enough for people to hear it. But I mean, look, The man followed up a game winner in Miami with a never been done before perfect triple-double. And Kevin O'Connor ain't saying a damn thing. These accounts ain't saying a damn thing. I know the NBA Twitter account tweeted that out, like tweeted out his stats and history, and I appreciate that, but you ain't seen it on ESPN. And I'm just, Lord have mercy. Just wait till the first time one of them tweets about Domantas Sabonis having a bad night whenever it happens.
Yeah.
Sacramento as a whole, we need to destroy that tweet. We need to ratio the living hell out of that tweet, because these people don't even pretend like they're paying attention anymore. Or if they do, they cherry pick when to talk about it. They only talk about it when Domantas Sabonis is struggling, or the Sacramento Kings have lost a game, or something happens, or, oh, Sabonis had a triple-double, but it was in a loss, so did it really matter? They cherry pick these things, or they just flat out aren't paying attention. These national NBA accounts whose job it is to literally follow the NBA at large and have conversations about everything going on. And I'm not just talking about The Ringer. I'm not just talking about these top shows. I'm talking about the Locked On freaking Podcast Network. The Locked On Podcast Network, the Locked On NBA Podcast, who laughed and scoffed at the idea of Domantas Sabonis being as good as or better than Bam Adebayo. Straight up laughed about it during a Sacramento Kings preview podcast that they did that I was not featured in this offseason. My own network is doing that nonsense. Sabonis hits a game winner over Bam Adebayo, freaking nothing. The very next game, Domantas Sabonis' first ever triple-double of its kind, nothing anywhere. So at this point, like, they're showing us what they are and they're telling us what they are. Domantas Sabonis, well, no matter what the man does, it will not get respect. And somehow, if this man managed to have a perfect triple-double in the playoff victory, they're still going to find a way to say it doesn't matter because the Kings have to win 3 more times to win the playoff series. They're going to find something. So at this point, it doesn't matter. It matters to me because I'm going to continue to get pissed off and have high blood pressure about it. But Domantas Sabonis, like, he's making history damn near every night at this point, and that's been going back to last season. And it's in one ear, out the other for them, or they don't pay attention and claim they cover the NBA. So forget about it. We know what Domas is doing here in Sacramento. It's special. It continues to be special. And if it's going to continue to go under the radar, that's fine. Sacramento is going to be as loud about it as possible because that's our center.
Well said.
I would say walk off, but we can't. We still have time left. But that's a perfect way to summarize Domas. And the thing is, like, it was all kind of accentuated by what he did last night, because that's a 1 of 1. Like, there's no other. That's it. Like, there's one game like that in NBA history, and he has it. Even when you take away the turnovers, I think there's only 8 games like that in the last, like, 40 years or something like that, 40 some odd years. But Matt, he's had a phenomenal start to the season. Like, we talked about our frustrations during the, 5-game preseason, where it looked, whether we made the art, whether we had a discussion about, guys just wanting to get through it, maybe just going through the motions, maybe not seeing a lot. Domas worked his ass off in those games. And if you go back and you watch those preseason games, you see Domas working in every single one of them. And man, that has carried over with nothing more than a few more shots to the face and the head. It's carried right over here incredibly into the regular season. What
isn't he doing? Like, that's the question at this point. What isn't Domantas Sabonis doing? And everybody who's going to hear that question is going to immediately go, oh, defense, defense, defense. He's part of one of the best statistical lineups defensively in the league. The Kings starting 5 has been one of the best, if not the best, statistical defensive lineup in the league to start this season. Small sample size, Well, what do you want from us? We can only go off of what we've seen in front of us. And Domantas Sabonis is doing everything that people said he wasn't a $40+ million player because he didn't do it enough. He's scoring the basketball more. He had a game freaking winner. He's on another double-double streak. He's got 7 out of 8. He started in Minnesota without a double-double, and the world fell apart. Like, oh, it's over. And then he's got 2 triple-doubles in the course of that double-double, including the historic double-double last night. He's part of a really, really solid defensive lineup. He's still leading the NBA in rebounds again, no matter who Victor Wembanyama is or Zubats or any of these guys that they throw out there to try and take that crown from him. And last night, he had 9 assists, damn near like 10 minutes into the game. What isn't Domantas Sabonis doing? What more could Domantas Sabonis do? I know, like, he had 6 shots last night. Okay, that's not his fault. He was distributing correctly. DeRozan was cooking. Keegan was cooking. And in the shots that Sabonis got, he converted and made every single one. He's getting to the foul line more. He was a perfect 5 of 5 from the line last night. Tell me, what more could Domantas Sabonis do? Block shots? Your own head coach in Sacramento is telling you that a block shot doesn't freaking matter, because block shots, and I love blocks, by the way, block shots don't guarantee a change in possession. You know what does? Defensive rebounds. And there is not a better defensive rebounder in the NBA than Domantas Sabonis. Every defensive possession has to end with a defensive rebound, and you have the best guy in the league at doing that. Tell me how that does not impact how we look at that person as a defender. Domas closes the possession, and now he's running up the floor and running the offense as your point center and going coast to coast half the freaking time. What doesn't the man do? What more do you need to see? I don't know. There's not a correct answer to that question. Oh, in the playoffs. Okay, yeah, you got to get there first, and he's helping you get there.
That's, oh boy, Matt cooking.
Fired up, Matt George.
Matt cooking. That's what I'm talking about right there. Well, let's stay on the
stay with the history.
Yeah, let's stay with the history, man. And DeMar DeRozan last night in that fourth quarter, it was 5, 6, 7 straight times the Kings ran this set where Keon Ellis brings the ball up, comes across the court on a Domas, kind of a ghost screen, get the ball to Fox, get the ball to DeRozan in the mid post, let him go to work on a number of different Toronto Raptors. Time after time again. He finished 5 of 6 in that fourth quarter with 11 points. And once they started doubling, he started moving the ball. That's when Keegan got a shot. That's when Domas got the putback, all this other stuff. He was as advertised. You saw it last night, Damien. You'll see it on Friday. When he gets the ball in the fourth quarter in the mid post, it's like Golden One Center starts to rise, and there's this murmur of like, oh yeah, like all this other stuff. Already, he's got the Golden One Center and Kings fans in the palm of his hands. He is that guy right now.
And let's keep going, KC, because, God, it's 2024. We got all the scouting reports, all the film on the planet, and yet every single game, these fools think that they can block his shot. Every single game. And then he gets the 3-point play. He gets fouled, hits the shot, goes to the line, converts one more. He went 3 of 3 from the foul line. All 3 of them 3-point plays off of and ones, right? Like, and we can keep going down the numbers. 27, 26, 33, 27, 20, 23, 23, 26. Those are all the scoring numbers in his first 8 games as a Sacramento King. Y'all, remember what we were told about DeMar DeRozan and how he won't fit in the offense because he doesn't shoot threes and he's going to be a spacing nightmare? DeMar DeRozan is shooting 42, rounded up 43% from 3-point range so far this month. Half of DeMar DeRozan's threes have come in the fourth quarter in crunch time when you've needed them most. So yeah, DeMar DeRozan might not be a lights out floor spacing 3-point shooter to the level of other players at his position and other scorers in the modern NBA. But when you need threes, he's hitting them for you. He's still spacing the floor. And even if he's not spacing the floor, it doesn't matter because the man doesn't need space because he's going to get you to bite on the pump fake or try and block his shot. You're going to foul him. He's going to go to the line and he'll probably hit the shot over you too. There's nothing you can do against the man. There is only one number when it comes to DeMar DeRozan that is irrelevant. That's 35 years of age. That number is irrelevant because there's nothing about his age. There's nothing about that number that means a damn thing to how this guy plays basketball, because this is going to be the 12th straight season that he averages 20 or more points, and half of them have been in his 30s. This man does not slow down. This is what he does. Why did anybody think it was going to be different? Turns out you don't just put on a Sacramento Kings jersey and now suddenly you age 10 years. Believe it or not. You can put on a Kings jersey and still be damn good. And that's what DeMar DeRozan is.
I think the thing that's been most amazing, Matt, isn't just DeMar's play. It feels like, and we've kind of used the term, the DeMar DeRozan effect. They're shooting less threes. They're working from the inside more, and they're getting to the foul line a ton and making them. I mean, they shot 80, what was it, 80, 85, 86, 87%, something last night on 32 attempts. Matt, I kept getting hung up on the fact they were 13 of 15 in a 1-point game against Miami the other night. And how many times last year did we look at games, close games, where they lost this one by 2, they lost this one? Yeah, they missed 7 free throws. Everybody remembers Milwaukee. There are a handful of other games. They're not as dramatic as the Milwaukee one, but there are plenty of other games where you look at, they were close losses, and you realize, man, they shot 60% from the free throw line. DeMar, who has always been a high volume free throw shooter, a high percentage free throw shooter, comes in here and it feels like everybody else has followed the lead.
Yes. 100. I mean, that's the only explanation. Like it's infectious because he's shooting 87% from the free throw line so far this season. But you have De'Aaron Fox shooting it. I think he's still in the 90s, is he not? Like De'Aaron has started the season shooting in the 90s, and everybody is talking about De'Aaron's having a bad start of the season. I beg to differ. I don't think De'Aaron is being as prolific of a scorer as he should be, but he's rebounding the basketball. He's distributing the basketball. He's still a pesky defender. He's still close to the top, if not at the top of the league in steals or around that. And he's shooting. I know his three-point shooting hasn't been great. We can talk about the 0-11 game in Toronto. But De'Aaron Fox is, I mean, the entire team's struggling from three-point range. De'Aaron Fox is playing well. Could he be better in certain moments? 100%. And there will be a point this season. There will be a point, whether it's a stretch of games or a certain game or, God forbid, because of injuries, there will be a point where the Kings have to lean heavily on De'Aaron to carry them through. DeMar DeRozan is off to a ridiculous start to this season. I'd like to believe he'll go 82 games scoring 20 or more points. I have no idea. But at some point, like, De'Aaron's going to need to step up. And especially once we get to playoff time, we know how important De'Aaron's going to be to the scoring of the Sacramento Kings in the playoffs in those big moments, because that's where your stars shine the brightest. So De'Aaron's going to be just fine, but De'Aaron is shooting extremely well from the free throw line. Domantas Sabonis is shooting better from the free throw line. Everybody is not just getting to the line, they're converting at the line. And I'm not going to pretend that DeMar just showing up all of a sudden boosted the ratings of everybody else around him like it's a video
I disagree,
game.
Matt.
But, well, he's got something. He's doing something right, and he's telling them, he's giving them some kind of advice because everybody is knocking down free throws, and it's really, really nice to see. I wish I could enjoy it though, but I'm so busy worried about 2031 and the pick swap.
Well, yeah, that guy, man, it would be a lot more.
So I can't.
It'd be a lot more enjoyable.
Trying to enjoy it, but every time I look at the scoreboard and see DeMar DeRozan at 27 points, I'm like, 27. Let's see, how close is 27 to 31? 2031. Oh, the Kings don't have their. Oh no, they do have their pick. They're just going to swap it with San Antonio.
Yeah, it's still there.
It's still a pick.
Still there.
87% from the free throw line for De'Aaron right now. 8 games into the season.
Oh.
Still a good number.
Hey Matt, we'll get you out of here on this. They got a game on Friday night at the Golden One Center against the Los Angeles Clippers. They got a game on Sunday in Phoenix against the Suns.
Yep.
Which one is the bigger game?
Phoenix.
Yeah? Why?
Because I think Phoenix is the bigger test. Well, I guess that's defined bigger, right? Bigger in terms of.
We all said the Clippers game because I want to know that at home against a Clippers team that isn't as bad as everybody may think, but still isn't better than you, I need you to handle business. You going into the arena of a team that's 7-1, good team, you might lose, and I might not learn nothing about you. Like that's you play them on Wednesday at home. If you split the 2 games, no harm, no foul. But lose on Friday, and I'm like, come on now.
You know what? That makes perfect sense to me. I think I still think the way, and I think Will Z talked about this on your guys' show yesterday, the same way that right out of the gate, the Timberwolves were a kind of a measuring stick test of where the Kings are at with the top of the league. And they hung with Minnesota, arguably should have won that game. I look at this Kings team today, 8-9 games later, it will be 9 games in Phoenix. I look at that differently than I think this team is different from what they were game 1. They just are more comfortable together, more confident together. So here's another measuring stick against not just a really, really good team in the Phoenix Suns. It's hard to like them and OKC. To me, they're the top 2 teams in the West right now. And I shout out Golden State's playing. No, Golden State's hot. Like, don't get me wrong. Golden State's hot, but Golden State's going to come crashing down to earth at some point. I just think, and I don't know if that's a plummet off a cliff, but I think Golden State might end up being just a better team than we think. But Golden State's not going to win or go 7 or 8-1 out of every 9 games for the remainder of this season. They will slow down at some point. Phoenix, legit, very legit. OKC, dear God, how did they get better somehow? Like
They added players that made them better. Like they went for very specific types of guys, got them, and it's worked.
pisses me off that they got Alex Caruso, man. That still pisses me off. But
That's a good
yeah,
basketball
I
team.
like the measuring stick of Phoenix on Sunday, just to see kind of where you're at against the top of the West. But I agree with you 100% about the Clippers Friday.
And for the record, we asked the question, content over everything. I'll take either one. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
Why not both?
Hey, it's not like I'm sulking if they lose to the Clippers and beat the Suns. It's just like I'm curious. Like, it feels like there's good momentum with this team. It feels like they haven't really been, slowed down so much. Even in the Toronto game, it's like, it's not too bad. Like, it was a tough game. It was a tough loss, but overall, man, it's not too bad. Matt, we appreciate you as always. Make sure you check out the Locked On Kings podcast, available on YouTube. And I really recommend the YouTube show. It is absolutely terrific. All of the work Matt puts into that, especially after home games. But of course, you can get it wherever you get podcasts from. And Matt's great work over there at ABC 10. Please make your plans to be with us coming up this Monday. Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street, Veterans Day will be live, beginning with the Insiders at 10 a.m. And then, of course, dealing with KC at 12. You pulling up?
I'm pulling up. Come on.
Hey! I wasn't going to ask. I was going to ask a favor for later, but you already committed, so I can still ask you the favor.
I'm there for the food.
We'll see you guys tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Ravens.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
I don't know why this made me laugh, but I'm watching this game, Seattle U versus Eastern Washington, and this player gets hurt on the sidelines. And why are the people that are sitting there? They're just staring.
Oh,
he did.
Hey, he did.
If that was if that's a road team player, not a home team player, I'm using him as like a footrest. I'm just kicking my feet in.
They're just sitting there. Oh, he's down.
Also, Chatty House, get some help. You and your innuendos. I'm just talking basketball. Leave me alone.
It's tough.
Get some help.
It's tough. It's tough.
It's tough. Guys, we got to run. Commercials are coming to an end over there on 102.5. So we will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. to get ready for the football weekend and the Los Angeles Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, man, we got to load it. By the way, Jay Farrell pulling up on us tomorrow.
Yes.
If you've never seen Jay,
unbelievably talented.
So Jay-Z will be with us tomorrow. President Obama might be with us tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to have a day tomorrow, man. So make sure you tapped in. We'll see you guys tomorrow.